Welcome to the Flutter App Monetization Complete Guide course. In this course, you're going to see the various ways you can monetize your Flutter app. So the course will be broken down into a few sections. The first section, we're actually going to build a complete app out that we'll then use to monetize later. If you already have an app that you want to monetize, that's great. You can definitely use your app, and I would fully suggest doing that if you already do have an app. But note that if you don't have anything built out yet, that's no problem. You're going to see how to do everything completely from the beginning of a brand new Flutter app. Then we're going to talk about all the different ways you can monetize an app with ads. So this is going to include banner ads, interstitial ads, reward video ads, as well as native ads. After that, you'll see how to add all the different types of in-app purchases to your app. And there are three main types. The first is a consumable in-app purchase, which you can think of as coins or something that a user will buy once and they'll use it and then it will be gone. The second is a non-consumable, which just means the user will buy this in-app purchase once and then have it forever. So the example that we'll be covering is removing ads from the app. Lastly, we'll talk about subscriptions and how we can set up a monthly and yearly subscription to premium features in the app. Once we have the in-app purchases set up, we're also going to build a whole backend server that's going to validate the in-app purchases. This is something you're definitely going to want to build out if you want your app in production, because it's going to prevent any users from gaining access to your in-app purchases without actually having purchased them. And this is especially useful with subscriptions because there are ways that users can essentially trick your app into thinking that they bought the subscription at a certain date, even though it may have expired. So the backend server is definitely going to prevent all of that from happening. And you'll see exactly how to build that out. Finally, we'll get our app completely ready to deploy on both iOS and Android. They'll both be ready in beta versions, but you can completely deploy the app right after that. The app that we're going to be building in this course is called the Decider app, and you can actually go ahead and download that right now on both iOS and Android by going to onemanstartup.com/decider. So definitely go check out the final version of the app, and then let's get started building it out completely from scratch. In this section, we're going to build out a base app that we can then use in all the other sections to monetize. So the app is going to be pretty simple, but it's going to help the user decide on some decision. So the user would ask the app some question like, should I go for a run right now? And the app will respond, yes, no, maybe, not right now, give an answer, kind of like that. And some of the limits on this app are going to be the amount of questions that a user can ask. So by default, they'll have 3 questions they can ask. And then once they ask all their questions, they're going to have to wait 3 hours to get another question that they can ask. So you can probably already see how this is going to allow us to monetize things. We can sell the user a number of decisions. We can let them watch an ad video to get some more decisions. We can give them a subscription to an unlimited account where they can get unlimited decisions. And all of this is going to be covered throughout the series, but if you do want to see how to build out this base app, then this section is going to cover exactly that. This section is also going to be made completely free on YouTube, and this is the only section of the course that will be made free on YouTube. If you're unsure of the style and format of this course, you can go check out those videos on YouTube for free at no risk. And if you do decide that you want to monetize your app, then you can come back here and continue on through the rest of the course. This section is also completely optional. If you already have an app and code base that you want to monetize, then you can follow along the concepts in the later sections with monetizing and apply them directly to your app. But do note that the code that is set up here is what we are going to be using for the rest of the course, so it might be useful to watch through some of these videos, or at minimum look through the complete code of that base app that this section is going to build out. All right, let's get started building out the base app. In this video, I'll show you how to set up a brand new Flutter app using Flutter 2.2.2. And since the setup is actually quite easy, I'm also going to show you how to build out the base layout for the homepage of the Decider app. So let's get started. All right, so in Android Studio, we have a new Flutter project start here. We're going to want to go with Flutter application and then click next. Then we can name our project, and we're going to be calling this the Decider. And the rest of this looks good to me. Then we can click next, and you're also going to want to make sure the package name is a unique name. I believe I might already be using the Decider one on the production version of this, but so I'm going to add the YT for YouTube right there. Keep both these boxes checked and then hit finish. This is going to actually generate up the project for us here in Android Studio. If you've been following along with the channel, you might be surprised to see that we are now using dark mode. Yes, that is the case. We are going to be using dark mode for this entire new course. First thing we should do here is just run the app. So we're going to choose this iPhone 12 simulator over here and just hit run on this. While that's loading, I do want to show you the version of Flutter we're using. So if you just check Flutter version like that, you can see we're on Flutter 2.2.2, which is the current stable channel of Flutter, and that is what we will be using for the entirety of this new Decider course, or until a new major version is released, then we'll update as needed. But yes, this is the version we will be using. You can see the app runs as you would expect, so all of that is looking good. We now have our app created, but we want to actually change this UI a bit. In this video, we're going to just go ahead and make the UI look like this. None of these actions are actually going to work, and this is all just going to be static data at this moment. But let's go ahead and set up this page, this home page here, and then in future videos we'll actually get everything wired up and working. Currently we are in main.dart. We're not going to want to actually write all of this in main.dart. We're going to want to break out some new files and actually create a whole new home view and put all that code in there for the home view. Let's go ahead and add 4 new packages here, which are currently going to be empty, but this is typically what I do at the beginning of a project. We're going to have 4 new packages. They're going to be the views package, the services, the models, and extensions. Those will be like the 4 main categories of files that we're going to have. Another way to potentially keep this organized is to, within this views package, have a package for each of the views. So for instance, the home view could have a sub package within views, and then you can have all of the files for the home view in there. This app though is actually going to be pretty simple, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just create a new Dart file and call it the home view. So now within this we can create a stateful widget, and it will be the home view. And then we will need to import material, which if you do option enter on a Mac, you can import material. Now this is just a container, so nothing would really be showing if we do have the app like this. So really what we're going to use here is a scaffold, so we can go ahead and add a scaffold here, and then the scaffold is going to take an app bar, and that's where we can give it the app bar with a title, and that title is just going to be a text object, and then we can call that the title of it Decider. And that is good for now. If we go back to the main.dart now, when our app is currently running right now, you can see it runs my app, and then if we go into this class my app, you can see it's a stateless widget, and then we get this comment here that this is the root of our application. We're just going to go ahead and delete that, but it is true, this is the root of our application. You can see it is a material app here with the title of Flutter Demo. We're going to want to change this title to be the Decider. And then you'll see we have some theme data here. The primary color here we're going to change to red, which is going to be the color of our Decider app. Now the home here is, you can see, being passed to a my home page with the title of Flutter Demo home page. This we're going to change to the home view. And the home view currently has no parameters that are needed, so we just call home view like that. Now we do need to import the home view onto the main.dart, so if you option enter, you'll see the option to import the package home view, which is simply just going to import that up here. If you save this now, you'll see we do get that Decider title up here, which is being loaded from our home view. Now you'll notice we do still have all this code down here for the my home page, which was being loaded earlier. We can go ahead and just delete that because we are not going to need it anymore. And same thing with the state for that, we are no longer going to need that. So you can see our main.dart is now much, much smaller, and we also have this much smaller home view. One thing we can do real quickly is remove this debug flag, which really doesn't serve any good purpose. So you can do that by setting the debug show checked mode banner to false, and you'll see that now just went away. Alright, so now let's go ahead and again just build out the home view to look like this. So we can start with the app bar up here and just add these 2 icons. We're not actually going to link them to anything yet, but we can just place the icons there as a placeholder. So within the app bar, which is just representative of this whole red area up here, We can have the title, but then we can also have actions, and actions take an array, and then within that array we can give it any number of elements. So the elements we're actually going to be using here are gesture detector, and that essentially is going to be like a button. So then within here, this has two parameters that it needs. It's going to need the on tapped, which currently we're just going to leave blank. And the second thing it needs is a child, which is going to be what is displayed. So for us, we're going to use an icon. You could also use text if you like, but an icon is probably best here. So we're going to use the icons of, for the first one, we are going to use a shopping bag. Not sure this is actually the best icon for this, but we will stick with it for now. Then we can copy all of that and just paste it again, and since we're going to leave this blank as well, there's nothing to change there, but we will change the icon to the history icon. So if we hot reload this, you can see it looks decent, but it's not exactly what we want. These are kind of squished over to the right here, but this can be easily fixed with some padding. So let's wrap this gesture detector in padding and set it to a actually only padding on the right. So right, and then let's increase it to about 20. Now we will do the same thing below, so just wrap this in padding as well. And if we hot reload that, you'll see our icons are now displaying essentially the same as our example app over here. Now we can move on to the body, so we're going to just minimize app bar there and start the body of the scaffold. Now, because we're not going to have any sort of bottom bar down here, we do want to make sure we use the safe area here because text or anything could overflow down below this. So all that to say, start with a safe area here, and that's pretty simple. It doesn't really do anything other than prevent that overflow. And now with the child of the safe area, it can just be a container. And this container we really only need so that we can set the width of this. And we're going to set the width to be the width of the screen. We can do that with a media query, and we just need a call of context and then give it the size and the width. And now the child of this container is going to be a column. And the reason we're going to use a column is because all of the information that we want in here is essentially just a bunch of stuff in a column. So each of these elements can just be placed within our column and kind of listed out vertically. So the column will take a children array, and then this is where we can give our widgets within the column. So the first thing is just the text that is going to give us the number of decisions. So, and we can just put a placeholder number there, and it's actually decisions left is what we want this to say. So if you save that, you'll see it does pop up immediately. We're going to quickly wrap this in some padding, and it's really just going to be that default padding is enough just to bring it from the top there a little bit. So the main part of this view is going to be this form here, and so since the form is going to contain a little bit more complex code than just this smaller text with padding, we're going to create this as a separate contained widget and then just call it from within this body. This will keep the code a little bit simpler and easier to read. So we will call this the build question form. And down within the build state, we can go ahead and define this. This will return a column because it does have 3 elements that we want to stack up. So return the column here, and then for the children, there will be those 3 elements. The first one is just going to be the text. And we do need to give this some style. So the style here is just going to increase the font. We can use the theme headline 4 here, and that will increase that font for us. If we put a semicolon here, it will remove that error as well. If we save this, you'll see we do get that now displaying up there in a larger font. So that's good. The second thing is going to be that actual text field. And this text field will have a few additional parameters that we're going to want to add, but for right now we can just do the decoration and set the input decoration and give it the helper text that reads enter a question. If you save that, you'll see the text field takes up the entire screen size, so we do want to just wrap that in padding. The final thing we need here is the button, so we're going to use the elevated button class here. The onPress for now we can just print clicked, and the child here is going to be a text value of ask. The onPressed here is going to need to actually be a bit more of a function. And if we format that, everything should be lining up. So if you save that, we now have the button. You'll notice though this is all shoved up to the top, so we can fix that back up in our actual scaffold body build by adding some spacers. So we add a spacer above and below the build question form. You'll see it does center it a bit. We are going to add another text area down here, which is going to then kind of push this back up. So that final text area is essentially just going to give the account type, which currently right now is going to be free. And if you save that, we are looking essentially like how we would like. If you did want to add a little bit more to the spacer on the bottom, because if you look at this, you'll see there's kind of a bit more space down here. You can simply do that with the flex here, and we'll set that to maybe 3. All right, this is looking good. Our app is essentially laid out now how we need it to be laid out. So the next steps we can do are connect this to Firebase and start getting this form actually working. In this video, I'm going to show you how to connect to Firebase. So this is going to include using a new package, Firebase Core, and linking your app to Firebase for iOS and Android. Let's get started. So firstly, we can add the Firebase Core package by using Flutter pub add Firebase Core. And this should get us on Firebase Core version 1.3.0. That is the newest version at the time of recording this. Once you have that, you can see in your pubspec.yaml that you will now have that Firebase Core. You can then run pub get. Now we have the Firebase plugin installed. We now need to initialize Firebase. So if we go back to the main.dart file, we're going to need to add 2 lines above this. The first one is going to be the widgets Flutter binding. We need to ensure those are initialized. And then after that, we can await the call to initialize Firebase, which will look like that. Now we will need to add that package, and we will also need to make our main async, because we are now using await in here. So that is good, but we also need to configure Firebase with a new app in the actual Firebase dashboard. So go ahead to console.firebase.google.com and create a new project. This we will call the decider YT, and then we can continue here. We are going to enable Google Analytics for this project. Select an account. All right, our project is ready. We can hit continue here, and it's going to bring us into our project. So we are going to connect this for iOS and Android in this video. I'm not going to cover how to do it in the web, because this app that I'm building currently is not going to be supported for web at this time. So let's start with iOS, and we need to get the bundle ID. So if you go back to the project here, and we can right click on iOS and then go Flutter, open in Xcode. Once this opens in Xcode, you can click on the runner. So once that opens, you can see the bundle identifier is right here. So you could copy that, and we'll paste that in right here. The optional values here, we will just leave blank. So then you can click register. And now you're going to want to download this Google service info.plist. And we do need to add that into Xcode here. Within Xcode, we're going to add that file right into this runner folder here. So you can just drag that in and keep these items checked, and then click finish. I must have already had a download of this, so it got a 1 at the end of it, so make sure the name is just this. That is good. So we can go back into Android Studio here. And now if you go in the iOS file here and go to runner, you'll see that we do actually have that same Google service info plist file there. So you could have added it there as well. The last thing we're going to do is open up this info.plist file and scroll down to the bottom. We need to add this copied code here right at the bottom. And this code I will link down below where you can get the copy of this. This is all based on the Flutterfire documentation. So if you save that and then go back into here and click next, we basically just did all of this for Flutter. So you can hit next there again, and you can hit next as well. And now you can continue to the console. So our iOS app should be configured and connected. So we will want to rerun the iOS app, which it is going to use that Firebase initialization up here, which if all is working correctly, it will connect to Firebase here. But while that's running, we can actually just go ahead and do the Android one. So a similar thing, we need the Android package name. This we can go and get in Android Studio. If we go under Android app and then the build.gradle file, and if we scroll down a bit, we'll see that the application ID is right here. And we do want to specify our own unique one, so add the YT to the end of that. We can remove this comment here. While we're in here, we're going to bump this min SDK version up to 21 and copy this over and then go ahead and paste it here. The rest of this we can just leave blank for now. This file we will also need to download. And back in Android Studio, we're going to add that directly to the Android app folder that we were just in. So go ahead and drag that on over there. And then we can click refactor and add. Since we bumped that minimum version, we do need to change the Gradle exception here to a file not found exception. And once we do that, that error should go away. Now our iOS app should be running. All right, so we are having some issues running the iOS version. So these are actually being caused by the deploy target being iOS version 9.0. So we're going to bump that up to 10.2. So this can be done in 3 quick steps. So firstly, we need to go to the iOS folder over here and then go to Flutter and app frameworks info.plist, and you'll see the minimum OS version is at 8 here, so let's change that to 10.2. Then we're going to actually open up the pod file itself and uncomment this line at the top and change this as well to 10.2. And then finally, a bit further down here, in this post install, we're going to add this line here. And also change this to 10.2. Once all that is done, we're going to open up the terminal and run a Flutter clean. Then we're actually going to remove the podfile.lock and pubspec.lock. Actually, we don't currently have a podfile.lock, so it must have been removed in the previous step. Then we're going to remove the pods folder and the runner workspace, and then we're finally going to rerun the app. All right, and we do have one small error, and it is in this info.plist file. I pasted this in the wrong location here. We need to have that inside this dictionary here. So we can save that and try running it again now. All right, great. You can see the iOS app is now running. So we can go back to our Android setup now. So we're going to go back over here into our Android folder, and we want to find the build.gradle file. Now, this is a different build.gradle file than we were just using. The one we were using earlier was the one within the app directory, but now we are just using the one within the Android directory. So we want to look at the build scripts here and find the dependencies. And we want to add a new dependency here, and this is going to be for the Google services. And we can just save that. Now we want to go into that other build.gradle file, which is in the app directory, and we want to apply this plugin. Right here where we're applying these other plugins, we can apply this plugin, which is going to be the Google Services plugin, which essentially is going to be using that JSON file from Firebase. While we're also in here, we do want to do one more thing and enable multi-dex, and this is going to prevent an issue that actually occurs when you try and run a Flutter app on Android. Alright, so now at this point we can try and run our app on our Android device. If we just go back into the Firebase console here, we can hit next through all of this stuff because essentially we just set it all up. Now you'll see we do have the two apps configured here. Both should be working correctly, so let's just make sure that Android app runs. Alright, and everything looks good on Android, so at this point we are configured with Firebase, but really nothing substantial has been done yet, but Firebase core is now configured with our project. So in the next video, we are going to add authentication with Firebase, and then after that, we are going to be adding actual cloud file storage to start saving information that's entered into this question field. In this video, I'm going to show you how to set up Firebase authentication and then also how to automatically authenticate a user using anonymous login as soon as the user enters the app. So the reason we're going to do this is because we don't actually want our users to log in, or at least we don't want that feature yet. So we're going to immediately log the user in just so we can get a user ID, and then we'll later use that user ID to keep track of all that user's specific data, but the user won't even know that they're getting logged in or having an account created for them. It'll just feel like they're just using the app. So let's get started. So the first thing we're going to do is open up our pubspec.yaml, and we need to add the Firebase auth dependency. And then we'll run pub get. Then we can go over to Firebase itself, and we need to actually enable authentication. So within our project here, we can click Get Started on the authentication. And the only one we're going to enable currently is the anonymous authentication, so we can hit Save there. So now anonymous authentication is enabled, and you can go over to Users here. You'll see we have no users, which is expected currently. So back in Android Studio here, we are going to go into the services package here that is currently empty, and we're going to add a new Dart file. And we're going to just call this the auth service. So this is going to be a custom class called auth service. So the main thing we're interested in doing here is creating a function that can check to see if there is a current user logged in. So our app right now has no current user logged in, and if that's the case and there's no current user, then we want to create an anonymous user and log that user in without the user even knowing. And then next time the user comes to the app, they will be logged in, so it should find that user ID and not create a new user. Again, this is all just so we can track a user's data through Firebase, so we just need to get them that unique user ID. So this is actually relatively simple. We need to create an instance of Firebase auth. And we'll just call this Firebase auth. This will just be a Firebase auth instance. So now we have our instance. We can create a quick getter that is just going to get us the current user. And this is complaining here because we actually have null safety turned on, so potentially a current user could be null here. So to change that, we just need to make this return type nullable, so a current user could be null. And we do want that because, as I said, the app state right now, the current user would be null. So now we're going to create that function where we're going to get or create a new anonymous user. And this is going to be a feature that is going to be returning a user. And it will always return a user because we're either going to get the current user or create a user. So we'll name this get or create user. And now we can do a quick check on this current user getter up here, and we can just say if the current user is null, then we're going to actually create the user. So we're going to await a call to Firebase auth, and we're going to simply call sign in anonymously. Now that we'll be signed in, we can actually just return that current user. And again, we're going to have to make this return type nullable because in theory this could be null, but in actuality it never should be, because really what we're doing here is checking if it's null. If it is null, we're going to create a user, which in that case the user will be created. So when we come down here to make this call again to current user, at that point it will get that new user that was just created. Now this get or create user function here needs to be called as soon as the app loads. So we only want to call it once, and we want to call it when the app is first initialized. So it's going to happen over in main. And what we're going to want to do here is right after we initialize the app with Firebase, we're going to make another call to our auth service. And we're simply going to call that get or create user here. And that will log in the user and get us that current user back. This should be working if we restart the app, and you do have to restart the app so that this gets hit. Then we should be able to go into Firebase here and see that we have a user account now. So yes, you can see we do have one user account that was created, and that would be the user that is using this iPhone app. So if we restart the app here, it should not create a second user because it is going to be pulling that user ID that is already signed in. One nice thing that I do during testing is actually just print out the user ID. That makes it a little bit easier when we're dealing with these anonymous users, because it can get hard to track the data when you're going between Firebase and this. So this can be done simply by adding a text here that is going to create an instance of our auth service, and then it's going to call the current user. And since that potentially could be null, we need to null escape that there and then call the UID on that. And at that point, you can see we do get that user ID down here. If we were to go ahead and run this in our Android app, you'll see as soon as the app loads, we're going to have a separate user ID there. And that is just another way to confirm that this is working and not using the same user ID across all instances of the app, but it is using the same user ID for the same device. All right, yes, you can see here we do get a different user ID on the Android device, which is expected. And then if you check over in Firebase as well, we now have those two users. In this video, we're going to set up the quote-unquote algorithm for how we're going to answer the questions that people are asking. So again, the way that this app is going to be set up is a person is going to be asking the app for a decision. So it'll be framed in a should I ... and they'll fill in the blanks. So for instance, should I go for a run? And then the app will respond to the user with some sort of answer. So it'll be maybe yes, no, definitely, maybe. It'll be some sort of answer like that. So this video, we're going to set up how the app is coming up with those actual answers. Let's get started. All right, so when someone enters a question here and they click ask, we want to get a random value for the answer there. So there are a few potential ways we can do this, but what we're going to do is have a list of potential answers and then randomly select one of those answers. As the app develops, we might make this a bit more sophisticated and actually add a little bit of predictive answering there. But for the point of this app in this video, I'm just going to show you how you can have a button click generate a random value. This is actually relatively straightforward, but we have our button down here, and the on press right now, it just says clicked. So on this on press, we're actually going to make a call to get answer. And this is a function that we have not yet set up. So right below the build here, we can go ahead and set this up. And this is actually just going to return a string value. And we want to define a list here. So these are going to be the answer options. And it's going to just be a list of potential options. So we're going to go with these 4 options here, which are yes, no, definitely, and not right now. You can add more options if you like, or just leave it simple like this one. And now we just want to return a random value in this list here. So we can do that with taking the answer options here and getting a index that is between 0 and 3, because there currently are 4 values in here, so we just want a random number between that. So we're going to call random. And then call next int on this. And we need to get, essentially for this case, we would pass in 4 because it's the length of the array here, but we don't want to just limit it to these 4 values. If we wanted to add another one later, we want this to work without having to update the length down here, so we can simply use the length of the list here. Now random is going to need to be import using Dart math. After this, now we should be getting a random value of this array. So let's go ahead and print that just so we could see it in the console, and then if that's looking good, we can go ahead and start displaying it. So we did forget a semicolon here, but if we reload this and we hit ask, you'll see we get yes, no, not right now, no, definitely, yes. You can see these are random. There is no, they're not in order at all. So this is what we want. And this is essentially the backbone of the app's quote unquote algorithm. So that is the simple algorithm we're going to use to determine what the answer is. Now we can add in the answer below this when we click the ask button, and then later we'll add the question as well. So in this build question form here, below the button, we can call a new widget which we'll create here, and it will be the question and the answer. And we can define this widget right down here. So we want this to display the question and the answer, but since we don't really have the question set up now, we can just have it display the answer for now. So this should return a column with 2 text values, and the first one is going to be the question, which is going to be in the form of should I, and then it will have the question that was entered, because we aren't going to assume that they're going to type should I, since should I is already there. And then below this, we will have another text value, and this will be the answer. Now for the answer here, we're going to actually define a new variable, and we're going to call that the answer. So this answer is going to need to be defined up here, and it will be a string value. So we can just define that as an empty string. Now, when we click the button, we can just set the state of this answer to be the value that we were printing out. So instead of printing out the answer here, we can instead use set state and set the answer variable to the value returned from getAnswer. Now when we have the text of the answer down here, it should be showing that answer value every time it changes. So if we save it, you can see it does say should I. Since I just reloaded it, there is no answer variable saved yet as answer. It's just an empty string right now, but as soon as I hit the ask button, it now becomes one of those random options in the answer. If you click this again, you can see it will keep changing. And since it is random, sometimes it looks like you click it and nothing happens, but that's just because that value is being repeated. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can extend a class in Flutter. So in the example, we're going to extend the string class and add a new function to the string class called capitalize. This will be useful because you'll be able to use this new function on any string throughout your app. And all you have to do is call capitalize on any string in your app to use it. All right, let's get started. So currently when you click the ask button here, we get a value back that is one of these values in the list here, and it is randomly generated. Firstly, let's change the text here to be styled a little bit differently. And we're going to first add answer to the beginning here and then escape this out. Then we'll add a bit of style, and we're just really going to change the text size here to be slightly bigger. So if you save that, you can see the size is just a little bit bigger. I also am going to quickly add some padding. All right, so I want this value here to be capitalized, and obviously the simple way to do this is to just go ahead and change those values all in here to be capitalized. But I think this is also a useful extension to make in a Flutter app, because sometimes you do want to capitalize things that maybe are coming from the database, or you don't have that exact control to change it just in the text like we can do right here. So anyway, we're going to add a new extension, and I did create this extensions package initially, which is currently empty, but we're going to add a new Dart file here, and this is just going to be a string extension. And within the string extension, we're going to define an extension. It's going to be called the string extension. And it's going to be called on the string class. So we're basically taking the string class that is used in Flutter, and we're going to extend it and add a new function to it. So this function is going to capitalize a string. So we're going to call it capitalize. And now we can return the logic that would go into capitalizing a string. So if we have a string value here, we're going to be able to take the value itself by calling this. So this here is just going to be referring to the string that we're calling capitalize on. So this will be called, when we use the capitalize method, it will be called with some string like this, and then we can call dot capitalize. So this is essentially how it will look when we call this as an example, and the this variable is actually going to be referring to this string here. So we can take the string that's passed in and get the first letter in it. So using I or using 0 there is essentially just going to get us the first letter in the index there, and then we can call to uppercase, and then after that we can take the string again, so that this value, and create a substring on it. And with the substring, you just give it the starting position. So we're going to start at position 1 because we want to skip the first value in the string, because it's already going to be added right here as the capitalized letter, and then basically we're going to take the rest of the string as a substring and join that to that capitalized first letter. And this is also going to be to lowercase, we can call on it, although it will most likely already be lowercase, but this will, by calling to lowercase here, and actually that needs to be called within that bracket. By calling to lowercase here, that is also going to make this capitalized function work for something like, for some type of string like this. If it was a string like this and we called capitalize on it, then it would actually make all of these lowercase and keep that first one uppercase. So it makes it a little bit more useful, in my opinion. But that's it for that. I'll remove those examples, and now we can call capitalize on the answer here and just call capitalize. And we will need to also just import that package. So if you save that, you can see now the value is capitalized, and if you click through, they all are capitalized and just the first letter is capitalized there, which is what we want. And as I said before, if we were to add another value here, or if we were to make this all capitalized, you can see even if we go through, it just came up, but the yes value is as we would expect it, is capitalized. This is kind of a very simple example of how you can extend a class in Flutter, but it is nice in illustrating basically any class that you want to extend. You can add new methods to and then use this as a reference back to that class that you are extending on. So one thing to note, if you completely rerun the app here, you're going to see an error now about an invalid value, basically that the index is out of range. And the reason for this is because our answer variable right here is actually just an empty string. So when we call capitalize on it, it's going to try and get that first value and make it an uppercase value. So there's a few ways we can fix this. We could fix it right within here and just return the string if the value is an empty string. So if this equals an empty string, then we're just going to return this. And then if it's not, then we'll return the capitalized version of it. You can see now the error went away, but we do actually get this showing still when we don't have an answer. So we can also add a quick if statement here, and we can check if the answer is equal to an empty string. And if that is the case, then we're not going to set this. So actually, let's use not equal here. And we will return this if the answer is not equal to an empty string, which means it's actually going to have an answer. And if it is equal to an empty string, then we're just going to return a container. So now that whole block goes away, but if we click this, now that we have an answer, it will show. In this video, I'm going to show you how to add some more features to your text field. So these are going to include hiding the keyboard when you touch outside the text field, disabling the button until the text field has some content in it, making the text field have multi-lines of text, and then also adding a controller to the form field so we can extract the text that's entered and use it elsewhere in the app. All right, let's get started. So currently when we hit the ask button here, we get our answer printing out, but we don't actually have a way to get the question here. This video, we're going to cover how to enter a question and then also reuse that question down below. The first step to this is going to be updating our form field here. So find where we define that, which is in the build questions form widget. And you can see we have our text field right here. We're going to add a few new properties to this text field. Firstly, we're going to set the max lines to null. And what this is going to do is allow for multiple lines in the text field. Next, we're going to set the keyboard type to be an input type of multi-line. And the reason we're doing this is so someone can enter a bit of a longer question here. It'll just allow them to type more than just the one line, and it'll actually go down to the next line. Now we can add our controller here, and we're going to just call this the question controller. And now we're going to need to define this controller. So up at the top of our home view state here, we can define the controller, and it'll be a text editing controller. This controller is what's going to allow us to get the value of the text field and display it down below after the button is clicked. So right now, in its simplest form, we can take this controller and down below where we're calling question and answer, which is this block of text down here, you can see it says should I, and then we just have this placeholder of these number signs here. So instead we can go ahead and use that controller, and we can call the text value on it. Now if you save this, it won't quite have anything there, but as you type a question in and hit ask, it will now populate that down below with the question and the new answer. There is one more quick thing that we're going to want to do with this text field here, and it's really actually more noticeable when you use the actual keyboard. So if you use the keyboard here, because we made this a multi-line text, the default here is going to be a return button, which is going to allow you to return to the next line, but really we only want that to happen if someone is typing out something that's longer. We don't really want them to be adding enters in themselves. So we would prefer this to say done, because right now there's no way to actually close out this keyboard. So we're going to do two things. We're going to set this button to be the done button to hide the keyboard, and then we're also going to make it so you can click anywhere here to hide the keyboard. To change this return button to a done button is actually pretty easy. All we need to set is the text input action, and we're going to set it to the text input action of done. So if you reload that, you'll see now this is the done button and we can hide the keyboard. We can also get this keyboard to hide by clicking anywhere outside of the text fields by actually adding a gesture detector to this whole page. So we're going to do that by going up to the body here, and we're going to wrap this scaffold in a new widget. And the widget we're going to be wrapping it in is a gesture detector. And then this gesture detector takes an onTapped method as well as a child. And the onTapped here, we're just going to set as a one-liner the focus manager instance. And then we're going to be looking at the primary focus, because currently this form field here is focused. So when this is focused, and we're going to check because it might not be focused, but if it is focused, then we're going to just call unfocus on that. And if you save this, now you can see if you click on the form field, it's focused. Now we have the gesture detector everywhere else on the page, so if you click anywhere outside of the form field, it will unfocus that field and go ahead and hide the keyboard for you. I think having both of these is nice, because some people might want to click the done button, but it's probably more natural to actually just click outside, but that might come down to personal preference. The last thing we're going to do in this video is set this ask button to be disabled until there's actually text in the form field. So currently if you click ask, it will print out this stuff down here, which doesn't really make sense because there was no actual question asked. And later, when we're actually going to be counting people's questions, we want to make sure they're not wasting a question, or a decision rather, on a blank question. So we're going to do this by creating a new variable, and this is just going to be a bool, and we'll just call this ask button or btn active. And by default, we will set this to false, because when the page initially loads, we won't have any text in this form field. So now that we have that variable defined, we want to go ahead and set that to true if there is any text. So within our text field here, we can use the onChanged function, and this will take a value here, and that value will be the value of the text field. And then we can just call setState anytime this value is changed, and we can set that new variable that we just defined to equal true if, and this is going to be a bit of a shorthand here, so if the value, which is the value of the text field, if the length of it is greater than or equal to 1, if this condition here is true, this is the shorthand if, then we want to set this variable here to true, and if not, then we want to set it to false. So now this should be getting set to true when the value here has a value. The last thing we need to do is actually disable this button if the value is false. So we're going to actually extract this set state here into a new function, and we'll put this all the way down at the bottom, and these are going to be our void functions. So this is going to be a void function here. So the void functions here are going to be the functions that do some action but aren't actually returning any widgets. So let's call this new function answer question, because it will be what is answering the question. And for now, we're going to simply copy this set state that we had in the button click and put it right here. So now we can just replace this set state with the function answer question, And if you save it, nothing really changes at this point. But what we can do now is also write another shorthand if on this onPressed here. And we can actually make this onPressed a one-liner. So we can check if that ask button active is equal to true. And if that condition is true, then we are going to actually call this function here. And if it's not true, then we'll just use null. And what using null in this case will do is deactivate the button. We will need a comma after this instead of a semicolon because of the way we wrote this as a one-liner. But if you save this now, you'll see the button is now inactive. And then as soon as we click in here and type one character, the button becomes active. If you want to add different validation here, for instance, you want the question to be 3 characters long, or maybe you're working on a form field where you need some other longer string, you can see this now doesn't work until it's 3 characters long. So now our form is set up and validating the ask button and essentially working how we're going to want it. The next thing we can do is actually start taking this information and modeling it into a question answer object and actually saving that up to Firebase. In this video, we're going to connect to Cloud Firestore, and we're going to use Cloud Firestore to store our users' data about their questions. So anytime a user asks a question, we're going to store that in Firestore. And the reason we're going to do this is because we want to also have a list of past questions so user can go back and see their past questions. So to do that, we are going to need to store those questions somewhere. And by the end of this video, you'll actually be able to ask the question in the app and it will send to Firebase and save it. Let's get started. So we're going to start by adding the Cloud Firestore package in pubspec.yaml. And we're going to be using version 2.2.2, which is the current version as of the time of recording this video. Once that package is installed, we also need to go over into the Firebase console and click on Firestore database, and we do just need to create the database here. So we're going to start in test mode, which is going to allow read and write of anything for up to this timestamp here. You will want to add security rules before you put this on production, but depending on how your app is set up, the security rules will vary. And I do have a video on the channel describing how to set up the security rules if you wanted to check that out. Now it's just asking you for a location, so just choose the location that is closest to you and click enable. Once that loads up, you'll see we now have an empty Cloud Firestore database. And since we added that package to Flutter, we can actually start adding data to the database. The way we're going to structure the data is all going to be based on the user's ID. So in the past videos, we set up this anonymous account when a user opens up the app for the first time. So we do have a user ID down here. If you did set up your app with different types of authentication, but you are using Firebase authentication, you'll still have this user ID. Same way, even if it's a login with Google or login with email and password, you'll still have that unique user ID. So with our database setup, we're going to have a users collection, and then we're going to have a document with the name being this user ID. And then within that, we are going to have another collection of all the questions, and we'll also later be able to put some more profile data on that user's document directly. So currently right now, when you enter a question here and click the ask button, we're going to be getting the answer and setting the state of that answer. And that's going to happen in this answer question void function down here. And you can see where this is called. It is just called on the on pressed of the button. So we're going to be putting the logic within this void function of actually saving that question and answer to Firebase. So I'll put a comment here, and just this will be where we save to the database, but we want to actually model out this data first. So we're going to create a new model for a question, and it's going to contain the question, the answer, and the time of this question being asked. So in our models directory over here, we're going to add a new file, and it will be a Dart file, and this is going to be called question. And now we'll create a class called question and model out that data that we want to actually set to Firebase. So we're going to have those three values. The question, the answer, and we're going to also have the date time, which is going to be created at, or we'll just call it created. And now we need to initialize the question, and we're not going to require any of these three parameters to actually exist, so we can just initialize the question by calling question here. And since we have null safety on, we are going to actually have to add a question mark to the end of these types here, because we are going to allow these to be null. Now, when we upload a question to Firebase, we need it in the format of a map, which is going to essentially just be the key value pair that we want to upload to Firebase. So we can create that function real quick right now, and this is going to be returning a map, which is going to have a string key, and the value will be dynamic. And the reason for that is because these types up here are all different, and we're just going to call this to JSON. And then all we need to do here is actually just set each one of these parameters as a string. So we're going to have the question, and that is going to map to the question. Then we'll have the answer, which maps to the answer. And finally, we'll have the created, which maps to the created. I'm actually going to change question here to query. And that looks good. So now we basically will be able to call toJSON on any question object, and all it's going to do is return the data formatted like this, which is the exact format that we need to send to Firebase. So now that that's set up, we can go back to our home view and use this question to create a question object that will be used to send to Firebase once this ask button is clicked. At the very top of this state here, we are going to want to define a question, and we will just call it the question and then initialize a question here. And now we can use this question object and set its query and answer values based on the input and the answer that we're generating. So down in this answer question here, we can update this question query, and it's going to actually equal the questions controller text. So if you find where we're using this questions controller text, which is right up here where we're displaying it, we can actually go ahead and also replace that with the question objects query. And then we can also update the questions answer here. And the answer is simply going to equal the answer that we are already setting up there. And lastly, we can set the question created, and that's going to just equal the current date time, which we can call with datetime.now. So now our question object is going to have the three parameters set on it, so we can now use that object and actually save to the database. I'm just going to delete that comment for now. So the first thing we need is a Firebase instance, and this is going to be an asynchronous call, so we will need to await it, which also means we need to make this an asynchronous function. So we're looking for that Firebase Firestore instance, and once we have that, we can call collection on it. And we're going to be creating this new collection called users. And then we want to create a document on the users collection with that user ID. So if you look how we are displaying that user ID right up here, we're just using our auth service and calling the current user's UID. So we can just drop that right in here. And I'm going to break this into a few lines here so it's a little bit easier to read. But after that document, we're going to create another collection. And this collection is now going to be for the question, so we'll call it questions. And then finally, we're going to add that question object to this new collection. So it is going to be that question object that we created, and we already set all the parameters for it there. And now we will call toJSON on that. So the reason we're calling this toJSON, oh, and it looks like I lost the question variable there. So the reason we're calling that toJSON on it again is just so that we can get the question formatted like this. If you aren't fully understanding this, basically what this is doing, it would be the same thing as if we wrote it. It would be the same thing as if we wrote this right here, and if we replaced query here with actually this part, this text, you know, if we changed it like this, it would achieve the same thing, but having it as an object makes it a little bit easier, in my opinion, to read and easier to work with, because we can always just grab that question parameter whenever we need it. But now that this is set up, if we rerun the app and we try asking a question, should I go to Firebase? And the answer is yes, so that's a good sign, although as you know, this is just randomized. So let's see if it actually worked and went to Firebase. And it looks like it did not. All right, so that didn't work, but I actually restarted my Android Studio. Sometimes when you add a new package, like we did with this for Cloud Firestore, there's sometimes issues that I've noticed with Android Studio actually compiling that correctly, so sometimes I need to completely shut it down and restart it. So let's test out and see if this works now. And if we come over to Firebase, you'll see it did in fact work, so it was just an issue with my Android Studio. So if you have the same thing, consider restarting Android Studio, but you can see the question is here. And this is the document ID. It's actually just a random string here, which then has all three fields which we added in. So this is working great. One thing that you might notice is the question is still displayed up here. So we can quickly remove that just by setting the question controller text equal to an empty string. So after this call is made, we're just going to set this equal to an empty string, and that is good. Another thing you might notice is there's kind of a space after this question mark. So if you come up here and just remove that space, that should fix that. Now, if we rerun and type in a new question and hit ask, you'll see it does clear us out there, and this is now formatted correctly. And our new question is also going to be right here in Firestore. In this video, we're going to set up the list of past questions, and we're simply going to do this by listing out all the questions and answers and the date that they were asked for each user. So let's get started. In the last video, we set up Cloud Firestore to save our questions and answers. And in this video, we're going to display the history of questions and answers in a list view, which is going to be a completely different page, which will be accessible by this icon up here. So let's first start and create that new view, which we're going to name the history view. And this is going to be a stateful widget. And of course, we will need to import material. For the view state here, instead of returning a container, we're going to return a scaffold. And within the scaffold, we'll set the app bar's title to be the text of past decisions. Then for the body, which we are going to want to use a safe area, we can for now just keep a container for the child. Now let's link from the home page to our history view so we can see that this is working correctly. So back in the home page, you're going to want to find the actions where we have our action for the icon of history. And right now the on tapped is simply blank, so we're just going to add a call to navigator push, and we'll push that material page route, and the builder here is going to be the history view. And we will need to give this the context here. So if you refresh your app and click on the history view icon, you can see it says past decisions as we would expect, and you can go back and forth between this page. Pretty simple stuff here, but that is linked up now. So back in the history view, we need to actually get the data from Firestore to create this list here. So the first thing we can do is define a list in our history view state. And it will be a list of, we can just do a generic object list right now. And we'll call this the history list. Now that we have this history list, we can create a function that is actually going to fill it with some data from Firestore. So let's create a function down here, and it's actually going to be returning a future since we are going to be getting that data from Firebase. And we'll call this get users questions list, I suppose. So right here, we're going to want to make that call to Firebase, make sure that this is asynchronous as well. And now we can define the user's UID, which again, I've discussed in past videos, which is being displayed right down here, which is just the Firebase auth user ID. And if you remember correctly, the database is set up to have this user collection, and then the UID is the document, and then this document contains this specific user's all their data. So anyway, we need to get that UID right here so we can define that as a final. And right now we can get that UID by calling our auth service. And then we can just call current user and UID. And remember that this is null safety, so we do need to make sure that that question mark is there because potentially the current user could be null. Now that we have the UID, we can actually make the call to get all of this user's questions, and we'll set that as a variable called data, and that's going to be the asynchronous call to Firebase. So we need to get a Firebase instance, and then we'll get our collection, which is the user's collection. And then we'll look for the document of that user's ID. And then within that, there's going to be the collection for the questions, and it's called questions. And with these questions, we want to order them by the date that they were asked. So currently they're just going to be ordered randomly by, I believe it's just alphabetical, by the ID of the document, but since this is random, these are going to kind of get out of order. So we can add a order clause here to order them by the date. And the fields we want to use is going to be this created field. And we're going to want to make that descending true so that the most recent one is at the top of the list. And after calling the order there, all we need to do is call get, and this will get us the snapshot of that data. So we're going to have that data as this data variable here. And once we have that, we can go ahead and set the state of our history list. And we're going to set that equal to a list here. And it's going to be a list, and we're going to cast it from this data. And we're going to take this data, which is a query snapshot, and we want to get the documents from this query snapshot. So we can call docs on it. And then once we do that, we're going to actually map each one of these documents into an actual question object. So we don't actually quite have that set up in our question object yet. So if you go into the models, the question right here, this is what we ultimately want the data to be formatted as. So we're going to pull each of these two questions from Firebase and create a question object with that data. You can add a quick helper function here that is going to convert the query snapshot data to an actual question object. Similar to what we're doing here, it's just going to be the reverse order. So this one we're going to be creating a question from a query snapshot. So we're going to call this from snapshot. This is going to take a parameter which will be that snapshot. So this will represent the document from Firebase. And this is a bit of a shorthand way to write it, but we're going to just define each of these variables now. So the query is going to equal the snapshot's data query parameter. So if we call data here, and then the data will be essentially looking like this now, and we're going to want that query parameter there. We're going to do a similar thing for the answer. And lastly, the created. Since the created is a date time, we do need to actually convert that to a date object here. So don't forget to do that, or else this will error. But now that we have this from snapshot, we can create a question from a snapshot by passing it a document snapshot. So if we go back into our history view, right here we have all these documents. So we want to go through each of the documents that we have. And in this case, we currently have 2. And we want to create a question for each of those documents. So the quickest way to do this is actually to use map. And map is going to go through each of the items in this that we're calling map on. So it's going to go through each of the documents and allow us to perform a function on each of those documents. So each of those documents will be represented by this doc here, and you can name that whatever you want. It's kind of just a placeholder variable. And then you can say what you want to perform on each of those documents. So we want to create the question from the snapshot, and then we're going to need to pass it that snapshot. So it's going to be that document there. The question is going to need to be imported, that package, but once that's done, you can add that semicolon, and now we should have our history list as a list of questions. So the last thing to do now is actually to display this list in a list view builder. So up here where we have this container, we're going to replace this now with a list view builder. And the item count of this is going to be just the count of our history list. So we can just call length on that. And then we're going to have our item builder. And this will have the context here as well as an index. So the builder, we're going to actually want to build out a card that has the question and the answer. But for right now, just to make sure that our list is populating with 2 values, let's just return the index here as a text value. And then if this, once this is working, we will build out that card. So if you save this and look, there's actually nothing loaded, and that's because we're never calling this get user question list, which means we're never setting the history list to anything. So we're going to set this in the did change dependencies override. So right above the build method, we can override the did change dependencies and simply call this get user question list. Since we're calling this in did change dependencies, it is going to unwrap that future essentially, and once the future returns, it's going to set the state of this history list. So this is kind of a nice way to get data that is returned from a future without having to use a future builder. But if you save this now, and we will need to go back to the main page and then enter here, you'll see we now have 0, 1, which is expected because we have 2 items in our list here that are being displayed. So now we need to build the card actually that we're going to display this data in. And we can create that actually as a new file. So in our views, let's create a new package, and we're just going to call this the helpers. And now we'll create a new Dart file, and this will be the question card. This one will be a state list widget, and it's going to be called the question card. And we will have to import material there. Now this state list widget for the question is going to take a parameter, which is going to be a question, and we'll just call this the question. We will need to import the question package as well so that we have access to the question model. Now we need to create a quick initializer for this, so question card is going to be initialized with a question. And now within the build method here, we'll keep this container, and the child element of it, we will make a card. So within this card, we want to just display the question and the answer and the date it was asked. Let me actually write this all out, and then I'll just go over it because I think it is kind of pretty basic, so no need to type it all out here. Alright, so this is all we need. We have a column with 2 rows. This first row has a little bit of padding, and then it just has should I with the question, and we'll actually add a question mark there as well. This is essentially what we're doing on the home page when we're asking the question down in this area. And then we have another row which is going to give the answer to the question as text, and it's going to be formatted a little bit bolder, so it'll be a little bit of a bolder font there. Again, that's pretty similar to what we're doing on the home page for the question that's asked down below. Lastly, we're going to have a bit of space, and then we're going to have the date that the question was asked, and we're formatting the date here with this date formatter. And all you have to do to use this is to pass in the date that you want formatted, which is the created date from our question object. Another thing to know is we are making use of that capitalize extension that we created a few videos back, so that is nice as well. But now we can use this question card here in our history view list builder. So back in the history view, instead of returning this text here, we can now return a question card, and the question card is going to need to be import, and then the question card does have that one parameter which is a question, so we can get that question by getting the history list index, which since the history list is all questions, we can pass that index in, and then we're just going to need to typecast this as a question, I believe. And if we save this, you'll see we now have a simple list view here where we get the question and we get the answer. If we go back and ask a new question, which can be just anything, and hit ask, it's going to answer our question there, put it in Firebase, and if we go to our history view, you'll see we do get that test question right up at the top. In this video, we're going to configure provider so that we can have our user authenticated in main.dart and then basically be able to use that throughout the app. That's just going to be one example. We're going to use provider for multiple areas in the app as well, but this video is just going to be covering how to actually set up provider. So to begin, we're going to open up the terminal and type Flutter pub add provider. This is going to add the provider package for us. And then we can go to pubspec.yaml, and you will see we now have provider 5.0.0, and let's just run a pub get after doing that. So now we should have provider, and the configuration for this is actually going to happen in our main.dart. So let's close out all these files and open up our main.dart here. And right here within our main call, we have the run app. And we're going to modify this run app to actually be wrapped in a multi-provider. The reason we're going to use a multi-provider is so that we can have multiple different providers. In this example, I'm only going to be setting up one, which is going to be for the auth service we created. But in the future, we're going to actually use this provider for our AdMob service. So it's good to just use the multi-provider, in my opinion, when you start out, because most likely you will want multiple different providers. So in run app here, instead of calling my app directly, we're going to comment that out for now, and we'll call multi-provider. And multi-provider takes a list of providers. So we can create a new list here and pass it any list of providers. So we're going to give it a provider with the value of the auth service. And this auth service was created in a past video, which I'll also link here. But if you go into the services, you can see real quick, it's pretty simple, but it does give us access to that current user. So with this provider, we'll have access to the auth service as a whole. After that, we're going to define the child element here, and that's where we are going to place my app. We can remove that comment now. I'm actually going to change my app here to be called the Decider app. And we can do that with a quick refactor and rename, and then we're going to call this the Decider app. That's not 100% necessary to do, but I prefer the name to actually match the name of the app we're working on. So now that the provider is set up, we can actually begin to use it. So currently on the main.dart, there's actually no calls to the auth service, but if we go into our home view and search for the auth service, you can see we're creating a new instance of this auth service and then getting the current user. So this is okay, and within the context of this app and this example, this is actually a pretty simple example, so it's not necessarily something you need provider for, but it will demonstrate how you can use it. So instead of calling auth service like this, we can instead call it through the provider, and we can do this by calling the context, which is going to be aware of the entire widget tree, and take the context and then call read on it. And we're going to be wanting to read that auth service. So this is actually the provider that we have. And then we would call current user UID. So to use the read context, we are going to have to import the provider package. So be sure to add that up at the top. But if you rerun the app, you can see we do get that current user through the provider now. So the benefit here is that we aren't creating a new instance of auth service. It is going to be that same instance of auth service. This is useful, especially if the auth service was more complex. Anyway, we can use this now and replace the other instances of our auth service. So we're using it down here, and we can go ahead and update that. And only those two instances were being used. We also have one instance in the history view where we use the auth service to get the current user's ID. And actually this UID variable here isn't even quite needed. We can kind of just move all of this into where we're calling that and just remove that variable completely. We will need to import provider as well in our history view. So we can copy that package over into there. So if you rerun the app, everything should work as it did, but now we have provider set up, and we'll be able to use that for this auth service and get an instance of this auth service anywhere in our app, as well as now we're set up with provider. So we can start adding new providers, which will become very useful later when we actually set up AdMob integration. In this video, we're going to set up the user's account, and we're going to create an actual account object so that we can start storing information about the user. Some of that information is going to include their total bank of decisions, so how many decisions they actually have left. Then we're also going to store when they're going to get their next free decision. So on the free plan, we are going to have a 3-hour delay between the next free decision. We'll set up that time and hold it on their account. We can also use this account to store other things like if they're a premium user or if they have the unlimited subscription. So let's get started setting up the accounts. So you can see in our demo app here, we have no actual value here. This is a value we're going to want to save in Firebase and then be able to update based on questions asked or later in-app purchases purchased can increase that number. So to start, we're actually going to create a new model, and this is going to be called the account model. And this is going to be called the account, and we'll just create this class. And this is going to have a few parameters. Firstly, we're going to have the string parameter for the UID. Then we'll have an int, which is going to be the bank, is what we'll call it. And the bank is going to represent the amount of decisions a person has in their quote unquote bank, their decision bank. And we're not going to require either of these, so we will add a question mark there. And then we will call the account on this to initialize it, which essentially that is it. Similar to what we built in the question model, we have the toJSON and from snapshot functions, which we use to both update and get data from Firebase. We'll do a similar thing here. Obviously, we'll just change this to bank, and the UID is actually not going to be updated explicitly, but we will use this property to store the user's ID on their account. That will just make it easier, so we don't need to keep calling current user. We can actually just link it to the account object that we're going to be using and then just get their user ID from that. Let's modify some of this as well from snapshot, and we'll just update the bank here. So this is set for now, and we should be able to update the bank and also get it from the snapshot. So now we have the account. So this account model is a little bit different than how our question model is set up in terms of where it's getting its data from Firebase. So if we look in Firebase here, we have our users collection, and then we have our individual user here. And for the questions model, we are putting each individual question as a document in the collection for questions. And you can see the fields within this document map directly to the fields that we have in our question model. Now our account one is going to be a little bit different in that it's really just going to be the fields that are on our user's document. So we have our user document right here, and the account fields are actually going to go right here and be directly on this document for that user's account. Really, the naming of it, calling it an account, makes sense within the code, but all the data is going to be stored right here on this document. So now that we have our account model here, we want to actually set the user account to have a default bank value of 3 when that user is created. So we actually can do this over in our service auth service. And we're going to create a new function here called Initialize Account. And the first thing we're going to do here is get that document, which is going to be actually a type document reference. And for this, we will need to include Firebase Firestore. So as I was saying before, this document here of the user is the one that we're going to get here. So we're going to need a Firebase Firestore instance, and then we can call collection of users. And from that, we are going to get the document, which is going to be the current user's UID. We will need to remember to add that question mark there. So now we'll have a reference to that document, and we can now call get on that document to actually get the document. So this line up here is just going to get us the reference to the document, and then this will actually get us the document, and then we can call a then on this. And once we have the document, this value here is going to be the document snapshot. And I will convert this to a block. And then within this block, we first want to check that the document snapshot exists, which it should. And then once it exists, we want to set this document data, which the data we're going to set in this is that bank. And we're going to set that equal to 3. So this is going to be the default bank value. So this initialize account, anytime it is called, is going to update this document for the user to set their bank equal to 3. So we want to make sure we're only calling this when we create a new user. And luckily up here in our get or create user, we already have that logic set up. So only within this if block here, we are going to create a user here anonymously, and then after we create the user, we can initialize their account with that 3 in the bank. So if we save this and rerun our app, you're going to notice nothing actually gets updated into Firebase, and that's because this user's account already exists. So what I'm going to do is actually just delete this collection. We did delete all that user's data. However, we didn't delete the user itself. So we need to go into Firebase Authentication and delete the user for this account. And now we no longer have the Firebase user, so when we run this now, it's going to recreate that user because we no longer will have a current user. So after rerunning the app, we should get that user created again. So if we check on Firebase here, we actually do not have that new user yet. So if you'll notice the user is still being read as the one that we just deleted. If we go to the device up here and erase all content and settings, we can clear out all of the stored information on this device, which currently for that app, it is saving the user as that current user. And this is something that Firebase does for you automatically. It will keep track of the device and the user, which is pretty nice actually, and it helps with offline mode and things like that. But when you're trying to do what we're trying to do right now, it actually interferes a little bit because we did delete that user from Firebase, but it wasn't deleted entirely yet in the app. I think over time that local cache of the user would expire and then it would actually be gone. But since we're trying to do this all at one go here, it was still available on the device. So now you can see when the app loaded up, we have a new user ID down here. And if we go into Firebase, you can see we will have a new user created. And then we're also going to be able to look in Cloud Firestore and see that our new user has the default bank value of 3. So that's going to be it for this video. We now have our account modeled out, and then we also have our account initialized with that initial bank value of 3. In the next video, I'll show you how to hold this value and display it using a StreamBuilder. In this video, we're going to set up a StreamBuilder to actually listen for changes to our Firebase user. So for instance, if the user buys an in-app purchase and gets more decisions, the decisions are going to update immediately because the stream is always going to be listening for those changes. Let's get started. So in the last video, we set up our account model here, which is going to store the bank for the user. And in my current user right now, the bank is set to 3, which is our default that we initialize the app with. And we want to display that 3 up here. So we can open up our home view now. And we're going to require an account to be passed into the home view when we create a new instance of the home view. So we'll define this as a final account, and we'll call it the account. And then we are going to need to initialize the home view with that account. We're going to make sure that this is a required parameter. So let me write this out. All right, so at this point, our account will be required on the home view. And we can simply now go to where our decision is right here. We can use the bank on the account here. So if we do the account, which is actually going to need to be prefaced by widget, and then we can just call the bank on it, and it's going to display that account balance now. So now we need to get this account passed into the home view, and we're going to use the StreamBuilder for that. So if you go to main.dart, you're going to see we now have an error on the home view because we don't have an account being passed into it. The reason we're going to use a StreamBuilder here is because the account information is stored in Firebase, and we're going to need to make that call to Firebase to get that account information. And since that's going to be an asynchronous call, we need to either use a future builder or a StreamBuilder. The benefit of using a StreamBuilder here is whenever any information on the user's account is changed, we're going to be listening to that change through the StreamBuilder, and it will automatically update the app. So what this means practically is that when we use the StreamBuilder, if we were to, for instance, go into Firebase here and change this value to 5 or some other number, it's going to push that change to our StreamBuilder, and then it's going to update it in the app essentially immediately. So that is actually really cool, and it's going to be helpful later when we change the value of this bank from a different page. It's going to stream it directly and update the app everywhere that that account value is referenced. So let's go ahead and set up that StreamBuilder now. We can go ahead and comment out the home view for a bit and create a StreamBuilder here. And the StreamBuilder is going to take two parameters. The first one is the stream. And the stream here is going to be that asynchronous call essentially to Firebase. So we're going to get a Firebase Firestore instance, and then we're going to call the user collection. It's users actually, the users collection. And then we're going to get the document for our current user. So we need to get the current user's ID, and in the past we set up this auth service through our provider, so we can use that auth service on the provider actually, and we'll use that via the context, and then we're going to be reading the context value of the auth service. And then we're going to call current user and UID. And lastly, we're going to need to call snapshots on this. So we're going to be getting the, oh, and I missed the closing bracket there. So we're going to be getting the snapshots for this individual document. And that's a little bit better formatted there. The second thing that the StreamBuilder takes is the builder itself. So once this stream has some data or any changes are made, we can actually unwrap the snapshot here and do something with it. So we will have access to the context as well as the snapshot. And the first thing we're going to want to do is check if this snapshot has any data. And if it does have data, then that means we have our account data, so we can actually create our account object right now. So this will be a final, and we're going to call it the account. Actually, we can set this as an account. And we'll call this the account, and we're going to be getting the account from the snapshot. We need to import the account package. But if you remember, we did create this when we created our account class. We have our from snapshot, which is at the moment just going to take that bank value and create an account based on that from a snapshot. So our account from snapshot here, and we are going to need to pass it the snapshot data. The snapshot in this case, in this context here, is actually not exactly what we want to pass into our from snapshot. We only want to pass in the data from this snapshot. So we'll pass it in like that. And this in its current state should actually be enough. But the second thing that you will notice is we also have this UID on our account here. And if we want to actually initialize our account with the UID here, we can take that as a secondary parameter here. And then we can just set the UID equal to the UID that we pass in. The value of this, which I briefly talked about in the past video, is that once we have an account object, we'll easily be able to just get the user's ID without having to go back through and get it through the current user UID. Both are essentially going to be available, but it's kind of nice to just be able to call it directly off the account. So we can take this UID parameter here and just pass that in as well down into the account object now. So that is kind of optional. I think it's easier to deal with the UID through the account, but either way will actually work. The final thing we want to do here is actually just return from our builder, and we're going to return the home view. And with our recent update, the home view now requires an account, but luckily we have that account defined right there. So we can just pass that in, and I'll delete this comment down here. All right, so we're getting an error about the key being required, and this I think is just actually a problem in the syntax here. We can just delete this whole key part here and essentially just define it by only requiring the account. So this is a little bit simpler. Definitely a cleaner way to do it, and should allow us to have this working. Now, we do need to return something out of here if the snapshot does not have data. So down below here, we can return And we can set this to be a circle progress indicator or possibly even just an empty container. But if you refresh the app now, you'll see we do get that 3 value there because the StreamBuilder is pulling our Firebase snapshot, which is our user here. It pulls the value from the bank there and creates that as an account object. And then that account object is passed into the home view. And the home view takes that account object and, as we updated in the beginning, sets that bank value right here. So one last thing I'll show you with this StreamBuilder, which is pretty cool, is how the real-time updates work. So if we were to update the bank number here from 3 to 5 and hit update, you can see the update is almost instant within our app. So this is very powerful and prevents us from having to refresh this page in any way when that value changes. So very useful stuff there, and it will work for any value that we have in our account model, really any value that we're going to be pulling from this document here, as long as we tie it into that StreamBuilder. In the last video, we set up our StreamBuilder to actually show this value here, which is related to what's in the bank on the user's account. But when we actually ask a question, it doesn't do anything and it doesn't deduct from that bank. So that's what we're going to set up right now. So we're going to do this right here in the answer question function, and this is called whenever that ask button is clicked. So currently we're updating Firebase with the question and the answer, but we're also going to now update the user's account. So we can access the account with widget.account. And we're going to just set that bank value to a -=1. So it'll just subtract 1 decision from the bank. And you can see we're actually getting an error here. And the reason for that is potentially the bank could be null. And since we have null safety on now, it is throwing that error there. We're going to actually make it so the bank value just has a default value. So in the account model over here, let's just set the default of the bank to be 0 and make this no longer be able to be null. So now this should work with the widget bank account being subtracted by 1. But that's not enough. We actually need to also make a call to Firestore to update this. So similar to what we have down here, we're going to make another call, but we're only going to be updating this document here. So we can actually just copy this whole piece here. We'll make this call below. We can do, I suppose, that whole call, and then we can do this whole stuff down here to update the document. So once we have that document, we're going to just call update on it. And the update here will take that key value pair of all our parameters, which in the account model, we actually already created that to JSON, and currently it will just have the bank in it. So to use that, we can just call widget.account.toJSON. And if you save this and now ask a question, you should notice this 3 is decreased to 2. Which, as you can see, that worked. A few things we can do now to update this. Firstly, you'll see we're using provider here to get this UID, but in our account model, we also have the UID and we are saving that UID there. So while this is fine and there's no real reason to change this, you can also use widget.account.uid and get the UID that way. And since this function also has that same access, we can do the same thing here. It's just personal preference. This is a little bit cleaner in my opinion than going through that provider, but you might not always have this option to get the UID from the object you're dealing with. So that's good there. And now when we have this decision here and we get down to our 0 decision, we don't want this to go negative. We actually want to check when this gets to 0 and then actually not allow the user to ask another question. So we're going to start setting that up right now and we'll finish it in the next video. But what we're going to do is actually start tracking when the user should receive their next question. And we'll do this every time that the user asks a question. So every time we'll just update it and say, in 8 hours from now, you can ask, in 8 hours from now, you can get your next free question. But if they already have questions, it won't matter. The timer will just update and we won't really use it. but we will always be updating it. So we're going to update our account model here to actually store that date value. So this will be a date time, and we're going to call this the next free question. And we're just going to want to add this into our Firebase getting and setting. All right, that looks good, but we will make this nullable, so add the question mark there. And that looks good. So now back in our update here, when we're updating the account, we're going to actually set that value. So set next free question, and we're going to set that equal to the datetime dot now and add a duration to it. So we can add a duration here by calling add and then duration. And for the sake of our test, I'm just going to set this equal to 5 seconds. So for right now, I'm just going to set this equal to 5 seconds. So while testing, we can get kind of a quicker new free decision. But in the production version, I'm going to be setting this to 3 hours. So basically after a user uses all their decisions, after 3 hours, they'll get 1 free new decision. But if we save this and ask another question, all right, so we are getting an error here, and the error is actually in our account model. And where we're calling next free question from snapshot, Firebase is going to return a timestamp, and we need to convert that to a date time. So this is pretty simple. We just need to add a toDate here. And we can actually add a question mark before this because not every snapshot is going to have a date time. So if it does, then we will convert it to a date. And if not, we just won't even do anything. So if we rerun the app now, you'll see that question did go through, and that means our Firebase update should have gone through. But let's go ahead and just ask one more. And you can see that goes to 0. And you can see actually our timestamp was also updated. So this time here is actually 5 seconds from when we hit that button, which is basically the current time right now. So this is good, and we are saving this data how we would like. In the next video, I'll show you how to actually hide all this stuff once we are down to 0, and actually show a countdown timer and give that next free question once the countdown has reached 0. So you can see here our user has 0 decisions left, and when that's the case, we don't want to show this form. So first, let's go ahead and hide that when there are no decisions on the user's account. We're going to create a new void function here, and this is going to be called setAppStatus. And we're going to have 2 statuses. We're either going to have the ready status or the waiting status. The ready status will be the normal app. The user will be ready to ask a question, and the waiting status will be they have no decision, so they're waiting for their free decision. We can define these 2 statuses as an Enum. So up at the very top here above our home view, we're going to just add an Enum and call it the app status. And we'll give it 2 values, which are ready and waiting. Now back down in this function here, we can just do a quick check. So we can check if the account's bank, which we get to widget account bank, if this is greater than 0, then we're going to set the app status to equal ready. We'll do this with setState, and we're going to create a new local variable called app status. And we'll set that equal to app status ready. We now need to just quickly define this app status, and we'll do that right here below the question. And this will be of type app status. And we will allow this to be null, so we'll add that question mark there. Lastly, we'll add an else here and set the state to be the app status of waiting. All right, great. And this set app status now, we're going to want to call every time the page is built. So we're going to call this right from the build method itself. So if we save that, not much changes, but we want to go find now where we're building out this form. And that is right in this build questions form. And we're going to just wrap this whole thing in an if statement. So if we shrink that whole thing down, we can just say if this app status is equal to app status ready, then we're going to show the form. When it's not ready, we will still show the last question and answer. So currently in this column, towards the end, we do have this function to show the question and answer, which is just this widget here, and it's going to show the last question and the answer that we gave to that question. So if the app is waiting, we will still return that piece of it, so we can add that in right here. And now you can see it removes that form. If we had a question that was asked before we did this, then that question and answer should show here. So actually, let me just show you that example. If we go in here, we can add one to our bank here. Now we have the form showing again because this is now in the ready state. So we ask any question and click ask, and you can see it does show us the question that we asked and the answer there, and then it zeroes that back out. So this is good. We now have our enum set up and we have an app status set up. And then we're able to also use that app status to show different parts of our app depending on if the right conditions are met. In this video, we're going to set up the countdown for the next free decision. So the way the app is going to work is a user will have a set of decisions when they start, and once they use all of those decisions by asking questions to the app, they're going to end up with no more decisions. And at that point, we're going to count down from any amount of time. We're going to use 3 hours, but in testing, we'll use a shorter amount of time, and we'll count down until they get a new free decision. So after that time has elapsed, they'll get a new free decision in their account. So this way, the free account, they can continue to use the app without having to pay for an in-app purchase. It'll just be a more delayed, less good user experience. So let's get started. So when our user has no decisions left, we are setting when they should get their next free question, but we aren't actually showing them any sort of countdown or actually even giving them the next free question. So that's what we're going to do right now. The first thing we're going to do is create a new widget here, and we're going to call this the next free countdown. And this will return a column. And first we'll have a text area, and this is just going to say, you will get your next free decision in. And then below that, we're going to actually have a countdown of the time. So first, let's add this into our build widget. So we want this right below the decisions left. So if we go up here, we can find where decisions left are and then add this in. So that looks good there. Before we even show anything here, we want to make sure we're only showing this when the user is in this state. So we can check to see the status of our app, which is app status, and we can see if that is equal to app status of waiting. And if it is, then we are going to return this countdown here. If it's not, we can just return an empty container. So to get this actual countdown showing, we're going to use this package called timer countdown. And what this is going to allow us to do is pass in a large number, and then it will just count down from that number. So there's a bit of an example here, but let's just go ahead and install it. So we want the version 2.2.0. And if we open up our pubspec.yaml, we can add that in and then save and run pub-get. Now that we have that package, we can actually use it with the countdown widget now. And this is going to take a few elements here. So firstly, it's going to ask for the number of seconds to count down from, and then it's going to take a build. So the number of seconds here, we can set this first, and we're going to create a new variable, and we'll call this the time till next free. We can't pass directly the widget account time till next free because that is formatted as a date time. So we actually need to format this into seconds, and we can do that on the page load here. So firstly, let's create a new int here, and it will be that time till next free variable, and we'll default that to 0. Then we're going to create an init state here, and within this we're going to actually set this time till next free, and we're going to set it equal to the widget account, and then get that next free question timestamp, which this is a date time right now. And if that exists, then we're going to get the difference between that and the current time. And then that difference we will convert to seconds. And if this doesn't return anything, then we are going to just return 0. And we don't actually need this question mark here. So now we have this time till next free. That should be set properly now. The next thing is this build here, and this is going to take a context as well as a time. The time will be a double, and the context will be a build context. And this time as a double, we can just return that, and we will format that in a bit because it isn't going to be looking exactly how we want it to. The next parameter here is the interval, which we can set, and this takes a duration. So we can give it a duration of hours, minutes, seconds, but we're going to set the duration to 1 second, so it will count down 1 second at a time. This here actually needs to be a widget, so we're going to wrap this in text, and then we will give the time. So that should work. The last thing we can do here is set the on finished. So this is going to be called once the timer has gone down to 0. And in this case, we're going to just call a set state for now, and we're going to zero out that time till next free, because even though the timer will be counting down, it's not actually going to set the state of that to anything unless we reinitialize the app. And then lastly, we are going to set that app state, and we're going to set it equal to ready. So you can see up here it was waiting, but now we will be in a ready state. So if you rerun this, you'll see we actually have a negative value here. And the reason for that is our time till next free decision has already passed. So let me update that to a time in the future. So I just updated that to a time a few minutes from now, and you can see the timer is now counting down. There are a few things that we do want to be aware of. The countdown isn't always by default started, so we do want to make sure it is going to start by default. And we can do that with a controller. So we're going to create a countdown controller. You might not be thinking this is necessary because it is counting down right here in the simulator, but I found that on the actual devices, it doesn't count down immediately, but then sometimes it was. So it seemed, I don't know, it seemed a bit inconsistent with this package, but I found this way to always get the countdown to start. So we need to define this controller up above, and this will just be a countdown controller. So now that that's defined like that, once we get into this function that we're creating, the next free countdown, we can set the controller to start. And that, I found, solves this problem. You can use this countdown in multiple different ways and have buttons that stop it, pause it, and do things like that, which if you do use that, then that's where the controller is actually going to be super useful. But for here, this is all we need it for. The next thing you'll notice is the way that this is formatted. It's just seconds, but we really want to format this in a readable timestamp and then count down through that. To actually get our numbers formatted, we want it to be 2 digits for the hour, and then 2 digits for the minute, and 2 digits for the second. We can use a formatter, which we can define right here, and we're just going to define that as F for formatter. And this will just be a number format, and we can set it to the 2 zeros because that is what we want. We want 2 decimal places for each. And then this is just going to be in English for the US. And that second parameter is just telling us what this number formats language is. And we will have to import the intl package to be able to use this number format. But now that we have that format set up, we can now take this value here and split it into its 3 components, hour, minute, seconds. And so I increased it, so now we'll have some hours, minutes, and seconds. The text here where we have the time, let me actually just copy over this new formatted one and I'll explain it because it is just a little confusing. So that is updated and this looks good, but let me run through this real quick for you. So you can see it's 3 different columns, or you can see it's 3 different elements of time here. And we're doing that with just these 3 elements within this string. So it's 3 different variables that we're setting, each with a colon in between. So we're really taking this time element here and we're manipulating it 3 different times. The first time we're dividing it by 3600, which is going to get us the hours. And using the division like this, it's going to only get us the solid hours. So if it was like 4.2 hours, this is just going to return 4. And then since we're using the format here, the f.format format here, it is applying this double-digit format to it. So that's why you see 04 here. And then as you go down, it is a little bit different, but the similar concept. This time we're going to take the time and mod it by 3600. So this right here is going to actually kind of give us the leftover piece, whereas this was going to take, in the example, if it was like 4.2, this one is only going to take the 4, this one is only going to take the 0.2, and then we're going to take that 0.2, and again, this is going to be in just seconds though. So that amount of seconds that would be left, then we're going to divide it by 60, which this part here is like what we did over there, where we'll just get those amounts of minutes. And lastly, this one here, when we mod it by 60, it's going to remove everything except those final seconds between 0 and 60. So that formatter looks good and this countdown looks good. So the only thing we need to do now is see if it actually works. So let me set this timer to be much closer in time. Alright, so we now have about 10 seconds left, and once this countdown ends, we're going to expect this on finish to get hit, and then update the app status to that ready status, which then should show us the ability to ask a new question. However, because we did not also increase the decisions left, the app status is going to then immediately get set back to 0 because we have no decisions. So to fix this, we just need to increase the decisions now by 1. So we're going to create a function that is going to increase the decision by 1 as long as this next free time is 0 and the bank is 0 as well. So we're going to want to call that here on the onFinished, but we're also going to call it when we initialize the app, because if you can imagine someone sees 3 hours left and they leave the app, when they come back to the app, we want to first check if they should get a free decision because the countdown is up. And if that's the case, we'll just give them the free decision immediately. So keeping that in mind, we're going to create this function to work for both ways. And to do that, which we're going to call getFreeDecision, to do that, we're going to take in the current balance, so the current bank. And then we're also going to take in the time until next free. And with this now we can do a check. So we want to, basically when we call this, we still want to check if we should give the free decision. And the conditions when we would give this is if the current bank is less than or equal to 0. Typically it would never be less than, but if it is, we would give a free decision. And we want to see if this time next free value, which will be in the format of seconds, is also less than or equal to 0, which means it's time for them to get a free decision. And if that's the case, we're going to make a call to Firebase. So we need a Firebase instance here, and then we're going to call the collection of our users, and then we're going to get the document. And now we need the user's ID, which is accessible through the account, or you could go through provider. And then finally, we're going to update the bank here. And since we know that the user's current bank is 0, we're just going to update this to a 1, we're not going to increase it by 1, we're just going to update the bank to 1. So we'll set that bank value and we'll set it equal to 1. And that is it for that. Now we need to call this get free decision when the onFinished is done. So we'll call get free decision. The current bank is going to be the widget here of the account.bank, and the time till next free. In this case, it's going to be 0. You want to be sure not to actually use this variable at this point because we didn't zero it out yet. So at this point, if you passed in this variable up here, it would still be whatever it was up here, and it would not actually give them the free decision. But let's take this as well and go up to our initializer and also call it from there. So if we paste that in, we are going to need to modify the 0 here now and actually use that time till next free. So if we save this and rerun the app so that this initializer gets hit, it's actually going to give us that free decision because we're making the call right here. And then since we have this set to a 5-second timeout, if we try this one more time and hit ask, you should see a 5-second timeout and then it comes back. Although that did not look correct with what we had on our timer there. So let's go ahead and set this to a minute. All right, so I updated this to be actually a 20-second duration. So let's go ahead and try this and ask a question. And you can see it's actually not quite displaying this timeout. If you refresh it though, it does then load it in, but there's an issue with this timeout being set correctly, and that issue is that we set the time till next free. We define that up in this initializer here, and it's going to be the value from Firestore, but this isn't going to get updated. So we can easily manually update this when we're saving our data to Firestore. So you can see right here we're setting our next free question, and we can also set the state here of our time till next free, and we can set that equal to this updated variable here of the widget account next free. And you want to make sure to call this after you have this line set. But we do need to remember that this needs to be converted to the difference between the current time and this time. So if we go back up to the top, you can see where we were doing that, where we called the difference and then convert it to seconds. So let's go ahead and actually do the same thing down here. So now we'll have that time till next free set. Another thing we can set here is actually that app status. So we can check if the widget's account bank is 0. And then we can go ahead and set that app status to equal the waiting status. Now, you might be wondering why we're even doing this, because it already was working. When the account went to 0, it was already setting the status to waiting. This is going to just speed that up. So you might have noticed there was a little delay, but now it will be, let me comment this out and you can see the delay. So right now the timer should be working. So if we ask any question and hit ask, you can see we now get that 20-second countdown. But you might have noticed it was a little bit of that delay. And if we uncomment this out here, that delay should be gone away, because now we're going to be using the state of app status. So it will be instant. What we were doing before was having to listen to the update from Firebase, and all of that reading and writing does take a little bit of time. So if you try it now and hit ask, you'll see it was immediate, and this all was just immediate. In this section, you're going to see how to monetize your app with ads. We're going to be using Google AdMob to place the ads in our app. And we're first going to get set up with some banner ads and just have a banner ad at the bottom. Then we're going to put the banner ad in our history list view. After we've done the banner ads, we're going to go ahead and do an interstitial ad, which will pop up after someone asks a question. Then we'll set up the reward video ad, where a user will be able to click a button and watch a video. And after watching the video, they'll get 2 decisions. Lastly, we'll set up native ads, and the native ads are going to replace the banner ads in our list view and simply make them match the style of the other cards in our list view. So let's get started adding ads to our app. So the first step to adding ads to our app is actually configuring it with Google AdMob. We're going to be using the Google Mobile Ads package, and this will give us all the types of ads that we would like from Google AdMob. So firstly, we do need to actually configure our app in Google AdMob. So if we go over to Google AdMob here, you can add a new app. And we're going to need to add both an iOS and Android, so I'll do the iOS first. And it's going to ask if it's listed in the store. We can hit no for now because it isn't currently. I'll call this Decider Course, since I do already have the Decider one set up. And then we're going to add that app there. Now you're going to see that this was successful. We're going to ignore the app ads.txt for now. We can set that up later in another video. But we are going to want to create some ad units. So in this section of the course, we are going to be creating the banner ad, the interstitial ad, and the reward video ad. In a later section, we're going to come back and set up the native ad, as well as talk about the app open ad. So go ahead and select the banner ad for now. We're going to just name this the banner, and we can create that ad unit. Now you'll see here we're going to get some IDs. So this first ID up here is actually going to be the ID of our app in AdMob, and then this one down here relates to actually that banner ad we just created. We are going to be using these in a bit, so you can just hit done and we'll be able to get to them later. I'm also going to add an ad unit for the interstitial, and I'll just call it the interstitial. You can name these a bit more specifically if you would like. And lastly, I'm going to add one for the reward. Now, depending on how many different types of reward ads you plan to have in your app, this could become useful, but we're just going to be relying on the app unit name and ID to basically have this specific reward always give the same type of reward, but this down here could be filled out to make it easier for you to manage those if you have multiple different types, but we'll leave it as it was and hit done. So now you can see we have the 3 different types of ads here. And this is only our iOS app. So let's go ahead and add a new app for Android as well. And this will basically be the same thing. And we'll create those 3 ad units as well. All right, great. So now everything in AdMob is configured how we're going to need it. In the next step, we're going to actually configure our app to use these ad unit IDs. So the first thing we need to do to get ads actually displayed in our app is install the package. So if you go to the install instructions here, you'll be able to see the command here, and if we just add this into the terminal, you'll see it will actually add right into our pubspec.yaml the actual Google Mobile Ads package. And at the time of recording this, the version I'm on is 0.13.4, but if you're watching this a bit later, a newer version may be out, and I would suggest using the newest version. However, one thing to note, if you are watching this much later and the version is significantly different, there may be breaking changes within that version. And if you go over to the changelog here, you can see if there are any breaking changes, they'll be listed here and how to fix them. And if there are very large breaking changes, I will be adding an additional video to this course to talk about upgrading to that version. So we have that. Just make sure you run pub get after that. And now we can configure the app. So firstly, we'll set it up for iOS. We're going to go into the iOS folder here, and then the runner, and then find the info plist. And there are 2 things we're going to need to add. If you look in the README here, you'll see what they are, and we can actually go ahead and copy these and then modify it. So we want to make sure this is within the first dict here, and we'll just place that then towards the bottom. This first key here is actually going to be the identifier that we just created in AdMob. So this one here is a test that we're going to want to change that. So back in AdMob, if we open up our iOS app here, we can go to app settings, and we're looking for this app ID here. So we're going to copy that and replace this value with that value. Then you'll see the network. We do need this SK add network items, and this basically just tells the iOS build that we will have ads in our app. So we're going to save that now. And if you were to view this in Xcode, you could find that same file, that info plist file, and you'll see now we have the same information here. So that should be it for iOS. We can X out of this, and now we're going to configure it for Android, which if you open up the Android file here, we're looking for the Android manifest.xml. That's going to be under the app source main. And if you find this and scroll down towards the bottom, right after this metadata tag for Flutter embedding is where we're going to add one more metadata tag. And if you are following this documentation, you can see it is this right here. So again, this is using a sample value right here. So we're going to replace that with the one that we just created. So if you go into Google AdMob again, make sure you're not using the iOS version here. You can see I'm on the iOS app right here. You're going to want to change that to the Android version. So now you can see I'm on the Android one. And this is the reason we need to create two different ones, is because we will be tracking these separately because they will be actually two different apps. And if you use the iOS one for the Android one, it is not going to work, and vice versa. So at this point, both iOS and Android are configured at least to be talking to AdMob. In this video, we're actually going to initialize AdMob and then also set up some helpers that will allow us to easily access the ad unit IDs regardless of which type of ad we're using. So to begin, we're going to create a new service class here. So similar to how we set up our auth service, we're going to create a new file here, and it will be a Dart file. And this we're going to call our AdMob service. And this will be just a class. We will initialize this with a future, and we can set this up just like this. So what this is basically going to allow is for us to pass an instance of the mobile ads instance that's initialized into this AdMob service. So how this is going to look, and we can actually set this up now on main. If you go into main here, we're first going to create an AdMob future, which is going to initialize the actual mobile ads package. So this will be a final variable, and we're going to call this the init add future. And this is going to equal the mobile ads instance. And then we can call initialize on this instance here. And that will be a future, so that is why we named this the future. But then we can go ahead and initialize that new AdMob service that we created, and we'll call this the AdMob service. That will be the AdMob service, and we can initialize that with the initialized future here. So basically what this is going to do is just allow our AdMob service to have access to this initialized mobile ads instance. The last thing we can do in the setup here is we have our multi-provider setup, and we can add another provider for our AdMob service, and then we'll be able to just use this AdMob service throughout our app via the provider here. So let's change this slightly. If we add a comment here. So we're going to be adding a new provider, and the provider will actually just be this AdMob service here. So everything on main looks good, and we should be initialized with this here. The other thing we can do in this AdMob service is actually just generate a few of the helpers that we're going to need. And then in the next video, we can actually create our banner ads. There's basically 3 getters that we're going to create, and it's going to be to get the ad unit ID for each of the different types of ads we have. So this is going to be a string, and it's going to get us the banner ad unit ID. The banner ad unit ID could be one of 2 things, but really could be one of 4 things, because firstly we created an iOS and an Android version of the app, so we have 2 banner IDs for production. But then we also want to be making sure we use our test banner ad unit IDs while we're testing. And this getter here is going to allow us to put all that logic right in one spot, and then always just call this to get the banner ad. And it'll know which device we're on and whether or not we're in production or development, and give us the test ad unit ID if need be. So firstly, let's check if we are in production, and we can use K release mode. And this is going to return true if we are in production, or rather if we are in the release mode, which is what the production version of that will be. And next we are going to check what the platform is. So if the platform is iOS, and we will have to import Dart.io there. But if the platform is iOS, then we can go ahead and return our iOS app. We're going to need to get to that decider course here for iOS, and we can go to the ad unit IDs, and we'll see right here is the banner ad unit ID. So we'll paste that in here, and then if it's not iOS, then that means it's Android, so we can return the Android ad unit ID. All right, and so this is our production values here, but we're going to add an else here, and this would mean we're on development, and we're essentially going to put the same thing here, but we're going to use the test ad unit IDs. So for iOS, this is the test ad unit ID, and I'll link below where you can actually find all of these. And this is going to be the Android test ad unit ID. So this concept right here of getting the banner ad unit ID, we're going to copy and do it for the interstitial ad unit ID as well as the reward. So I'll just fill these out now, but I think you understand what you're going to want to fill in here. All right, so I updated this with all of those IDs. One other thing I changed is I added an else if instead of just an else to check that this is actually Android. This isn't entirely necessary, but if you are going to have this on other platforms such as the web, then it is nice to have that just explicitly set there. And then if neither of these returns are hit, we can add one last return to just return null. We are going to be using these getters here in just a bit, but now our AdMob service is looking pretty good. In this video, we're going to finally use what we have configured and actually add a banner ad. We're going to add it right down here at the bottom of the screen. So let's get right into it. Now we're going to be on the home view here, which is this view right here. We first need to actually create two new variables, one for the AdMob service and then one for that banner ad. So right here on the home view state, we can go down a bit, and these are going to be all our ad related variables, and there will be a few as we go. Firstly, we're going to use this keyword late here, which is basically going to allow us to initialize this AdMob service, but not make it, basically it lazy loads it, so it's not the primary thing that is loaded, but it is telling Flutter that this does need to be initialized, and it will need to, and it is a non-null value. That is kind of a newer thing, that late keyword, if you haven't seen it. AdMob service here is what we're going to name the variable, and we're going to be using that underscore because it will be scoped to just this home view state. Secondly, we're going to add a banner ad. And this banner ad type is actually coming from the package that we installed. And we're going to just call this, we can call it a banner ad here. And this banner ad is, we use the question mark here because this actually can be null. So there is a situation where Google AdMob is not going to give us a banner ad even though we request one. And if that's the case, it's okay. We just want to make sure we don't try and display a banner ad if we don't actually have one. So that is why that could be null. Now we can go ahead to we have our init state here, but we want to actually add some code into our did change dependencies. So let's go ahead and add that override here. The first thing we're going to want to do is actually set this AdMob service. And again, we did set this up with provider, so we're going to just set it to the context of reading our provider for AdMob service. So now our AdMob service local variable is essentially going to be the one that was in provider. So next we're going to take this AdMob service and call initialization on it, and then we're going to actually call then. So once that feature is initialized, we're going to have a value here, and we're going to convert this to being actually a block. And then within this block here, we can do a few things. So firstly, we want to get that banner and actually set it. So this banner ad up here, and I'm actually just going to change the name of this to be just banner. And we want to basically define that banner and load the banner. And then once the banner is loaded in this did change dependencies, we'll have the state of the banner set. And then later within the build context, we can just actually show that loaded banner. So basically banner will be null until a loaded banner ad is ready. So simply we're going to start with a set state here, and now within this set state, we're going to be setting the state of that banner, and it's going to equal a banner ad. And now this banner ad is going to take 4 parameters. The first one is going to be the ad unit ID, which if you remember, we already configured in our AdMob service, which we can look real quick. In our AdMob service here, we have this banner ad unit ID. So we're going to be calling that directly on our AdMob service here. And because this could be null, actually, if you remember, this code could return null, we do need to use that exclamation point at the end there. The second thing is the size. There are a few size options here, but we're going to be using the ad size of the full banner ad. You can see our different options right here. We're going to use full banner ad, so it takes up a wider width. Then we need a request here, and the request is simply the ad request. And this is just part of the built-in package. And lastly, we need a listener. And the listener is going to actually live in the AdMob service as well, but we did not create it yet. So we're going to call it the banner listener. And now we can go ahead and create that. So go back into the AdMob service, and down towards the bottom, we're going to create this banner listener as a final here, and it will be a type of banner ad listener. And we'll just create a banner ad listener here. There's basically 4 different properties that you're going to want on your banner ad listener, and this is in the documentation, so I'm not going to type it all out. Basically, you want these 4 options here, and each of these 4 are going to actually tell the ad what to do depending on what happens. So on the ad load, currently we're just printing this, but if you want to add any sort of tracking or any sort of other event that happens when this banner ad is actually loaded, you can do that here. Same with failed to load. This one is a little bit different because if it does fail to load, we are going to actually just dispose the ad. And then last is just an on ad open and on ad close. You can maybe use this if you want to add some tracking. Really, if you want to do anything specifically, if someone actually clicks on one of your ads. We go back into our home view. Our banner ad is good. Now we can call load on this. So there's 2 ways we can do this. We could either define this banner ad and then call load on that, or we can use the ... load, which will call load on this and return the value of load. So that looks good. Now our banner will be set if one does load. And since we're using test ad unit IDs, we should always get one loaded. The last thing we need to do is actually add into our widget tree the banner ad itself. So down here where we have this text, which is basically giving the current UID, we're going to go right below that, and that's where we're going to add the banner ad. Depending on if the banner ad is null or not, there are 2 options which could happen here. So we want to use an if statement, and we can just check if that banner is null. And if it is null, then what we want to do is actually basically nothing. We just want to put, maybe we can put a little bit more spacing here, but we don't necessarily want anything too crazy going on if there is null. So we can just put a sized box here and give it just the height of 20. And if you save that, you'll see it just bumps this up slightly, which is fine. If you don't want to bump it up at all, you can just not even have this. So in the else here, which will mean we do have a banner ad, we're going to create a container. And this container will take a height property, and we can set the height here to the height of what our ad is going to be. So if you look up here to the size, you can see if you hover over this, the full size of this is going to be 468 by 60. So we want the size of this to be 60, the height of this rather to be 60. And then the child of this container is simply going to be an ad widget. And this ad widget is something that is part of the package that we installed for these ads. And the ad widget takes an ad parameter. Since we have that banner ad stored in this banner, that will work to pass that into it. However, this can be null, so we need to explicitly unwrap that. And if we save this now, reload is not quite getting our ad there, but if we rerun the app, we should see a banner ad displaying. Alright, so you're going to need to completely rerun the app, or at least I did, but now you can see we do have a banner ad loaded up right there. And just to show that this is also working on Android, we're going to run the app on Android and just make sure that banner ad is loading there. If the banner ad is loading there, that means we configured both our iOS and Android correctly, so it's worth testing on both devices at this point. And you can see here the app is running on Android, and we do get that test ad for both Android and iOS. So at this point, our app is definitely configured with AdMob, and we have our banner ad set up. In the next video, we're going to see how to add a banner ad into a list view. In this video, we're going to see how to add a banner ad to a list view. So currently we have a banner ad down here on our homepage, and it won't move anywhere. It's always going to be locked into that position down at the bottom of the screen. But if we go into our history list view here, you can see we have this list of all these past decisions. And what we're going to do now is add a banner in every few cards here. So we'll have a few cards and we'll have a banner ad, and then a few more and another banner ad. And this will illustrate how you can kind of reuse banner ads and put them in multiple locations throughout your app programmatically, and it doesn't necessarily need to always be in that same position. So opening up the history view here, we have this history list, which essentially ends up becoming this list of all these items, which we're pulling from Firestore. If you remember and look back in the code, we have this get users questions list here. And right within this function here, we're going to actually just write the code to add those banner ads within the list. After we set the history list here in set state, we're going to add banner ads. So the first thing we need to do is actually get our AdMob service. We can pull that from the provider. And then similar to how we called it on the home page, we're going to call the AdMob service here and call initialization. So once that's initialized, we can create a new banner ad and we can insert it into the history list. So we want to insert these at a pace that isn't every other card. And maybe we want them every 5 cards, but we don't want them to take up the entire list, these ads, so we only want a few of them. The way we can do this is using a for loop. So we're going to define our int I, which can be called anything, and this is basically where we're going to start in the loop. So we're going to actually be doing a reverse loop on this history list. We want to make sure we're not placing ads outside of this list. So if we start at the bottom, we're always going to know we have up to 0 to go. And it makes the logic just a little bit simpler than trying to always check that we still have room in the list. So if we take the history list and get the length of it, that means currently I is going to be the last element in the list. So if we want to make sure that the last element in the list is never an ad, and we always want to make sure maybe the second to last would be the potential last place for an ad, or the third to last, we can take the length and subtract it by 3. So at this point, length subtracted by 3 means that the third element in our list here is going to be potentially an ad, but never will we have an ad down below at the very bottom. And now we can set kind of a similar thing here where we check for the top value up here. So, because as we're going to be looping, we're going to want to check, is there still room for a new ad up here? So for this, we can just say if I is greater than or equal to 3 as well, then that is going to mean we have space up here for another ad. And lastly, we're going to have to set what we want to loop over. So how many rows are we going to skip as we go through this loop? If we do a minus equals 5 here, that means I is going to continually be jumping over 5 blocks before the next time that this loop is called. If that is a bit confusing to you, once you see it, you'll be able to play around with the numbers and then also kind of get a feel for it. So once we are within this block, which again, this block is only going to be hit when these settings are met, then we're going to get our history list. We're going to insert into it. And insert is going to allow us to put a new item in the list without removing any items that are already there. So we're going to be inserting at the index, which is this I value here. And now we're going to be inserting a element, and that element is going to be a banner ad. We can call our banner ad here, and just like what we set up in the home view, we can set up this banner ad with the 4 properties that we need on it, and then we can call load. If we go back to our home view, we can look at where we defined our banner ad right here, and basically we can just copy this because it will be all the same stuff. And let's just paste that right here, and we're going to need it in that there. Now our AdMob service here, it doesn't have the underscore, so we just remove that. And if we end this with a comma, we should be looking pretty good here. Actually, that comma is going to be here. All right, so if we save this, we're actually probably going to get an error screen if we try and rerun this and view our history list view. And the reason for that is because our item builder here is assuming that a question card is going to be the item always in the list view. That's not going to be the case anymore because potentially we're going to have a banner ad as an item in this. So when we get up here in our item builder, it's going to say, here, build a question card and take this ad, this banner ad, and that's going to fail because the banner ad won't be able to be converted to a question. So it's not too difficult to actually check what type of object this is, and then we will display accordingly. So we're going to check if our history index here is a question, and you can use the is question here, and that is going to check if the object at this index is a question. And if that is the case, then we're going to do what we were doing and display the question. If not, we can do an else if here. You can do an else or an else if. Since these are the only 2 types currently, we can use the else, and we will actually wrap this as well in these brackets. So now, since we know this is going to be an ad, we can return a container, and we can give it that height. And again, we're going to use 60 here because the ad size that we're using has a height of 60. And then we can set the color here. And the reason we're going to do that is so that the background here matches the background of our page. So we're going to use colors.white. And lastly, we're going to set that child as the ad widget, just like we did on the home page. But now this ad is going to be the history. It is going to be the history list index, so it's going to be the object at that history list index. And then just like we were converting the other one to a question, we can set this one to a banner ad, which it will be. If you wanted to make this an else if just to be safe, you can, and you can say else if basically the same thing here, history list at that index is a banner ad, then you can put the banner ad there. And then finally, you will need to add an else since we are using that else if, and if it's neither of those types, we're just going to return an empty container, and that will allow this all to work for both the questions and the banner ad. So the app did crash when we tried running it before, which was semi-expected because this list view was not going to be able to be built out. But now that we have this set up, if we try running the app, we should see that we have banner ads positioned essentially every 5, starting from the 3rd index, and at most being close to the top 3rd. which will make more sense when we see it, if that's a bit confusing still. So this looks good. Let me try and explain this now with this visually. So you can see we're starting at the length -3, so we're going up by 3, and this is our first banner ad that's going to get placed, and then we'll go up by 5 and place another one. And since I is greater than or equal to 3, which means we have more than 3 above it, we will place the ad. Now, if we were to change this to 1, this first one to 1, you're going to notice that and you do have to go out and come back in, you'll notice that the first ad now is in the first location to the bottom, so it's basically the second to last one. And now we're going to go up by 5, which is expected, and we'll get an ad, and then we're going to go up by 5 again, and this time we don't get an ad here, and the reason for that is because of this parameter right here, the second one, where we're saying if I is greater than or equal to 3, which at this point I is not, because I is really only going to have, there's only 2 elements above it, so we're not going to have an ad placed here because of that. Now you can change these numbers around and play around with it to get it the way that you like it, but I'm going to leave it at 3, 3, 5 for now. I think when there's not a lot of questions, 3, 3, 5 is good, but probably realistically this 5 should be more like a 7 or an 8. But that is going to be it for this video. You can now know how to display ads in a list view. In this video, we're going to set up an interstitial ad. So an interstitial ad is one that will show up and be a full screen ad after some action is performed. So we're going to set up the interstitial ad to happen after a question is asked. So in the home view here, we're going to create a new variable called the interstitial ad, and that is going to be an interstitial ad type. So very similar to how we have the banner ad set up, we're going to be doing the same thing with the interstitial. So then, similar to how we're defining the banner ad here in the set state, we're going to do the same thing for the interstitial, but to keep things a little bit cleaner, we're going to create a new function, and it'll be called create interstitial ad. And now we can define this towards the bottom of the file. So this will be a void function, so we can do it right below these other void functions. And we're going to have this load up an interstitial ad. And this will take 3 properties. The first one is going to be that ad unit ID, which we can get from our AdMob service, which will be defined at this point. And we can just call interstitial ad unit ID on that. We will have to unwrap that because it could potentially be null. Then we're going to have the request, which will just be an ad request. And finally, we're going to have the ad load callback. And kind of like what we did in the callback for the banner ad, we're going to have a similar callback, but this one we can just define right here. And for this callback, we're going to be using an interstitial ad load callback. Within this, there are 2 properties we are going to have to set. So we have the onLoaded, and this is going to actually return us an interstitial ad. So that will be the ad. And once we have this ad, we're going to update that interstitial variable that we set at the beginning to be that ad. And then if it fails, we're just going to simply set the interstitial to null. So if it does fail, we will get a load ad error here, which you can handle if you would like, but the most important part is that we set this interstitial to null. So this is going to essentially load our interstitial ad into that interstitial variable, and we just need to add a semicolon here. Then once that's loaded, we're going to want to show the interstitial ad once this button is clicked, once the ask button is clicked. So we can actually create another function for that to show this, and then we'll call that once the button is actually clicked. So this one we're going to call show interstitial ad. And the first thing we're going to want to check here is if that interstitial variable is actually set. So we'll check if that is not equal to null. If it's not equal to null, that means we'll have an interstitial ad, and now we can use that interstitial, and we can call the full screen content callback on it, which is going to actually set that ad to take up the whole screen, but we need to use the full screen content callback here. And now within this, we can pass it 2 different parameters. We need to pass these so that we can handle 2 different events that happen once the ad is displayed. One of those events is when the ad is dismissed, and then the other one is when the ad fails to actually show. So we're going to have the on ad dismissed full screen content, and this will be referring to the actual interstitial ad. We'll just call that the ad there. Once this ad is dismissed, which means the person basically closes out of the ad, we want to dispose the ad so that it's no longer in the view. And then we're going to actually call this method up here again to load up a new ad. So at this point, when we dispose this, we're basically going to be done with the ad that was currently being displayed, and then we're going to create a new ad here. So then we'll basically have this interstitial variable reset for the next time that we need to use this. This is important if you want the interstitial to pop up every time without having the page to completely refresh and reload. If you didn't call this here, you won't get a second interstitial ad when you hit ask again. And within this here is where you can also add some logic if you wanted to do it every third question or every fourth question or something like that. The next thing here is we need to add what we would do if the ad actually fails to load. So this is going to be on ad failed to show full screen content. This will similarly have the interstitial ad as well as the ad error. And you can handle the error if you would like, but I'm not going to do that here. We'll just ignore it. In this case, we'll dispose of the ad, and then we will also actually call this create again. So it's going to be the same thing as we're doing above. So the last thing we need to do here is actually call show on this interstitial. So we're going to call show on the interstitial that is now completely configured, and then we're going to actually set this interstitial variable to null, because we will have the ad already and it will be shown. So this will just null it out, and then actually when we are calling these methods again, which will happen after this is actually shown, it will reload another one. So this might seem a little counterintuitive because we have these calls here, but then we're also calling null down here. But basically what you need to understand is all this code right here is configured to run when these two actions happen. So we're not actually going to dispose the ad and create the new one until the ad is dismissed or the ad failed to load. So down here, when we actually just show it, we show the ad, then we null out the ad, and then we basically dispose the ad and create the new interstitial ad. So this should be good. Now we just need to actually call this show on the button click. And we can do that right in this function up here, which is answer question. This is going to be what we use when we actually click that ask button. So if we call this here, we should be getting the interstitial ad. We're going to want to rerun the app here. And now if we ask a question, and you'll see we do get that full page interstitial ad. And then when we close this, it should have triggered another interstitial ad to be loaded. So if we ask another question, you'll see we do get a second interstitial ad showing up there. So that is all we need to do to configure these interstitial ads. You can reuse this interstitial call throughout your app if you want to have this in multiple different areas. If you have a more complex app, that might be useful. But for this app in this example, that's all we're going to be doing. In this video, we're going to begin creating our reward ad. And what our reward ad is going to do is allow our user to get 2 free decisions if they watch a ad video. So we're going to start back in our home view, and this is just the main page here. We're going to start by creating a new variable here, and it's going to be for that reward ad. And we'll just call that the reward. And next we're going to create a helper function that we can call similar to how we have this create interstitial ad. We're going to have a new one that we're going to call in the set state here, and it's going to be called create reward ad. So we will now need to create this. If we scroll all the way down to the bottom, we can see where we have our void functions here, and it's nice to collapse these, and you can see we have the interstitial and the show interstitial. So right after those, we'll create a new one, and it will be create reward ad. And this is going to simply create a reward ad and set the state of that reward variable that we just defined to that reward ad. So we're going to load up a reward ad here. For the ad unit ID, we can use our AdMob service and just call the reward ad unit ID, which we already set up. And the request is just going to be an ad request. Next, the reward ad load callback. This one will be kind of similar to what we did with the interstitial ad. However, we will be using the reward ad load callback. And there's going to be these two parameters here that we can fill out. The first one on ad loaded, we're going to have a reward ad available. And with that ad, we can actually now just set the state to that variable that we created called reward. So this is what we created in the very beginning, reward, and we can just set it now to this ad that we'll have loaded. And when the ad fails to load, we're actually going to get a load ad error here. And in that case, we're going to just set the state of that reward to null. All right, and we do have, just to add that exclamation point here, because this reward ad unit ID could potentially be null. So that looks good, and now it's all formatted correctly. This will create that reward ad, but we also need another function to show that reward ad. So let's create that right here. This one we'll call simply show rewarded ad. And this is what we're actually going to use to call within the actual view. So the way the reward ad is going to work is we're going to have a button, and when that button is clicked, we're going to trigger this show rewarded ad. And this is going to actually pop up and show that reward ad video. And after that video is done playing, this function here is going to be responsible for giving the user the reward. So this is basically going to handle the showing of the actual ad and the giving of the actual reward. So the first thing we want to do is actually make sure we have a reward ad set. So we're going to check that variable reward and make sure that it's not equal to null. And now we can go ahead and set the full screen content callback for this reward. So this full screen content callback is going to set two callbacks. And both of these callbacks relate to if the ad fails or is dismissed. So the first one is on if the ad is dismissed. So this one just means that the user exits out of the ad before the ad completed. So we're going to dispose the ad that they exit out of, and then we're going to actually create a new instance of the ad, basically resetting this reward variable to a new ad. So we can do that there. And we're actually going to do the exact same thing for the second callback, which is on the on failed to show. So in this case, it means, in this case, we will have a reward ad here as well as an error. If you want to handle the error explicitly, you can right within this block, but I'm just going to do the exact same thing for this and dispose the ad that failed to show and then basically instantiate a new ad there. So now this callback is set up, so basically the ad itself is ready to be shown to the user. So again, this is going to be called when the user clicks the button to see the actual reward ad. So the first thing we want to do is show them that ad. So to do that, we'll just call show on the ad. And the show has a callback method here, which is on user earned reward. So within this, we can actually give the user the reward that they would get from viewing this ad. So we're going to have access here to the reward ad and the reward item. So this reward item will actually give us some information that we configured in AdMob about our reward ad itself. However, if you are only really using one reward ad in your app, such as this example, you will know that the reward ad will always give the same reward, so you won't really need to necessarily check that, and you could essentially just put what the reward will be right in here. Let me hard code it now, and then we come back and I'll show you how to use that reward item there. So the reward for watching this ad is going to be that the user will get 2 free decisions added to their decision bank up here. So if you remember the way we structured this in our model here, we do have a bank option on the user's account, and that bank is what we use up here for the number of decisions that they have left. So we just need to increase those decisions by 2. And we could write that code right directly in here to increase the decisions, but it would be better to make this just a separate function that we can reuse later if we need to increase those decisions. We'll call this increase decision, and it will take one parameter, which will be the quantity. And that quantity will be how many decisions to increase this by. Really all we're going to be doing is updating one parameter, that bank parameter in Firestore. So first we can set a new variable for the bank, and this will be the new bank value. And we'll set that equal to the current bank value, which we can get through widget account bank. And then we're going to add that quantity that is passed into it. So if the original value is 8 and we pass in 2, now it will be 10, and this value here will be 10. So all we need to do is update our Firebase instance here and update that collection, which will be the user's collection. And then we need to find the document for that user, which we can get from their UID, which is going to be stored on that account. And finally, we can call update, and all we want to do is update the bank. So we're going to just write that here. And the value that we're going to set it to is this new bank value. So all this will do when called increase decision with a quantity is update that user's bank number to essentially add that quantity to it. Now we can call increase decision down here, and we can pass in the 2, so that will give them 2 new decisions. Alright, that should be good, and that is going to be it for this video. In the next video, we're actually going to add that button and then start calling this method from that button when it's clicked. So in the last video, we set up the 2 functions, one to create the reward ad and the other to show the reward ad. In this video, we're going to set up the view to actually have a button that you can click that will show this reward ad and actually give the user the reward. So the first thing we'll do is create a new widget, and we're going to call this build reward prompt. So initially, let's just return a button, and this will be an elevated button. When this button is pressed, we are going to actually call that show reward ad that we created in the last video. So we can put that right here. And the child here will just simply be text, and the text will say get 2 free decisions. Alright, so now we can just place this in the build widget. So we want this right above the should I, which is the question form. So if we add this right here, we can actually add a spacer below it as well. And if we save this, you'll see we now have a button that says get 2 free decisions. And if we click that button, it actually does not work, but that's all right. That's semi-expected at this point. There are a few more things we need to add. Firstly, we actually don't want this button to display at all if there is no reward available. So this reward is getting set down here when we create the reward ad, which is being called up at the top in our did change dependencies. But initially that reward variable is going to be null, and we aren't going to have an actual ad set. So we want to make sure that the reward exists before we even show this button. So we can do this with a simple check to see if that reward equals null. And if it does equal null, then we're going to just return a container. And if not, then we'll return the button. So we're going to want to rerun our app. So at this point, you can see there's a bit more of a delay before the reward is available. And now if you click it, you'll see a reward ad actually does pop up. So before that wasn't happening because the reward wasn't available when we were putting it in the widget tree. But either way, that looks good now. And you can see we were rewarded. We had 8 before, now we have 10. So that looks good. But there are a couple more things that we want to add here. When the reward was removed, we would like this to kind of show that you were rewarded those extra points and not necessarily just have this immediately right there. So we can configure that by adding another parameter, and this is just going to be called show reward. And this will be a bool, which will by default be false. So this show reward is going to mean that we want to show the user the reward that they just got. The build reward prompt right down here, we're going to change this logic up a bit and check if the reward is null and if the show reward is true. Then we're going to change this container to a column, and within here we're going to add an icon and we're also going to add a text. So the icon is going to be this +2 icon right here. And we're just going to set the size of this to be a bit larger and the color to be orange. Then right below the icon, we're going to have some text, and it's just going to say, you received 2 new decisions. And we'll just add a little bit of style there. So that will be good. Now we're going to just actually wrap this icon in a bit of padding, and that will be good. So this is going to show if the reward is null and if the show reward is true. That is never going to be the case right now because we aren't setting this show reward equal to true. So originally we were checking if just the reward was null and returning that container, and we're no longer doing that. So we need to add that logic back in. So we need that to be below this because this is checking if the reward is null and the show reward is true. So we can add an else if here, if just the reward is null. And if that is the case, then we're going to return that container. And while this is okay and this does work, I don't typically like to use the else block for something that actually has value. So this has much more value, this button, than this container does. So I think it's better to switch these, because if the reward is not null, then we'll show this button. But if this condition isn't met, or this condition up here, then by default, we want that else to just catch the most basic, least valuable thing. So it'll just return a container. So this is good. We basically have this now, but we don't have any logic set up to actually ever make this true. So we need to set that up now. And that's going to happen down here where we actually show our reward ad. So after we show the reward ad, we can set the state of those 2 variables. And the first one is the reward, which we want to set to null here because essentially the ad is no longer needed, and we can recreate that ad later by calling create reward ad again. But after seeing the ad initially, we want to set that to null, and then we also want to set that show reward equal to true. So this will show the user the reward. So if we rerun this and add another reward here, you can see we have our reward, and then when we close out of it, it did show that there was a reward, but then our callback up here, which is called on dismiss, actually kicked in and created a new reward ad. That is okay though. If you wanted to make that display for longer, you can either add a time offset here, or you can decide that you don't want to reload the option for another reward ad, and if that were the case, you could just not call this again and instead just dispose of the ad. But I do like that this pops up again and the user has that option to again watch another video and get more free questions. So that is going to be it for this video. One last time, if you can see, if the user clicks this, they can view that reward ad, and then when they close out of the reward ad, they're going to be shown that they get those 2 free decisions and their bank is updated, and then they'll have the option to continually watch these if they want. So one other thing to note here with these reward ads is you can actually use the reward ads information that you set in AdMob for the reward. So I'm going to print this out, and you can decide if you would like to use that or use the hard-coded value here. There is a little bit of a benefit to using the AdMob's data because you do have more control over changing it without creating a whole new release. So you'll see there's two actual parameters really. It's the amount and the type. So if we save this and run it again, we are using test ad unit IDs, so it is always going to be the test information, but I'll show you where that's set in AdMob. If you actually get the reward here, you can see that the reward information, we get 10 for the amount and then coins for the type. So that amount and type is actually of values that are set in AdMob. So if you go back to AdMob and you find your reward that we set up earlier, you can see we have our reward settings here. And for me, the reward settings, the amount is 2 and the item name, which would be the type, is decisions. So if I switched from using a test ad unit ID to using my actual ad unit ID, this is the information I would expect to see there. So you can imagine this would be nice if you want to change it and you decide one day you want to give people 3 instead of just 2, and you could just save it there. And then when you come down in here, if you were using the reward amount instead of this hard-coded 2, that's really all you would need to change is what we just changed in AdMob, because this is already going to increase the decisions by that reward amount. Although there is an error because this amount is a double and we would need to make that an integer. So if we just change that to int there and rerun the app, and I had to also go into the database and just zero that out because we saved it as a double. So anyway, if you use 2int there, this should give us 2 free decisions here. And you can see it did give us those, or it actually gave us 10 free decisions this time. And that is because we're using that test ad unit ID, and it does have 10 set for the unit, so that is expected. So the only downside with this is that we don't really have access to that value of 10 in the reward item until we show the reward. So because of that, we aren't able to update what the button text says here. And I feel like this is something that will probably get added to this package eventually. Seems like we definitely should be able to get that amount without having to show the reward. But in any case, instead of this saying get 2 free decisions, it could just say get free decisions, or you can hard code it as it was before. I'm just going to leave mine hard coded for now, but I thought it would be worth showing you that you can use this reward item information. One other very small thing that you might notice is when you click this button, before the reward is fully popped up, you can already see the text that says you got the 2 free decisions. If you look really quickly, this can easily be changed by moving this set state here into the actual on user earned reward callback. So we'll set the state there, and now when you run it, if you save this and run it, you'll get the reward. That time you notice it did not pop up, but once we click this X, it's going to be there. In this video, we're going to add native ads to our app. So a native ad will allow you to create a template for your ad using the native device code. So for iOS, we can write this in Swift or Objective-C. In this example, we'll be using Swift. And then for Android, you can use either Java or Kotlin. And basically what you're going to do is create a template for the ad that then AdMob will use and fill in that template with the actual ad code. So kind of how we have our banner ad down here, we're going to create a new native ad at the top of our list view up here. And it's just going to be for example purposes to show you that you can make a custom card that is an ad. All of this code and setup is going to be heavily based off of the code lab for adding AdMob banner and native inline ads to a Flutter app, and I'll link this down below. And we will be taking the custom Kotlin and Swift code template that this tutorial is using here. But note that if you wanted to create a native ad in your own app, you can change this around however you like. You will have to write it in the native code. So if you're doing this for iOS, you will have to learn a little bit of Swift and update that. But if you wanted this image, for instance, to be larger in the center and then have the text below it, you could definitely do that with these native ads. And once you get this set up, it's pretty easy to change out those templates or modify the ones that come from here. So the first thing we need to do is actually write that native code. So if we open up our iOS folder here, and click on any of these files, you'll see in Android Studio that we have this option to open the iOS module in Xcode. And once we get that opened up, we're going to go into this runner tab here. And this is where we're going to actually get and drop the file that has that custom native ad. So if we look at the complete code from that example, we can dig into the complete iOS example and then go to the runner, and we're looking for the list title native ad view. So we're going to open this up and then just go ahead and copy the raw content. Back over in Xcode, we can add a new file, and this will be a view. So this will be under the user interface, and then we're going to select view and then hit next. And we're going to title this the same as that other tutorial is using. So this will be called the list tile native ad view. And once that loads up, we're going to have this blank empty view here. So if you right click on the file and then open as source code, you'll be able to actually just edit all of the content and paste in the content we just copied from GitHub. So you can read through this a little bit, but it's mostly useful to just look at the interface builder now, and you'll see exactly what we just got. So we have an image file here, and then we have a label and another label. So pretty simple, but this is what the ad template will look like for these Swift native ads. We now need to create a new class that will link up these three elements here and essentially map them to the three elements in the ad that we want to use. So this will use the image, this will use the headline, and this will use the body. So we're going to create another new file over here. This time it will just be a Swift file, and we will call this the list tile native ads factory, and then go ahead and hit create. So the first thing we'll do is import the Google mobile ads, and we already will have access to this because our project is already configured with that. It is a bit strange coding in this way because we're using Xcode, but we are actually still in the same Flutter project. We're just working directly out of that iOS folder. And now I'm going to paste in the code from that example, and then I'll just explain it. So this is going to create a function called create native ad. And really what this is going to be doing is mapping these native ad elements to the view that we just created. So again, this is the list tile native ad view. And you can see that has those three elements. And right within here, we're creating a reference to that view. And once we have the reference to this native ads view, we can map the headline, body, and icon to a native ads headline, body, and icon. And this native ad is what is going to be passed in. So you could imagine a ad is passed into this function, and then we're telling that function, use the headline and map it to the headline in our view right here, and do the same thing with the body and the icon. And then finally, this will just return that view, and the view will already have the data filled out within it. The final thing we have to do is go into our app delegate here and really just add 2 lines that are going to allow this to override the Google Mobile Ads plugin. And that is just going to allow us to use this within our Flutter code. Firstly, we will have to import the Google Mobile Ads. And then down here, right before we return, we need to add this line. So what this is doing is getting us an instance of that list title native ad factory, which is the file we just created here. So it's getting us an instance of this class. And then it's configuring our Google Mobile Ads plugin with a native ads factory, which will be this actual native ads factory. So now our Google Mobile Ads plugin will have access to a native ad in the Flutter code, and it is going to be using this factory ID here. So if you want to make multiple different types of native ads, you can use different factory IDs and basically just create multiple different classes of the native ad factory and map these however you like, and they can map to completely different views. In the Flutter code, you'll see we're actually going to use this list tile ID, and that is going to be how the Google Mobile Ads plugin knows to look up this specific native ad code. So this is all we're going to need to do in Xcode. We can go back into our Android Studio now and update this to work with native ads. We'll get it running first on iOS, and then we'll go back and configure the Android version. So we can close out of this pod file and open up our history view. So now within the history view, we can define a native ad, and this can be a late variable. And we're going to configure all of this in the override of the init state. And the first thing we want to check here is that the user is on a free plan. So if you look down where our banner ad is being called, we already have that check right there. So we can copy that up here. So we're only going to initialize these native ads if the user's account type is ad-free false, which means that they should be seeing ads. And now we can just define this native ad. So it's going to equal a native ad. And there are a few parameters we need to give it now. So the first is going to be the ad unit ID, which we have not yet configured. We can go ahead and create these ad unit IDs by clicking on add unit and adding a new ad unit ID. This will be the native ad, and we'll just call this native. And then we'll get this ad unit ID here. Back over in our Flutter code, we could paste this here, but if you remember, we have that nice service class for our AdMob service. And we already are setting these up better here to use our test ones and also know if it's Android or iOS. So exactly the same how we're doing that for these. The logic is the same, but we will change this and do it for our native ad unit IDs. And I'll just go ahead and copy that native one again. This was for iOS. And now I could create one for Android as well. That is good, and I also need to update the test ad unit IDs for Android and iOS, and I'll put a link down below where you can find these. But now we have this native ad unit ID that we can pull from our AdMob service. So back within our init state here, we can get this off of the provider by calling context read. Next, we're going to pass the factory ID. And as I was just describing, that factory ID is going to be whatever factory ID we give this right here. So we're going to want to make sure that this is the same for iOS and Android, but we will be calling this list tile. Next, we'll just have the request, which is simply an ad request. And lastly, we're going to have a listener. So similar to the other ad listener that we already set up for the banner ads, you can see there's a few things that you can pass in. These you can pass in for the native ad as well. We're only really interested right now in the on load and on failed to load. So we're going to copy these two over and just create this listener directly right here as a native ad listener. And we can paste those two options in. So on ad loaded, we're actually going to change this to set a variable to true so that we know that the ad is loaded. And then we'll later use that variable to either show or not show the ad. So we're going to be setting the state here of a variable, but we do need to create that variable, and it will just be a true false value. This will be called the native ad loaded. And to start, this will be false. So once the native ad actually loads, we can set this equal to true. Lastly, if it fails to load, we are just going to dispose the ad. So we can do this all in one line and just remove the rest of that. So now we have this native ad, and we just need to finally call load on it. So now when our page is initially viewed, we're going to be loading up this native ad and then setting this variable to true once that ad is loaded. So we can go ahead and use this now to display it in our actual view. So we're going to display our ad right above this list. So we can wrap our list in a new column. And now we can have a element here, but we're only going to want to show this if it's loaded and if the user should see ads. So first we're going to just see if the native ad is loaded. So that should be true if it is loaded. And if that's true, and then also the user's account is not ad-free, so if ad-free equals false, then we will show them the ad. And to show them the ad, it's pretty simple. We already have it loaded. We just need to create a container for it. And in this container, we'll have a ad widget, which takes one parameter, and that is that native ad. Since we define this to be potentially null, we will have to unwrap that there. And then we can set a height to this, which will just be 50, but depending on the native ad style that you create, this might be larger. And lastly, we can set an alignment to be center. And don't forget to add a comma there. This list view will now need to be wrapped in an expanded widget. So we can add another widget, expanded. All right, so this should be good, but since we made all these changes to the native code, we should run a Flutter clean. And then we can rerun our app. All right, and once our app reloads, we can go into the history view. You can see at first the native ad was not there. Then once it loaded, it did pop up, so that's as we would expect. And you can scroll through this and it will just remain at the top there because we did place it above our list view builder. But yeah, all of this is more just of an example of how you can make these native ads. And depending on how you want to use them, you can customize them really however you like. If you want the image to be more prominent, you can make the image take up a large chunk of the screen. And all of that can be done by just editing that native template. So this isn't currently going to work right now for our Android device, and that's because we need to actually create that native code template for Android as well. So we can go ahead and close out of this simulator and open up an Android one. So testing on Android here, if we go into the history view, you'll see everything works except that native ad. And if you do look in the logs here, you can see that we do get a platform exception that the native ad error can't find the native ad factory with ID list title. And this is all expected. We don't have a native ad factory called list title for Android, so we do just need to create that. So the first thing we can do is open this for editing in Android Studio. Even though we're already in Android Studio, this will just open up the Android project code itself that is related to the Flutter project. It's kind of the same thing that we just did with iOS, except now we're doing it for the Android code. So now that that's open, it should look like this, and we could open up into this app here, and we're going to create a new Android resource file. So we could right click here and then choose new Android resource file. This is going to be the file for that view template. We will just name this the list tile native ads.xml. And for the resource type, it is going to be of type layout. And then now we need to define the root element, which is going to be a native ad view. So that is going to look like com.google.android.gms.ads.native ad view. And we can keep this in the directory of layouts and then click OK. So if you wanted to build this yourself, you could go ahead and build that out. But I'm going to use that code example from that tutorial, so we can clear all of this out. And we can just go over and get the list tile native ad XML. So this is going to be quite deeply in a bunch of folders, but you can find this code here and copy it if you like. And really this is doing basically the same thing that iOS one did, and it's just going to have an image and the headline and the body. So now we need to create that native ad factory and link up our Google mobile ads to fill in the appropriate data in this template. So we can X out of the template actually, and we can actually find now the Java folder here and then find our project. This is actually our app project ID. And if you look in here, you should have a main activity file already, and we'll be updating this in a second. The main activity file here is kind of similar to the app delegate in the iOS version, but we do need to create that list tile native ad factory. So we'll create a new just Kotlin file, and this will be a class which we can call that list tile native ad factory. Once we've created that, we can actually just go and find that code again over here. And this one is going to be quite a bit further in, but this is the code we're interested in. We do not want to include the package name because we already will have our package name there, but everything else we can essentially take. And this is going to do the same thing that we saw in the iOS version. It's just going to be getting a reference to that new view that we created and then populating it with the native ad data that is going to get passed into this. So once we save that, we can actually now go into our main activity here. And what we need to do now is add an override function that is going to register that native ad factory. So I'll drop that code in and briefly explain it. So we will need to import these. And if you highlight them, you can probably just import them directly. But again, this is going to do very much the same thing that we did in iOS. It's just going to register with our Google Mobile Ads plugin that we have this new factory called list tile. And then we're going to go and get that list tile class factory that we already set up that is going to link it then to the native ads template. With Android, there is a second one for cleaning up this app engine. and it's basically the opposite of this. Instead of registering the native ad factory, we are just going to be cleaning up the registered factory. So essentially the same thing, we're just going to unregister that native ad factory by that factory ID. And really at this point, that is all we need to do to set up this native ad. So if we go back into our Android Studio that is running our Flutter app, we're going to stop the app and also run a Flutter clean. And there's actually one last step that we will need to do here before rerunning this, and that is going to be updating one line in our Android app src main Android manifest. And what we want to do here, right within this activity, is mark that Android exported is true. This is going to be required to allow us to access that native code. So now if we rerun the app, we can go into the history view, and we now see that we get that native ad right there as we would expect, just like we got it for iOS. So this is great. We now have native ads running in our app for both iOS and Android. And I will link that tutorial down below because it does have a lot of this boilerplate code that lets you get this set up. I didn't really think it would be worth going through line by line how this code works because I do think that tutorial is pretty well written. But if there are further things you want to see with native ads that aren't covered in that tutorial and you can't figure out by watching this, definitely let me know in the comments of this video. And if there is enough people interested in seeing more stuff on native ads, I could definitely make another video about native ads and add it to this course. But I think this will pretty much get you everything you need to actually add those native ads yourself. In this section, we're going to set up all of our in-app purchases. So we're going to start by setting up our consumable in-app purchase, which is going to allow someone to buy a fixed amount of decisions. So they're going to be able to buy 5 decisions, 50 decisions, or 500 decisions. What makes these consumable is that the user is going to buy these 5 decisions, and then they're going to use the 5 decisions, and once they've used them, that's it. They're not going to get 5 more decisions. If they log into a different device, they're not going to get an additional 5 decisions just because they're on a different device. They'll get the 5 decisions and they'll be able to use them whenever they want, but once they're used, they're gone. Then we'll set up the non-consumable ad, which is going to give the user premium access to the app. And what premium access means is an ad-free experience. So if they buy this non-consumable, it's a one-time purchase, and once it's purchased, it's going to be always on their account, and they're never going to see any of the ads that we set up in the last section. Using a non-consumable to remove ads is one example, but you can use it for various other things in your app that a user would buy once and have forever. After that, we're going to set up an unlimited subscription, which is going to have 2 options, either monthly or yearly. And what the unlimited subscription is going to do is give the user unlimited decisions, so they can ask any number of questions, and then it's also going to give them the same features as premium, so they won't see any ads in the app. All of these concepts should pretty easily translate to your app and allow you to have the same type of purchase structure, but offer different features within the app. So for instance, the premium and unlimited user types, meaning if they bought the non-consumable premium or the subscription unlimited, that's going to be saved to their user object. And once a user has that specific object, you can use that anywhere in the app to check for certain things. So if they're unlimited, you can show them whole new pages or whole new routes and give them access to whole new features in the app that aren't just necessarily the decision-based stuff. So really the concept of getting someone's user type marked in one of these ways is going to be what you'll be able to use in any app that you build and monetize. So let's get started with our in-app purchases. The first step to setting up in-app purchases in an iOS app through Flutter is actually to create the app in App Store Connect. So this video we're going to be going over how to do that. This is going to require a developer license, so if you don't have that, you will need to go pay for the Apple developer license so you will have access to all of this stuff. You're not going to be able to configure in-app purchases without the developer license. So you're going to go to appstoreconnect.apple.com and you'll be logged in with your developer license, and you're going to go to My Apps here, and we're going to be clicking this plus button here to add a new app, and our platform will be iOS. The name will be Decider, and I'll add that YT at the end to keep it consistent with the rest of the course material here. The primary language for me will be English US, and now it's going to ask for the bundle ID. So if you look in the drop down here, the bundle ID that I'm looking for is actually not in there. So to find the bundle ID that you need, if you open your app in Xcode and click on the runner general, you can see right here, this is the bundle identifier that we are after. So we are going to need to create that new bundle ID. We're going to do this through our account here, and then click on the certificates, identifiers, and profiles here. And you'll notice right here, there's no identifier for the app that we're after because it is getting included with this wildcard. So we're going to click the plus there, and we're going to add app IDs and hit continue. This will be for an app. Hit continue again. The description here, you can put the decider YT again. A lot of these start with XC for Xcode. That is because they used to be generated by Xcode. But anyway, now we can go into Xcode, get this bundle identifier here, and paste it right in there. And now it's going to also ask down here for any of the capabilities. We will configure these later, so we can just hit continue for now. And then we can just hit register. So you'll see now in this list we have that decider YT that we need there. If we go back to this tab, we are going to likely need to refresh this just to get that updated. But now if we click on new app and go to bundle identifier, you can see our decider YT is there. And I'll just fill back in the rest of this information. Then for the SKU, this will just be any unique ID you can write here. And we're going to want to give the user access full access, and then go ahead and hit create. Great, so this brings us into this page. So we have the app now set up in App Store Connect. The next thing we're going to do is add the in-app purchase signing capabilities to this app. And this can be done through Xcode. So we're going to go back to Xcode here, and we're going to click on signing and capabilities here, and we're going to add a capability. We're going to just search for the in-app purchases and double click that. So that is going to add that in-app purchase signing capability, and you might have noticed it updated that signing certificate for us there. The final thing we're going to do is create the in-app purchases in the App Store Connect, and this is going to actually get us some IDs that we can then later use in the code. So in our app here, we're going to go down to the in-app purchases and click manage. We're going to create all the different types we're going to be using, which there's 3 different types, and there'll be a total of 6 different in-app purchases. So firstly, we can create the consumable, and there's going to be 3 different ones of these. The consumable is where you basically can use the in-app purchase, and then once it's used, it's gone. So this will be for new decisions, and it'll be basically just 3 different denominations of decisions. So the first one will be for 5. We'll call this decisions 5. For the product ID, this needs to be something that's unique across your whole account. So this will name decisions YT5. It's important to make sure that this is all lowercase and only using numbers and underscores. The reason for this is we're going to want this to match up exactly with the product IDs we have in Google Play. And unfortunately, Google Play does not allow capital letters. So make sure these are all lowercase here. Next, we can choose a price. This one will be 99 cents. And lastly, we're going to need the display name and description. So for display, we will put 5 decisions. This is actually going to show up in the app, so keep that in mind, but you can always change it later. And for the description, it'll be get 5 decisions to use anytime. Later on, we can talk about the App Store promotions, and we will be using this review when we actually go and submit the app. But for now, you can just go ahead and save this. And that is good, so we will have this one consumable here. I'm going to go ahead and do the same exact thing, but do it for 50 decisions and 500 decisions. Alright, so the 3 consumables are now complete. The price, the only thing that's different really is the price and then obviously the number. So the 50 is priced at $4.99 and the 500 is priced at $9.99. Next, we can create our non-consumable in-app purchase, and this one's going to be used for moving to a premium user type. And what we're going to give the user, if they purchase this, is an ad-free experience. If they buy this once, they won't have to see any ads in the app ever again. So we can go ahead and add this as the non-consumable. We'll name this premium, and for the product ID, it'll just be premium YT. This one we're going to price at $5.99. And we will just need a display and description. So display is just going to be premium, and the description is going to be an ad-free experience. The rest we can just leave as it is and just go ahead and hit save. So the last type of in-app purchase we're going to have is the subscription. And we're going to have two different subscription options, one for monthly and one for yearly, but essentially they're the same subscription, just different time periods. The subscription is going to give the user an unlimited amount of decisions as well as the ad-free experience. So it'll be essentially like premium and unlimited decisions. So we can create this with an auto-renewable subscription, and we'll do the monthly one first. So we'll call this unlimited monthly. And the product ID here is going to be unlimited YT monthly. Next, we'll have to add a subscription group. So I'll create a new one just to show you what that's like. Unlimited access is what we can call our subscription group, and I'll add the YT at the end of that. The subscription group is basically going to prevent someone from purchasing two of the same or similar subscriptions. So if you think of the case of the monthly and the yearly, we wouldn't want someone to be paying the monthly fee as well as the yearly fee for this because it's really the same subscription, it's just a different duration. Within the unlimited monthly here, we can choose a duration of 1 month, and then we're going to add the pricing, which for the 1 month will charge $1.99. It isn't going to allow you to change the pricing per location, but I'm just going to leave it all at the default and hit create. Then we can go ahead and save that pricing. There's also options for introductory offers and promotional codes. You could set those up if you like, but I am not going to do that for my subscriptions. Lastly, we will need to add a localization. So we're going to do this for English US, and this is where we will add the display name and description. For the display name, it will be unlimited monthly, or unlimited month rather, and then for the description, it's going to be unlimited decisions for a month with no ads. And we can go ahead and save this. I'll go ahead and do essentially the same thing for the yearly subscription, and the only thing I'll change is the price, which will be $19.99. Alright, so now we're all set and we have our 6 different in-app purchases that our app is going to support. There is one last thing we need to do within the subscription groups, and if you find the group that we created, which is the one that's going to have the 2 in-app purchases, this other one is just a test that I had. So go get into the group that we're actually using, and within here you can see the 2 different types of subscriptions that we have. We do need to add a localization for this. The localizations, you need at least 1, but you can add 1 for each different location. We need to name this group, so it's just going to be called Unlimited Access, and we can use a custom name here of just Decider. So go ahead and save that, and this is good. Now our App Store Connect is all configured for our in-app purchases. The most important thing here that we're going to be needing in the code later is those product IDs. So these product IDs right here we will be using in the code base, which is why we want to have these created before we start writing any of that code. The first step to getting in-app purchases on the Android app is also going to be creating that app in the Google Play console. So this is going to be very similar to what we did with the App Store Connect. And we're going to be creating that app, and then we're also going to be creating those in-app purchases. So this is also going to require you to have a Google Play merchant account, and that is similar to your Apple developer license. The Google one is a little bit cheaper, but you will need that in order to get your in-app purchases completely set up. So in our Google Play console here, we're going to create an app, and we're going to name this Decider YT. Default language is the same. This is going to be an app, not a game. This right here is asking if we want to actually charge for the app. So the app itself is always going to be free, but we're going to have the in-app purchases in it as kind of add-ons. If you did want to charge for your app, this is where you would do that. Then you're going to need to read through these developer program policies. So go ahead and check out all of those and confirm if it is something that you have read through and agree with, and also the US export laws that can be all found here. So then you're going to go ahead and create app there. There will be a bit of configuration that we're going to do later before we actually can get this live. But for now, we can just create those in-app purchases. So if we scroll down here to the monetization or to the Monetize tab here, we can go to in-app products, and you'll see that our app needs to actually have some permissions in our APK. So we will need to upload an APK with those permissions first, and then we'll be able to configure those in-app purchases within here. So we can create that APK with the billing permission in Android Studio. We're going to first go to the terminal here, and we need to generate a key store. And this will just allow us to sign the app. There is a command here that I'll link below, but I'll also just type it out. So it's key tool -gen key -v -key store. And now we're going to name the key. So we can call this decider YT, and it'll be a .jks file -key ALG, and that is going to be RSA -key size is going to be 2048 validity, and that is going to be 10,000. And lastly, we can do a -alias, and we'll just alias this as key. This is going to walk us through a couple steps. So we're going to enter a key store password. For this example, I will just use password, although you should not use that. It'll ask you your first and last name. These are really just to make the key more secure, so you can really put anything for any of these. And lastly, it'll ask if this is correct. I actually incorrectly inputted this, so I'm just going to update that. And now it will generate this key, and it will store it right at this path here. So the key is named by this, but remember that we did alias it with the word key. So once the key is generated, we're actually going to store the values of the key in a file here. So open up the Android file, and we're going to create a new file, and we're going to name this the key.properties. And we're going to define just 4 parameters here. So we're going to have the store password, and that's going to be the password that we typed in down here when we were configuring this. So I used password. The key password is the same. Then we have the key alias, and that is, if you remember, key. And lastly, we have the store file, and that is going to be this right here. And just remove the space. So now that we have the key.properties file set up, we can actually use it to sign our app. So we're going to be in that Android folder, and then go to app, and then build.gradle. Then within this file here, we're going to look for this Android block, and just above it, we're going to define a new variable for our key store properties. And basically what we're going to be doing here is using all these values here, but creating them as a properties object. So we can define our key store properties as a new properties object. Then we're going to need to get our file. So we're going to take the key store properties file, and that we just need to get a reference to that file we just created. So to do that, we can use the root project path, and then call file on it, and look for that file, which is called key.properties. Finally, we can check that this file exists, and if it does, we can take this key store properties object and load the information from the file. So we can do that with a file input stream and just pass in the file. So all that this is doing is setting this key store properties value here to essentially the values within this key properties file. So we'll be able to use this down below to configure our signing of the app. So we're going to look where this default config is, and just below it we're going to create a new block for the signing config, and that will be signing configs with an S. Then we're going to define the block for release. The release is really all we're interested in. That's what we'll be building this in when we're going to be submitting it to Google Play. Typically we'll be building it in debug mode or development mode. So within here, there are 4 lines we need to add, and they do line up with these 4 lines here. So the first thing we need to do is set the key alias, and that is going to equal our key store property of the key alias. The next one is going to be our key password, and very similar. Then for our store file, since this is actually a file, it will be a little bit different. We're going to get the key store property of that store file, and then assuming that exists, which is what this question mark will do, we're going to get the file at that route. And if it doesn't exist, then we can just make this null. But it should always exist, assuming that configuration stays the same. Lastly, we'll have our store password, and that will just be the key store properties of our store password. All right, so we can save that. The last thing we're going to do here is update the build types for our release. And we can actually just remove this comment here, and we're going to change debug here to release, and go ahead and save that. So our app is now configured to be signed, but we do need to add that permission. So the whole purpose of this is that we need to add a permission, but we won't be able to create the APK without signing the app. So that's why we had to do all that, but now we can add that permission, which is actually quite simple. We will actually need to initialize the app with our in-app purchase package, and then update the APK on Google Play. The package we're going to be using is called in-app purchases, and it is at version 1.0.9 at the time of recording this, so that is the version we'll be using. You can copy this line here to add it to your pubspec.yaml file, and if you run that and check the pubspec.yaml, you'll see you get a version here of 1.0.9. We can additionally run that pub get, and now the package will be available. Next, we're going to go to the main.dart, and there is one line we will want to add now if we are using Android. You can see this in the documentation here if you go to the README. The line we're going to be wanting to add here is checking the default target platform, and if it is Android, we're going to enable this pending purchases. And what this is going to do is allow the app to have that billing set up. So we're also going to need to import these 2 packages, so we can just copy these over as well. And if we save this, that should all be good, and we'll be able to now create a build of our app and upload it to the Google Play Store. So I've already been testing this a few times, so I do need to go into my pubspec.yaml and increase the version here to 4. If this is the first time you're creating the build, you won't need to change that, but every new build you make, you do need to increase this so that they are unique. The next thing we'll do is build the app bundle, so we can use the command flutter build app bundle. And while that's running, we can look in our Google Play console. If we go back down to the in-app purchase tab and click the upload new APK, we can see we have the alpha track here, and we're going to want to manage this track, and then we're going to create a new release on it. And this new release is going to be taking the upload that we're generating right now. And that build just completed, so if we navigate to this file right here, which is under build app outputs, bundle release, and then we have that app release.aab. We can take this file. If we reveal in Finder, we'll get the file here, and we can now bring that over to our Google Play and drop it in there. So this release now has the app configured with the Google billing permissions, so it should allow us to create the in-app purchases now on this app. Once that finishes uploading, we can save this, and then we can review the release. And all of this stuff looks okay here. If you have any errors up here that you need to handle, then you might have to go do that, but then you can start the rollout to alpha and roll it out. So great, you'll see in our releases here, and it is in review, but that's all right. Since we configured this with the billing, we will be all set now to create our in-app products. So if we go over to Monetize and in-app products over here, you'll see now we are able to create products. All right, so now that we have a release on Google Play that has the billing information included through that in-app purchase package, we can actually go ahead and create our in-app purchases. So within our app here, we want to go to the Monetize section and then click in-app products. And you'll see now we do have the ability to create a product. So if we go ahead and click that, we want to create these products with the same product IDs that we used within our App Store Connect. So we want our 5 decisions consumable product in Google Play to also have the same product ID, decisions YT5. The reason for this is it's going to make the code base a lot simpler because we're going to be able to always reference that same product ID regardless of the app type. It is possible to have them separate if need be, but ideally you want to make these the same product ID. So we can copy this over. And we can also copy over the display name and description. For pricing, we're going to set the price to 99 cents. So it will be the same price as the iOS version. And we can go ahead and save that. Once it's saved, we can activate it. And now we will have this activated in-app purchase. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing for the other 2 consumables. We can also create our premium subscription here, the premium YT, and that will be named premium. The Google Play Store doesn't make you determine if it's a consumable or non-consumable within here. So we create these essentially the same. So this looks good. We have our 3 consumables and then our 1 non-consumable here. For the subscriptions, we will actually create those over on this subscriptions tab. And we'll start by creating subscription here. The product ID, again, we do want to match up to what's in iOS. So we'll start with the monthly. The name will give unlimited month, and then the description will be the unlimited decisions for a month with no ads. Benefits I won't be adding, but you essentially can add different benefits up to 4, I believe, just telling the user what the benefits are of the subscription. Pricing for this one will be the monthly, and we're going to set that price to $199. I'll leave all of these as the defaults and go ahead and hit save and then activate. I'll just go ahead and create the other one for the yearly, which is going to be essentially the same thing with just a changed price and changed duration. All right, and that looks good. We now have our 2 subscriptions to the monthly and the yearly, and then we also have our other 4 in-app purchases, the consumables and the 1 non-consumable. So this is all good. We now have product IDs for both iOS and Android that match up and link to the same type of in-app purchase. So at this point, both of our stores are configured for in-app purchases, and the next step is actually to set up our app to use them. Now that we have our in-app purchases set up in Google Play and the App Store Connect, we can begin setting it up in our app to retrieve those in-app purchases and display it to the user. So we're going to create a new view, and this will be in the views here. And we'll call this the store view. This will be a stateful widget, and we will have to import material. In the build here, we're going to return a scaffold, and we can first give it an app bar, which will simply have the title as text, which will just say store, because this will essentially be the store where users can buy any of our in-app purchases. Next, for the body, we're going to start with a safe area, and then we'll have a column which we can fill with various elements For right now, let's just put a text element that says welcome. Now that we have a very simple store view set up, we can link this icon here to actually display it. So that actually is going to be in our home view. And if we go into our home view, we also have a scaffold in here, which has an app bar, which then has two actions. And one of the actions, which is the shopping bag icon, has just an empty untapped action. So we can update that to navigate to our new store view. So we're going to do a navigator of build context, and we're going to go ahead and push the route, and the route here is going to be a material page route. And for the builder, we are going to give it that store view. And this should just be pushed, not pushed named. So if we save this and push that shopping bag icon, you'll see we do go to that store view and it just says welcome, as we would expect. So now we can set it up so that we can actually start pulling in those in-app purchases. So back in the store view, we are going to, at the very top here, define the in-app purchases that we are going to allow on this page. And this is going to be a constant of type list. And it will just be a list of strings. And we're going to call this list the product IDs. The product IDs are going to be those IDs of the in-app purchases we set up in App Store Connect as well as Google Play. So it's going to be these IDs here. So we're going to want to copy these over as items in this list here. So these are all of our product IDs, but to make things a little simpler initially, we're going to only include the 3 consumables. We'll come back and do the non-consumable and the subscription. So the next thing we're going to do is request these in-app purchases based on these product IDs from the store that we have already configured them in. So we will be doing this on iOS, and we're going to essentially be trying to get these in-app purchases from App Store Connect. Since this is going to be making a call to App Store Connect or Google Play, we will be using a future to get this data. So within our store view state here, we're going to create a new future. And it's actually not going to return anything. It's just going to be setting the states of different variables. And we're going to call this init store info, and that will be an async function. And now the first thing we want to do is see if our store is available. So to do that, we are going to need to create an instance of the in-app purchase package. So we can do this up here as a final. And it will be of type in-app purchase. And we can just call this in-app purchase, and then it's just going to be an instance of that in-app purchase. Now in our future here, we can use this instance of in-app purchase, and we can call on it is available. And this is simply just going to tell us if the store is available. So we will need to set this as a variable, and it will be a Boolean value. And we're just going to call this is available. This call will need to be awaited as well, so we'll have to add that in there. And now we're going to set the state of a new variable that we'll also create up here, and it will be our is available variable. Originally, this variable is just going to equal false, and I do have a typo there. So we'll set this variable equal to the value that we get back from this call. This might seem slightly strange to you in that we're using kind of the same variable twice, and why not just set this directly? And the reason for that is that is available, we don't want to be a future value. We just always want to be able to use it throughout the app. This is not a future. However, the value that is available in this context is set to needs to await the call to the in-app purchase instance. So basically what all this is doing is just getting this value and then setting it as this variable that then we can continue to reuse without having to worry about if it's set or if it's still awaiting that call to complete. So now that we have this is available here, we can continue to use it here, and we can see if it is not available. So this would mean that the App Store is not available and the page is not ever going to show any ads if this is the case. If that's the case, we want to put a note on the page that basically says this is not available. So we're going to create another variable here and call it the notice. And this we're just going to say there are no upgrades at this time. notice will need to be defined as well up here. So this is going to be an optional string, which just means it could be null. If the store is not available, we're also just going to return here because there's no reason to try and continue and get those in-app purchases if the store is not even available. So after this, we will get the in-app purchases. Let's go ahead and use this notice within the body and see if the store is available. Instead of having this text here with welcome, we can actually have a quick if statement that says if the notice is not null, so if there is something in that notice, then we're going to add a text that just has that notice text in it. And we can also wrap this in padding, and also we need that exclamation point there. So if we save this, you'll notice nothing really happened, but that is kind of expected. There's a few things we do need to update. Firstly, we need to wrap this notice in a set state and actually set the state of that notice there. We're also going to set the state of this if it gets down below here, which just means there is a connection. So this is kind of temporary for now, but it will be good to see that we are actually connected to the store. And lastly, we never actually call this init store info. So right above here, we can call this in the init state. So now if we rerun this, you will have to go back a page and then go back into here and you'll see there is a connection to the store. So this is good. We do have that connection to the store available. In the next video, we're going to actually call the store to get those in-app purchases. So continuing on, we're going to retrieve the in-app purchases from the store that we have. So we can get all of the products and all of their details from the instance that we have of in-app purchase. So this is going to return us a product detail response. And we can call this the product detail response. And this will be returned by a call, which is going to be asynchronous to that in-app purchase instance. We're going to be querying for the product details. So we need to pass in that identifiers here, which we already defined up above, which is this product IDs. So we can copy that, and we need to convert this to a set. So we can just call toSet on it. And we can end that with a semicolon. So this is going to get us our product detail response here. So we can use this product details response now to set a variable of the list of products. So we're going to define another variable up here, and this will be a list of our products. And it will be of type product details. So it will be a list of the product details for all of our in-app purchases, and we'll call this the products. And initially it'll just be an empty list. So down here, we're going to simply set the state of that products list. And it's going to equal the product detail response. And then we're going to call the product details on it, because you can see that the product details here are the list of product details from that response. So that should be good. And after this, we can also just print out the products here. So currently we would expect to get 3 products back because we only have our 3 products right here that we're passing the product IDs for. So if we save this and rerun, you can see we do get 3 instances here of those App Store product details, so that is good. There are 2 potential issues that we do want to handle though, and we'll handle those with different notices. So the first one is going to be if this product details response here contains an error, and we can test that by calling error on it. And we want to see if this is not null. So that would mean that there is actually an error. Then we're going to set the state of this notice to equal there was a problem connecting to the store. Then we can add an else if here. And this one we want to check if the product details response dot product details is empty, and there is already an is empty call on that. If this is the case, we're going to have the notice say there are no upgrades at this time, because really what this means is the store is connected, we could get products, but there just are no products being returned. The error one is slightly harder to simulate, although it definitely is possible. This one is quite easy to simulate though. All you need to do is have products up here that you do not have configured on the App Store. So if we had a 1 after all of these and rerun this, you'll see there are no upgrades at this time is displayed because none of these products here are available. However, as long as one of them is correct, you'll be able to see that there is a connection to the store, so that error is not actually hit. One other quick thing I could show you is if you want to see which of these product IDs in this list are not actually going to be displayed, you can also print out the products that aren't returned. So these would be the not found products, and this will just be the product details response of not found IDs. If you rerun this, you'll see those two IDs that are not actually configured come up as not found. This is useful for debugging. If you're not seeing what you would expect to see, you might have the IDs incorrect either in the code here or in App Store Connect, and they will definitely need to match up. I'm going to remove these two prints here, and I'm going to set back the IDs to the correct ones. So now we are retrieving our product information and saving it to this products list. In the next video, we'll display that out in the view. In the last video, we set our products list here with a list of the products that we're getting from the store, and that's based on those product IDs that we're setting at the very top. In this video, we're going to display that information on the page. So since this is a list of information, we can use the list view builder for this, but we are going to want to wrap this in an expanded widget. And the list view builder here is going to take the item count, and the item count is going to be that products dot length. And then for the item builder here, we'll have access to the context as well as the index. So we will define the actual product detail that we're dealing with as a variable here just to make things a little bit easier. So this will be a product details, and we'll just call it the product details, and it's simply going to be the products list at the index that we're currently at. Now we can return a card from this list view builder, and the child of it will be a row, which for now we're just going to, for the children, add a text item. And the text item is going to have the product details title. So we're going to use this product details here, and then we're going to call title on it. And we can just go ahead and add some of the themes style to it for headline 5. This is going to need a semicolon. And now we should be able to see the different products that we have. So I actually do have a typo here, which we can fix, which will be product details, and update both of those. If we run this again and go back into the store, you'll see that we do get those 3 product titles that we did configure. After this text here, we can go ahead and add the description as well. And this will just be the product details dot description. We will need a comma there, and I'm going to change this row to a column. So we have the title and the description, and these are the values that we configured in App Store Connect. So you can see this is a lowercase decisions here, and the rest are uppercase. So if I go back into App Store Connect and we click into this, we'll be able to see in the locals here that this is lowercase, and we can make that uppercase. And this is just illustrating that this is where the information is coming from, and you can update it. All right, so we can actually go ahead up here and uncomment these other 3 because we're going to style the cards now. And the cards will have a slight difference to them depending on the type. So we're going to make these first 3 cards kind of look the same and have the same icon over here. And then we're going to have these all have different icons. And the text of the button will also be slightly different because subscription buttons are not really a buy now, it's more of a pay for the subscription. So anyway, let's go ahead and build out these cards more. So firstly, we want an icon over here, but it's not always going to be the same. So we're going to create this as a widget of its own. And we're going to call this get in-app purchase icon. And we'll be passing it the product ID. So if the product ID is the premium, then we'll return an icon that is the icon brightness 7 outlined, and it will be a size of 50. I'll actually just go ahead and fill in this code here because it's pretty simple, and then I'll quickly explain it. So basically, premium is going to be the brightness 7 icon, which you can kind of see over here. The unlimited monthly is going to be this icon, and yearly will be this other icon. If it's any of these three decision ones, it's just going to be this add number icon. This is kind of just simple styling, but it is more of a way to see how you could kind of style these differently. So up here, we want that icon to display on the left. So we're going to wrap this column in a row. And then within the row here, we can call that icon. And we will need to give this the product details ID, because that will be the product ID. And if we save that, you can see all those different icons are there now. And we are just going to wrap this in a bit of padding, and that looks better. Now we can also wrap this column here in a expanded widget, because we do want that to take up as much space as possible. And then in this column here, we're going to set the cross-axis alignment to be the cross-axis alignment of start. And that is just going to move all that text to the left there. Last thing we're going to do is add a button on the right. So this will be an elevated button. We can reverse these, and the child here, we're going to actually create another function for. On pressed for now is just going to be nothing, and we'll come and fill that in later. For the child, we're going to create another widget, which is going to be the buy text. And we will pass that the product details. We now need to define this, and we can do that right here below the icon. With this, we want to put the price on the button itself, and then depending if it's a subscription, we need to say if it's per month or per year. So if the product details ID is equal to the unlimited monthly, then we're going to return a text widget which will have the price, and the price can be found in the product details. It's actually the price parameter. And then we want to say that it's that price per month. So we'll add this /month after it. Very similarly, we can do the same thing for our yearly one. The difference here is we're going to be using year. And lastly, we'll return text that says buy for and then the price. So buy for $199, for example. We can remove that part at the end. So this will be the text that goes inside the button, and we already called that up here. So if we save this, you'll see we get that button, which does have the price, buy for 99 cents, and you can see they're all different, and then the subscriptions have the month and the year. The only last thing that I want to add is a bit of padding around this elevated button. And with that, this looks pretty good. Our store is basically looking how we want it to. The main next thing we're going to have to do is actually make these buttons work. All right, so if you've been following along and doing this kind of quickly, you might notice that your store doesn't have any items in it. Even if you set this up correctly with the correct product IDs, and you can see mine is showing everything now, all 6 of my products. But if I were to try and add another product here, a new product, it's not going to immediately be available to the app. And if you are developing, that could be a bit of a pain because you want to be able to test this stuff and develop it right while you're doing that. So for iOS, we can actually test our products using StoreKit. And what StoreKit will allow us to do is just create basically test versions of all of our products and then connect to the StoreKit, basically local environment of these product versions, and then use that instead of the actual live production ones. So I'll show you how to set that up right now. We'll first need to open up our app in Xcode. And once that opens up, we're going to go to File, New, and then a new file. And we're interested here in creating a StoreKit file. So if you search If you search for StoreKit configuration file, you can find that, and we'll hit next. And it's going to ask you what you want to name it, what you want to call it. I'll call it the course configuration StoreKit and just create it. Once this is created, you can see we have the option to add in-app purchases and subscriptions. So down here, we can add all those different types, starting with our consumable in-app purchase. And you can see what we need to fill out here is essentially the same thing that we filled out in our App Store Connect over here. So we are going to want to make sure that these product IDs match up exactly, and that is going to be what this product ID is right here. The rest of the stuff we are going to want to match up as well, so 99 cents there. Reference name is going to be here. And then it's the same thing with the localizations. It's going to ask for that display name and description. So really all this is going to let us do is have this local version of all of our in-app purchases, and then use this information, and it'll be available quicker, and you won't need to worry about having it set up on the App Store Connect. To actually use this StoreKit configuration for our app, we can go to the Builds tab and then choose Schema, and we'll click Edit Schema. And this is going to allow us, we want to make sure we're on the run and the options here, and you'll see this option here for StoreKit configuration. You can see right now that is set to none. So we are going to change that to our course configuration StoreKit, and then we can close out of that. And now if we were to run our app from Xcode itself, we should see that the app actually only loads that one individual in-app purchase. However, if we do go back into our Android Studio here and rerun the app, we're still going to see all of our in-app purchases here. Alright, so the app is now loaded up, running from Xcode, and if we click on the store here, you can see that the store only has that decision from the actual StoreKit configuration. So now that we ran the app from Xcode, and this is the iPhone 12 with the StoreKit configuration, when we run it from Flutter, which currently it is running from Flutter right now in this tab right here, if we click on the store now, you'll see it is actually using that StoreKit configuration. So do make sure you first run the actual device from Xcode and then run it again in Flutter, and it should work. I just restarted it from Android Studio here, so you can see if we go into there, we do get that StoreKit configuration there. However, if we stop all these and if we still go back to our iPhone 13 and run that, this one was never actually run from Xcode, so you will notice that all of these are still going to exist here. If you want to use this iPhone 13 with StoreKit, all you would have to do is run it from Xcode first, and then everything should be working after that. Overall, I think StoreKit is a good tool to know about and is potentially useful when initially setting things up, because you can get that quick demo of some in-app purchases, but long term and while I'll be developing, I don't really think it is that useful. So I did want to just show you that in this video, but for the remainder of these videos, I will not be using the StoreKit configuration. I'll actually just be using the configuration that we already set up in App Store Connect. So currently our store view has all of our in-app purchases, but if you try and buy one, nothing happens. So in this video, we're going to set up the action to actually allow this purchase to go through and grant you the 5 decisions. So you can see here in our store view, if we scroll down, we can find where this button is being clicked, and the on pressed right now is just blank. So we're going to go ahead and add a little bit of logic within here. So because we have 2 different types of in-app purchases, those being the consumable and non-consumable, we do need to have this button act a little bit differently depending on the type. So first we can handle the type of non-consumable, and currently our only non-consumable is going to be this premium ad-free experience. That is the only non-consumable item we have. The subscriptions will actually get grouped in with consumables, but they are also kind of their own category. Here we need to decide if this product details is a consumable or non-consumable. So we want to see if it is a non-consumable. And currently we can just use the ID since we only have one ID, and it's going to be that premium YT for a non-consumable. We can kind of just hard code this. When we have a non-consumable, we're going to use that in-app purchase instance, and then we can call buy non-consumable on it. And this will take the purchase params, which we have not yet defined. So we're going to define those right up here underneath the product details. And this will be another final, and it will be a purchase param type. And the purchase param is defined by the product detail. So we can use the product detail from above to create this purchase param. And now this purchase param down here will be working. And that should work for our non-consumable. And if it's not a non-consumable, it means it's a consumable. And we can use similarly the in-app purchase instance. And instead of calling by non-consumable, we will call by consumable. And the purchase params will also just be that purchase params. The reason this is going to work is because this whole list view builder, all this code is within the item builder. So purchase params and purchase details is going to be redefined for each of the individual cards within here. But anyway, this should be okay. So if we rerun the app now, and we go in here and we click on the 5 decisions, you're going to see it's going to ask us to sign in with an Apple ID. So we are going to want to create a test Apple ID that we can use and test out these purchases without actually being charged. If you were to use your actual Apple ID, you run into the risk of actually being charged for these test in-app purchases. So over on App Store Connect, we're going to click on the Users and Access tab up here. And then we're going to go down into the Sandbox tab and click on Testers. And you can see right here, I already do have 2 testers set up, but I'm going to add a new one here. And you're going to just give it a name and an email. It is important that this email actually works. The password here, you do need to make a strong password. So I'm just going to go ahead and use the suggested one there, and I'll copy that over into my notes. Then the secret question, I typically just put the password in for these because these are just test users that can get thrown away. Enter anything for these and then click invite. So you can see I already have a Apple ID associated with this. And one nice thing, if you have a Gmail, you can use the plus and then put any number after it, and you'll still receive the message, but it does make it a unique email address. So then I should get an invite for that, and this is the invite I get, and I can now verify the email address, and we'll just have to enter that password, which is going to be saved right here. And then hit continue. And now we have this course user here that we can use to test out everything. So we'll close out the email here. We can use that Apple ID now, which is that. And the password here, I will paste in and hit OK. So again, we were in the middle of buying this 5 decisions. So if we look into the logs now, we're going to see that we are kind of getting an exception here that's logged. And this is to be expected at this point because we didn't really set up any handling of these purchases. So you can see it says there's a pending transaction for the same product identifiers. Please either wait for it to be finished or finish it manually by using complete purchase. So the purchase here was never actually completed, and we will need to set up some logic to actually listen for purchases from the App Store and then mark them complete. In this video, we'll set up the listener to listen to the buy events for our in-app purchases. So we're going to do this in a new service class. So create a new file, and it will be a Dart file. And we're going to call this the in-app purchase service, or IAP service, I guess will be quicker. So this will just be a class. So in this class, we can create a new void function called listen to purchase updated. And this is going to take a list of purchase details. So it will take a type of list, and the items in the list are going to be purchase details. And we'll just call this the purchase details list. That should be lowercase though. So within here, we're going to have this list of purchase details that are going to be passed essentially from our store view button here. So when either of these buy buttons are clicked, the in-app purchase package actually has a way that we can alert ourselves with a stream of these purchase details that are getting bought. So that is what we're going to be using here. Really, the purchase details list here is going to be what's sent from the actual buy button. But we need to call this outside of here, and we'll call this in that stream that actually will listen to it. This function here is actually just going to be marking the purchase complete once we receive that notice. It'll be a bit easier to explain as you see it being built out. We will need to include the package though for the in-app purchases here. And really the simplest form of this function here is going to be just to mark the purchase as complete. So we are going to have this list of these purchase details, so we can just loop through this. And for each element, which is going to be a purchase details, because that is the type in our list here, we can also just name the element within this purchase details. And now we can just check if the purchase details, so basically the details of our purchase here are pending complete purchase. And if that is the case, we're going to go ahead and complete the purchase. So this is going to be an await call, which means we need to make this an async function. And we're going to await here an in-app purchase instance. And then we're going to call complete purchase, and we will pass in the purchase details. So I actually placed the async in the wrong spot here. The function itself for listening to purchase updates isn't necessarily asynchronous, but each of these items that we're looping over will have an asynchronous call in it. So we're going to place the async here, and you can see now the await is no longer airing out. So this is good. If we were to save this, you might remember from the last video, if we try to buy this, we get that error that there's a pending purchase that hasn't been completed. So essentially we need to get that purchase to hit this block of code here so that it can be marked as completed. So back out in main is where we're going to actually call this listen to purchase updates. So open up the main.dart file here. And what we're going to want to do out here is listen for the in-app purchase stream. And as I kind of started saying before, this is just a part of the in-app purchase package, and it's a stream that we can listen to for when any of those purchase events do happen. So just above the build here, we can start by creating a stream subscription, and this is going to allow us to listen to that purchase stream. We'll define this with a late, so it's lazy loaded. And really all that means is the other parts of the app can load first, and this will kind of load afterwards. So we're going to be creating a stream subscription here, and it will be a subscription of type list, and the items within that list are going to be these purchase details. The stream will just be a list of purchase details, and we'll just define this as the subscription. Really, it can be called anything. Maybe IAP subscription makes a bit more sense, since potentially you might have multiple subscriptions. We will need to include the in-app purchase package in main.dart as well. And now we can override the init state And within this, we can actually now listen to that stream coming from the in-app purchase package. So we're going to create another variable, and this is going to be the stream. This we can name the purchase updated, and this is where we'll use the in-app purchase instance, and we'll call that purchase stream on it. So we'll have this purchase updated, and now we can make use of our in-app purchase subscription. And we're going to set that equal to the purchase updated. So it's going to be equal to this in-app purchase stream. And we can call listen on this. And the event that is going to be here is going to be a purchase details list. And now there's a few things we can do in here. So the first thing we want to do is actually call our listen to purchase update. Since we're calling listen on this, whenever anything is updated, meaning whenever the in-app purchase package pushes something onto this purchase stream, we're now listening to that. So this is basically going to get triggered whenever someone actually buys something. So because of that, we can make use of our listen to purchase update and call that immediately within this block. We're also going to just print out a short message here just so we can see it in the logs. And now we can call our IAP service and call listen to purchase update on it. And remember, this does take the list of purchase details, which we have now as right here, a purchase details list. All right, so you can see there's several errors here, and there are a couple things we're going to need to update. You'll notice our decider app class here is actually a stateless widget. We're going to want to convert this to a stateful widget. Android Studio makes that pretty easy. Once that is done, now we can be overriding a init state. We can't override a init state in a stateless widget because stateless widgets obviously have no state. So that fixes that issue. Now we also have a few issues that are going to come up down here. We need to typecast this in-app purchase subscription as a stream subscription list, which is basically the type up here. So if you add the as down here, it will get us what we want, and then we can add that semicolon. So now we can, when we're setting our in-app purchase subscription here, we just need to make sure that it does match the type that we're defining it to be. And the last thing here is that we're trying to call this new function on basically this class, but it's not an instance of this class. So if we add the parentheses, it will create an instance of the class, and then it will call the function on that. So this all looks okay, but there are actually two other things we want to handle. And the first one is once this is done, so once this is complete, the listening, we want to actually close this stream here. And we also are going to want to close this stream if there is an error. The way we can do this is actually move this stuff down here, and we can call on done, and then simply close this stream. So we can close the stream by calling cancel. Then in a very similar fashion, we can also check the error, so on error. And if there is an error, we would actually get access to the error object here that's returned. So you can decide how you want to handle that. I'm also just going to cancel the subscription stream in this case. And now we can move that all back up there. And we shouldn't be using snake case for this, so we can update this real quick to be the in-app purchase subscription like that. So just to make sure that this is clear, the listen here is kind of the main key that is going to make all of this work. Basically what it's going to be doing is be listening for the in-app purchase package to send something to this purchase stream. And the in-app purchase package is going to send purchase details to this purchase stream anytime someone purchases any of our in-app purchases. And basically what we're going to do then is once one of those new purchase details get pushed onto this stream, we're going to pass off that list of details over to our purchase listener, which is in here, our listen to purchase updated. Within here is where we'll give the actual decisions, and then we'll mark the purchase complete. There's going to be multiple more steps within this block here and more logic built out, but everything in here is actually set up pretty good. So let's rerun the app and see if that error is now gone when we try and purchase something. To actually illustrate this better, we have this print happening here when the purchase stream starts. Let's go ahead and add another print down here once the purchase has been marked complete. So now if we go back into here and we try and buy this, you can see we are still getting this error. I think what's happening here is the error is triggering before sending anything to the purchase stream. So let's go ahead and just try and buy a separate one that is different from the 5 decisions, which is pending a purchase right now. And what this should do is actually send both of these to the purchase stream, but it's not going to get triggered until this new one is made. So let me just authenticate again for this one. And you can see down here, we did get the purchase stream started twice and then completed, and start twice more and complete it again. All right, so now if we rerun the app, you'll see if we go into our store view and click the buy 5 decisions, our purchase stream will start here. And really what this is going to be starting is kind of this whole interaction right now. So this is the beginning of it. If we hit cancel here or fill in the information and hit OK, that's going to kind of be the end of the purchase stream, and it will get passed into the actual listen to purchase updated. So you'll notice here, even if you hit cancel, it is going to get into that mark complete, purchase mark complete, and that's okay. That's what we expected. There's kind of like no logic around this, so everything is going to just be marked complete. But there is a difference between marking the purchase complete and actually giving the user the 5 decisions. So you'll notice that was marked complete, but if we go back to the home, we still just have our 3 decisions from before. So that's something we'll set up later, but if we do click buy and we're to put in our information, it would be kind of the same thing. We aren't actually handling anything, but we are listening to these events now. In the next video, we'll actually build out this listen to purchase update function a little bit more and start giving people what they're buying. So now that we're listening to our successful purchases in our listen to purchase updated method here in our in-app purchase service, we actually want to handle the purchase and give the user whatever that is that they actually purchased. So if someone purchases 5 decisions, we actually want to increase their bank by 5. And likewise, all the other purchases, handle those. So within here, we're already checking if a purchase is pending the complete purchase, but there's other statuses that we can use to determine if a purchase was actually successful and bought. We're going to have another if statement up here, and we're going to be checking if the purchase details status is equal to the purchase status of purchased. And this means that the user actually did just purchase it and the purchase was successful. But there is another status that we want to check, and that is the restored. And we can just add this now as well. This will be used if a user actually restores their purchase, meaning they bought the in-app purchase on a different device and now they're going to restore it on this device. We're going to be setting up the full restoring of purchases later, but we can add this part right now. And if the purchase was successful here, we're going to want to handle that purchase, and to do that, we're going to be creating another function right within here, and we can call this handle successful purchase. And this is going to take that purchase details. So we need to create this function now, and we can do that right below this void function. We'll create another void function, and it will be called that handle successful purchases. And we can also pass in a purchase details type for the one parameter that we're going to be passing into this. So depending on the type of app and the in-app purchases you're offering in your app, this section could grow in size. But this app that we're building here really has two different type of in-app purchase outcomes that can happen. The first would be these three, which is just an increase in decisions. Then the unlimited monthly and yearly are essentially the same thing, just different durations. And premium and the unlimited are both kind of the same category of an in-app purchase in that it's going to be giving the user a different kind of permission for the app. So these type of permissions also can just be stored on this user's object here. So we can just mark it premium true or unlimited true. But within here, we are going to want to determine which one of the purchases was made. And we can do that using the purchase details product ID. So we're going to set up a few if statements here. And I think it's fine to do this with if statement for each of the product types by their ID. But if you have an app that has hundreds of in-app purchases, which I think is pretty rare, you might want to structure this a little bit differently. But I think just seeing this concept here, you'll basically get the gist of it and be able to modify this if need be. So we are going to want to check if the product ID is equal to one of the product IDs we offer. We do have those listed out in the store view. So we go up to the top of the store view. These are our product IDs here. So I'm just going to place them here in a comment. And basically, if it's the first one, we will grant 5 decisions. Let me go ahead and quickly fill out all of these if statements, and then I could quickly go over them. All right, so as you can see now, we are handling all of our different product IDs. If it's the decision 5, we're going to do something within each of these if blocks here. And you'll notice the unlimited monthly and yearly is going to share the same block because it will act the same within the app. Either one of these is going to give you exactly the same access. So we can just remove this comment now. And because these three are exactly the same in concept, we want to create a function that we can just call and pass in the number. So we're going to create this in a new service class. So we can create a new Dart file. And we'll call this the Firebase service. And we'll need to include the Cloud Firestore package here. And then we can just create a class called the Firebase service. And now within here, we can create a function called increase decision. And within this, we want to update this user's bank value to increase it by a passed in value. So if we pass in 5 to this function that we're creating, we want this to turn into a 8 because 5 plus 3 is 8. So this is going to require 2 parameters. So we're going to be taking the UID, which is that user's ID, and the quantity. And we will make these named parameters, which you can do with these brackets here. You don't need to do name parameters if you don't want to, but name parameters are kind of nice when you're calling the function later because you can see what parameters you need to fill in. So now we can create a Firestore instance. And then we're going to find the collection of users and then find that user's document. And now we're going to call the update on this. And we're going to be updating the user's bank value. We don't necessarily know what their current bank value is here, and we will know this quantity that we want to increase it by, but we can't just set this to the quantity because in this example, if we had 5 for the quantity and we just pass in quantity there, it would set the bank to 5, but we really want it to be 8. So what we can do here is increment the field value by calling field value dot increment, and then within here we can pass the quantity. So this is basically just going to increment it by that passed in value. And we're also going to update that next free question. This test user does not actually have a next free question at, so I believe that's just because I've never actually gone through and asked any questions on this user. And if I do that, it should get the next free question. Essentially, as soon as you ask a question, you'll get the next free question. So you can see now that that value is set. So we are going to set that value to the current time, and we can use datetime.now for that. Within here, the syntax is a bit off. We do need to wrap this in brackets because we will be passing this as a map, which is just key values. And then we can pull that up there and add a semicolon. So now if we go back to our in-app purchase service, within our handle successful purchase, we can call an instance of our new Firebase service. And then we can call increase decisions. And this will take the two parameters, one being the UID. And the UID in this context is actually currently unknown. So we will have to add that. And let's add that second parameter, which is going to be the quantity. And that quantity will be for this one 5. The UID we will need to know, so let's create a new variable called UID, and let's initialize our in-app purchase service with that UID. So this will be a string value, and we'll just call it the UID. And then when we initialize the in-app purchase service, we're going to require a UID. So now we need to find where we are calling this. So if we do a search in all of our code, you'll see there's only one location that we are calling this in, so we can go ahead and open that up. And we do need to pass the UID here, but in this context we do have access to the UID, and we can get that from our provider through the auth service. So we'll use the context here, and then we're going to read the value for the auth service. And then we can call the current user and get its UID. So at this point, if someone were to make a purchase of the decision 5YT, the increment decision will be called, and we'll be passing in that 5 decisions here. And that increment decision is simply going to increment their bank value by the amount of decisions passed in, which would be 5, and then also increment that next free question at. All right, so before we actually test this in-app purchase, there are two things we're going to do. Firstly, we're going to go into our simulator here, and up at the top, we're going to choose device and then erase all content and settings. This is useful sometimes when testing these because when setting this up, we do sometimes get a actual purchase that was not handled. So this is going to clear out everything. It's actually going to completely clear out our user as well. So we will have a new user ID. And this is useful sometimes during testing. Obviously, once things actually get set up and working, you're not going to need to do this as much. But we're going to go ahead and clear that. And then we're also going to add a bit of logging here. So we can do this just with print statements, but we're going to print out the purchase details status here so that we can see what the actual status is. And this will be useful so that we can see whether or not this block is actually getting hit. So we could rerun the app. We're also going to add another print statement down here just to see if we are handling the purchase. These are kind of temporary just so we can see what is actually getting called when we are running this. We'll also print increasing decisions for this quantity. All right, so we'll rebuild this. All right, so if you notice, we do have a new account ID down here, and we can go ahead and try and purchase the 5 decisions now. So this is the only one that's currently set up. We will fill in our sandbox test user ID. And you'll see down here in the logs, we originally had the purchase status of pending. That was when the pop-up first came up to log in. Then we got the purchase status of error. So we did not actually get a successful purchase. And you'll notice also that our handle successful purchase was never actually hit. And since this wasn't hit, it was never passed into the increased decision. So we would expect this to still be at 3 decisions. So we can see what this error is now if we go in here, and right now we're handling the status of purchased or the status of restored. There's also the status of pending if we want to do anything with that, but really that isn't as useful. But here we can actually check when this purchase details status is equal to the purchase status of error. And when that's the case, we can actually handle the error in various different ways, but we're just going to print out the error and see what the error actually says. So the error is going to be under the purchase details error. And this is going to be an optional, so we will have to add that exclamation point there. Now, If we run this again, we can reattempt our in-app purchase, and this time we do also expect it to fail, but at least we will see what the error is. So we can see here the error is logged, and really what the error is saying is that it could not verify the credential that was called, and basically the authentication failed. So our sandbox user authentication failed with the App Store, and basically that means that even though this is test information and test data, Apple cannot verify that this user can buy anything. So I have looked into this quite extensively and spent actually quite a few hours trying to figure out how to get this to work. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like you can use the simulator devices on your computer to actually make these test purchases. What does work though is if you load this on your physical device and then sign in as a sandbox test user and then buy the in-app purchase from there. So let me show you exactly how to do that now. So over on the physical device, you're going to want to go to your settings. And then you're going to want to scroll down to the App Store and click into that. And then within the App Store, you can scroll down towards the bottom and you'll see this Sandbox account where you can sign in. And here you're going to want to sign in as that same Sandbox user that we've created and used. If you're on a Mac, you can copy and paste from the Mac itself, which is kind of nice. And I'll add that password. And at this point, we can click Sign In. When you're on your actual device, it's going to ask you to confirm your Apple ID here. And again, this is a sandbox Apple ID, so we'll hit continue. Then it's going to ask me to verify this with my phone number, and I should get a text message. So I'll hit continue there. It's going to send me the code and automatically fill it in, and then it will sign me in. So now I'm signed in as my sandbox test user. So back over here in Android Studio, I do have my device connected currently. So I'll select that and then I'll run this code on my physical device. All right, and now our app is running on our physical device. You can see currently this test account has 8 free decisions left, and that's fine. So we're going to go in here and we're going to try now to purchase the 5 decisions. So we'll click that buy button there. And you'll see here now that this pops up much like it would pop up if you were actually going to be purchasing the in-app purchase. But you'll notice it is using our sandbox account. So here we can click purchase, and we are going to have to enter that password one more time. So we can hit sign in there. And you'll see that the purchase does go through successfully. And this is what we would expect is this pop-up modal here that says your purchase was successful. This is kind of a built-in feature of the package here. So we're going to click OK. And by clicking OK here, you'll notice that that is what actually completes the purchase. So if we go back, we can see we now have 13 decisions, which is what we would expect because we had 8 initially and we added 5. And you can see in our logs here, we're getting all of our logged out information that we added in those various places. So this is all good for iOS. The last thing we need to do is go into our handle purchase and finish filling all of that out. So the 50 and 500 are going to be easy. We just can use the exact same thing, but increase the quantities here to 50 and 500. We can remove this print statement here. And for our premium and monthly, this one is going to be a little bit different. So we're going to actually just go ahead and cover that in the next video. So for our premium and our unlimited subscription, we're actually going to be adding a new field to our user object. So the on-device user object that we're using right now is actually going to be this user down here that has that 13 decisions. So when they go premium, we want that to just be a true value. And then when they're unlimited, we want that to be also a true value. And these are going to be kind of simple, but they will be separate. So potentially a user could be premium and unlimited. This would happen if they bought the premium one first, maybe, then they try out unlimited for a month. Either way, we want these to be labeled as separate fields on here. So we will make them separate fields. Kind of similarly to what we did up here, we are going to create a new function in our Firebase service. And this one is going to be to set the account type. And we're either going to be setting that account type to, again, that premium or that unlimited account type. But we will take kind of similar parameters. We're going to need that user's ID, and we're also going to need the type. So that would either be premium or unlimited. And now within here, we're going to kind of do a similar thing. We're going to have a Firebase instance, and then we're going to find that collection of the users and get that document and actually update it. So we can kind of just copy all of this stuff here and close that out. So now within this one, our key value here is going to be the type. So if you imagine we pass in premium, we want premium to be the key, and then we just want that to be marked true. So we can do that by using the type itself as the key. And then for the value, it's going to be true. So basically whenever set account type is called, it will be setting whatever type is passed as true. Then we're also just going to update the next free question. This is good to continually update because if someone is changing their account type, we will want to move that next free question to now just so that they aren't seeing that countdown window if that is what they currently were seeing. This setup should work, so now we just need to call it. So back in our in-app purchase service, we're going to be calling our Firebase service, and we'll be calling set account type. The UID will just pass in the type here. This you can decide yourself how you want to specifically set this up. I'm only going to call the type within the user premium and not actually use the name of the in-app purchase, but just call it premium. There are several ways you can do this by creating the user types within the user model and then kind of pulling one of those. But for now, I'm just going to leave these as the strings hard-coded here, and it will be premium, and it will be down here unlimited. So this is good. We can rerun this on our device. All right, so now we're on our physical device here. If we go to our App Store, we can try buying the premium, and we'll go ahead and purchase that. We will enter that password again. And if this worked correctly, we would expect only to see an update in our database right now. So if we go back here, you can see premium is marked as true. Then we can also just go ahead and test out the unlimited. And similarly, we would expect unlimited to be marked as true as well if one of these unlimited ones are purchased. So we can sign in there. Once we click this OK, that's what should actually trigger it. And you can see it did trigger that unlimited as being true. So all these purchases are working. The premium and unlimited aren't really doing anything in our app right now. So if you go into the app, you'll see everything is the same, even though I did buy an unlimited subscription. So we need to further handle these within our code. And when premium or unlimited are present, we need to remove all the ads. And then when unlimited is true, we need to actually allow the user unlimited decisions and not even deduct decisions when they're asking questions. So that setup will actually be able to test on a simulated device. So let's go ahead and start using our simulated device for this. What we're going to do is find this user in our database, the OZAY one, which is right here. And we're just going to add the fields for premium and unlimited. For right now, we're going to have unlimited be false, and we're just going to handle all the premium features, and then we can go ahead and handle all of the unlimited features. The next thing we're going to do is actually update our account model. So our account model right now only has UID, bank, and next free question. The reason this one isn't showing the next free question is simply because we haven't asked one. If we did ask one, it will update our next free question there as well. So you can see that is there now. We want to add two new parameters here, one being premium and one being unlimited. These are both going to be bools, so we can add them like this. And down here where we are getting our account to JSON, we are going to update this to include those as well. So we can actually break this down into a few more lines, but premium is going to be the premium. And then very similarly, unlimited is going to be unlimited. And lastly, we want to convert this from snapshot to also include those two new ones. So we're going to move this down. So we can add those last two, which are going to be premium, and that's going to equal the snapshot data it's basically going to be this block here, but we replace this with premium. And then we can do basically the same thing for our unlimited. And just bring this back up here. And now everything is formatted. Cool, so now that we have our account updated here, we can actually go ahead and start using our account's information. So the account will know if it's premium or unlimited, and we can determine based on that what we should show. So the first thing we can update is this account type down here, which right now is hard-coded as free. Let's open up our home view, and you can find here right within the builds where we have our account type free. We're going to extract this out into its own widget, so we can copy that. And we're going to call this widget show plan, because it will basically be showing the plan that this user is on, whether that's free, unlimited, or premium. And now we can create a new widget called show plan. And we're just going to paste in what we just cut out from the build up there. But we will need to return this, and we can replace that with a semicolon. If we save this, everything should look the same because we aren't actually changing anything. But now we can actually within here check what kind of user type we have. So the first one we're going to want to check is the unlimited. So we can say if the account, which since this is a stateful widget, we're going to have to call this through the widget. And the account is already accessible in the home view here. We've already set this up so that the account is passed in. If you look up at the very top, you can see our account is passed in from the main when we call the home view. So we have access to this account, and then we can call the new unlimited parameter on it, and we can see if this is equal to true. If this is equal to true, then we're going to return this text here. And this will actually be easier if we don't include the padding down here, so we can remove this padding and just return the actual text here. And back up here where we have this show plan, we can just wrap this in the padding again, and basically everything will be back to normal. So if we are unlimited here, we will want this to say unlimited, and if we save that, it still says free, which is expected because our account is actually not unlimited right now. If we go ahead and change this real quick, we can see that this will now be marked unlimited. Because of the way we set up our account with the StreamBuilder, this is all going to get passed in immediately and update immediately. So this is all very nice because when the user does buy that in-app purchase and change their account type, all of that will get updated and it will just sync right down into the account type down here. Let's go ahead and remove unlimited, and just for the sake of showing this, we could actually delete this because sometimes that parameter won't even be there or it'll be null, and that also doesn't matter because of the way we set our account with this being an optional. Lastly, we can add an else if here, and we're going to be checking if that widget account is premium, and we'll be doing the same thing, checking if it's true. If that is the case, we're going to return basically the same thing, but we'll just be calling it premium. And then the else here is kind of optional. You don't necessarily need it because it will just return the text if it's the last thing there. But I think it's nicer to add it personally. So this is good. If we save this, we should see we are now premium, which is what we would expect because we were marked premium here. And now we are a premium user, but the premium user shouldn't see any ads. If you go back into our in-app purchases here, you'll see the premium is an ad-free experience. In the next video, we can actually start using our account type to hide certain things in the app. All right, so now we're tracking if a user is premium or unlimited, but we aren't actually doing much other than changing the account type here. If you look in the actual descriptions of our in-app purchases, the premium user should have an ad-free experience, but currently there are still ads here. You can see there's an ad in our list view here. We have ads coming up when we ask a new question, the interstitial. We also have the option for the reward ad, which that should go away as well if you're premium. So anyway, let's get into determining if a user should see ads or not. The first thing we're going to do is go into our account model here and create a getter that is just going to return true or false if the user should see ads or not. So this is going to be a bool, and it's just going to be called ad free. And it should return true if the user is either premium or unlimited, because that means they are an ad-free user. So we're going to check if premium is equal to true, or if unlimited is equal to true. And if that's the case, we'll return true. And if not, then we'll return false. Depending on your app's logic, this could become a little bit more complex, but this is all that I'm going to need in my app. And I did miss the return here, so add that in. Now we can go back to the home view, and up at the top of the home view is where we kind of load all of our stuff for the ads. Right here in the did change dependencies, you can see this block right here is actually where we load the banner ad, and we also create the interstitial ad, and we create the reward ad. So if we want to get rid of all the ads, then we can wrap this whole thing in an if statement, and we're just going to check if the widget's account is ad free. And if that equals false, then we will want to show all of this information. So we can move all of this into that block. And if it's not, then we're going to set the state of a couple things here. So we want to set the state of our banner ad, and that should equal null because we don't want to have one. And then we're also going to set the state of our interstitial ad equal to null. And lastly, we'll set the state of our reward ad equal to null. If we rerun the app now, you can see all of our ads are gone. You could add some logic if you'd like to keep maybe the reward ad, even if the user is premium, because it's not an ad that's necessarily in your face, but it is an optional ad. I'm going to leave it off even if they are premium, but the logic for that would be pretty simple. We already have our create reward ad function here. So basically you can add another else if and check if the account type is free, but the account is premium, then you can just show just the reward ad, and then if not, show nothing. But anyway, this is going to be good for this part of it. There is a little bit more logic that we actually include around these ads that isn't just here in our home view. Down in our builds here, we have the builds reward prompt, and we don't need this if we aren't going to show the reward. So we can also add an if statement here that is going to check that account and see if it's ad free. If ad free is equal to false here, then that means that they will be seeing ads. So then we will use the build reward prompt there. But that actually should handle it, mainly because we are setting all of these to null. If you look back through the code, all of our logic that is around a banner ad, for instance, you can see is we already are checking if the banner ad is null, basically just show this blank size box. Then even in the show interstitial, for instance, we're checking if it's not equal to null. So if it is equal to null, we're not going to do anything, which in the case of this, now it is going to be equal to null. So all of that should be okay. We can test this again with a question and make sure we don't get that interstitial, which we didn't, and this all worked pretty good. But if we do go to our history view here, you'll see we do still have an ad there, and that is actually to be expected right now. We are going to need to go to the history view itself and update it. So this is going to be slightly different. If we look down towards the bottom here, we have this set state, which is injecting an ad into our history view here. So we already have this block kind of marked with a comment that this is adding the banner ad here. And if you remember, this logic here is basically taking our history list and looping through it and adding an ad in every so often. So all we need to do here is actually check the same thing if the account is ad free. But our history view currently does not have the account linked to it. So we can fix this by requiring the account being passed into the history view as the account there, and we will need to import that package for our account model. And similar to how we're requiring it on the home view, we're going to copy that over into the history view but just change the history view there. So this is going to break now our call to the history view. So if we search that, we're going to see where we're calling the history view in our code. And that is going to be right here in the home view actually. So the home view does already have the account. So it's going to be simple to just pass that in as the widget.account. And now if we save that, we actually do get an error here, but we basically need to rerun it because we don't want to be on the history view. We need to be on the home view so that we can reload the history view with that account. So now the history view has access to the account, so we can add that if statement, and we can say if the widget now, because this is also a stateful widget, if the widget account is ad free, and we're interested if that is false, because if the account is not ad free, so if ad free is false, then we're going to be showing ads. So we can put all this ad code right in there. And we can save that, but let's go back and rerun the app. And you'll see since we are premium, if we go in here, you'll see no ads are loaded. If we go back here, everything is now ad free. So there's one last situation we need to handle. So if the user is on the free type right now, and you'll notice there are ads and that's fine. So if we go back and now we mark them as unlimited or premium, it doesn't really matter which one, but mark it as true, you'll see some things get updated. Really just that button went away, but the ad is still down here. Also the interstitial would probably still show up if we ask right now. Yes, it did, but this should not happen because the user has just been upgraded to unlimited. So that would be a bad experience. The reason for this is because we only are doing our check here if the user has the ad free type in the did change dependencies, and that is actually not going to be changed unless the app is completely restarted. So if we were to restart the app right now, then everything would be okay. But we want to handle that situation where they are updated so that it does work immediately. And it's actually not that difficult to do. We just need to also check the account type when we're later trying to show those ads. So up here, we're not going to load them if the account is ad free, but we also don't want to show them at all when the account is ad free. So we did kind of already do this for the reward prompt, which is why you might have noticed the button went away, but we didn't do this for the banner ad or the interstitial ad. So the banner ad here, we're checking if banner is null, but we also need to check if the widget account type is ad free. So this time we're going to use widget account type ad free equals true, because if it is an ad free account, then we want to just show this blank box there. So that should take care of the banner. The next one is the interstitial. So we have the show interstitial function down here, and we're just checking if the interstitial is not null. But we also need to check here that so if ad free is false and the interstitial is not null, then we'll show the interstitial ad. Lastly, within the reward ad here, we're going to do the same thing and just check that the reward ad is present, as well as the account type ad free is false. To test this real quick, we're going to mark unlimited as false, update this, rerun the app. We should see our ads here, and that is good. We have the interstitial ad happening, and all of this looks correct. Now we're going to go ahead and mark our app as unlimited again, and just go ahead and update that. So at this point, you'll see all of the ads are removed, and if we try and ask another question, the interstitial ad does not come up anymore. And already this page was fine because it was going to be reloaded. But yeah, this is definitely a better way to handle upgrading someone's account, because you can imagine the change on their account would actually happen from the in-app purchase. So if they were to go in here, buy the purchase, then go back here and still see an ad, that would be not a good experience for them. Currently, we are on an unlimited account here, but you can see we still have only one decision left. And if you read our description of unlimited, we will have an unlimited amount of decisions with an ad-free experience. So the ad-free experience is working, but we do not have unlimited decisions, because you can see if we use this last decision here, we now see the countdown, and that is just how all the other users would experience the app. So we'll update this now, and there are a few things we need to change. The first thing we can change actually is the description up here where it says decisions left 1. We can change that based on the account type and show that as unlimited. So the decisions left part will leave the same. Within this here, we're going to be checking if the account type is unlimited. So we can say widget.account.unlimited. And if that equals true, then we're going to display the text of unlimited. And if it's false, then we will just display what we were displaying before, which is the bank amount. So if we save this, you'll see we now get decisions left unlimited, and I'm actually going to capitalize that, but that looks good. This doesn't actually change anything. You can see if we still ask a question, and it says unlimited, but it doesn't act like it's unlimited. So to make it act unlimited, there are a few things we will need to change. The first thing is going to be in this next free countdown. So we can go down here and find that widget next free countdown. And if you read this logic here, we're checking if the app status is waiting. And if the app status is waiting, then we're going to be showing that countdown. And additionally to that, we're going to see if the app status is waiting and the account type is not unlimited. So we'll check if unlimited is not equal to true, which currently it is equal to true. So now if we asked the question here, you'll see we don't get the countdown anymore. However, we don't actually have unlimited features. And if we look at our account right here, we actually have 0 in the bank. So this is simply just hiding that countdown, but that is necessary. The next thing we can update is setting this app status here. We're going to mark this ready if the widget account bank is greater than 0, or if the widget account unlimited is equal to true. So if we are unlimited, then the app status will always be in a ready state. This right here will more or less make this line not relevant. However, this is good to keep here for the same reason that at the end of the last video, we also added a check to the account type. And really the only time that this is going to be used is if we are in that transition state from a free account to an unlimited account. There's only one more place we need to update, and that is going to be in the answer question. So currently in the answer question, we are subtracting 1 from the bank every time. But if the user is unlimited, we don't want to subtract that amount from the bank. So we can do this with a quick if statement here, and we're just going to be checking that account type again. And if unlimited is not equal to true, so if it is not unlimited, then we will deduct 1 from the bank. If it is unlimited, all the other logic will stay the same, but we will not decrease the user's bank by 1. This is important because imagine you have 10 decisions and then you upgrade to unlimited for a month, and then your month expires and you decide you don't want to pay for it. When your account type goes back to the free version, we want you to still have those 10 decisions that you originally had. So having that unlimited status will not count towards your past bank. If we rerun the app now, we can look at our user, which is the user right here. We can see their bank has 1. And we can ask a question, and you'll see they can just immediately ask another question. There's no countdown here. They can keep asking questions over and over again, and it's just going to work. They all show up in the history, and if you look in their account here, there is no deduction to their bank as there was before. So that is it. Now the unlimited counts are working correctly. And just to also show that this is going to work if we make unlimited false and click update, you'll see now the unlimited went away here. We don't quite see an ad yet, which is okay. But if you ask a question, the countdown comes back and they will have to wait to get that new free decision. If we were to rerun the app, or if they were to exit the app and come back into it, the ads will now show, which is what we would expect. To close out this section, we're going to just run through some testing on an Android device here. And really everything we've done so far should already make it so our Android device is set up and working correctly. Android will be a little bit different than iOS in that if you go to the store, nothing is going to show at all. But that is actually to be expected. Android does not link your live version of your products into your simulator, kind of similar to how iOS doesn't allow you to purchase them on the simulator. But on your actual physical device, you can load up Android, and I will show you exactly how to do that now. All right, so we're on the physical device now, and we have a new user here. And we can find that user here, starting with XJOV, and we can see their bank just has 3, and they have no updates to their account type. So first, let's go ahead and buy a decision package. We can buy this person 50 decisions. And Android is going to be a little bit different with our testing accounts. We don't need to set up an actual test user. All we need to do is have our test app working, and we did set all of that up earlier. So as long as you're using a test build, you will have the option to use a test card, which always approves. Within here, you can also test a couple other situations where the card does not approve and where it takes a few minutes to approve. And you can test all those situations within your app and handle errors as you would like. But we're just going to go ahead and use this always approves and buy it. So once that payment is successful, we would expect this bank to go up to 50, which you can see this increased to 53 right there. And our app is looking good as well. Now we can go ahead and try to upgrade to the premium, which should remove the ads. And I have already tested that on this device, so we are seeing an error there. I can go over how to handle that in a second. Let's try our unlimited year. And this one I have not purchased yet, so if we click subscribe, we should be upgraded to the unlimited subscription. And it looks like that's actually not working. So if we look at the errors here a little bit, you'll see we get an in-app purchase error that says consume purchase failed and the source of Google Play, and that we have an invalid SKU type. So if we go back into our code in our store view, where we actually make the purchase here for our in-app purchase, you'll see if it isn't a premium one, we are going to buy with the consumable. And this works fine for iOS, but in Android, the subscription needs to be handled slightly differently. So what we need to change here is how this onPressed is handling the in-app purchase for Android. We actually need to change the way this purchase param is being set when an Android device is being used. And additionally, our logic here is actually not 100% accurate in that a non-consumable on Android is going to be a subscription. So currently this is assuming that the subscription is a consumable, but on Android the subscription would be a non-consumable. And it turns out for iOS, the subscription could be either one. So anyway, let's get into this and update how this purchase param is set. So up here on line 86, we are actually defining the purchase param, and this is the same way we will define it for iOS, but let's go ahead and move that down into the onPressed here, and we'll change it around a little bit. We're just going to define this first as a late, and that will just give us the variable. This code down here is what we'll use for iOS. But first, let's create an if statement here, and we're going to be checking if the platform type is Android. And this is going to require us to add a package if we don't already have it, and that's going to be that Dart.io package. But if we are using Android, we're going to define our purchase param as a Google Play purchase param. And this is going to take a product details, which we already have defined up here as our product details. So we can just copy that over. And currently this is not included. You can see if you try and do the auto include, it doesn't really have a great option there, but with this in-app purchases package, there is another package that this depends on. So we actually have the package already available. We just need to add it in. And that package is the in-app purchase Android in-app purchase.dart. So we'll want to include that there, and then you'll see that this is now available. There is one last parameter here, which is the change subscription param. And this will be used if we are updating a subscription, but for right now, we're going to put this as null, and we'll add the semicolon there. So this is good for if we are using Android, and now if we're using iOS, we're going to pull this information back and just set the purchase param to that. So this is good. Now we want to update this if statement. And earlier when we were setting this up, I mentioned we could change the way our product IDs are set up and not just hard code this one here. And actually we are going to do that now. So scrolling up to the top, we have our list of our product IDs. We're going to break this into two lists, one for our consumable and one for our non-consumable. And then we'll continue to have the product IDs list that just contains both of them. So we'll just create two new lists. Both will be lists of strings, and it will be a consumable IDs list. And then I'll copy this, and this will be the non-consumable IDs. And now we can just pull the consumable IDs into the consumable IDs list, and then pull the non-consumable IDs into the non-consumable ID list. And lastly, our product IDs list is now going to be the combination of these two. So there are a few ways to combine two different lists into a third list, but the easiest and shortest way to write it is to use the 3-dot notation and enter your first list, and then do the same thing for the second list. And basically what this is going to do is include all the items in this list, and then after that include all the items in this list, and they will both be inside of the product IDs list. So this allows us now to use this consumable IDs list to determine if we should be using the consumable by. So down here where we have this if statement, we're going to instead check if our product ID is in the consumable list. So we'll do consumable IDs, and then we can call contains, and we'll be able to pass in the product ID. So if this is the case, we want to actually use the by consumable. So we are going to be changing this up a little bit. And in the else, we will just move this down here. So it'll be a non-consumable. Overall, what this is going to do is update the way purchase param is set. And if it is Android, it will set it correctly. And if it's iOS, it'll be set the way it was being set before. And then if it is one of the consumable IDs, we'll be using the by consumable. And if not, this will include the subscriptions now. We will be using by non-consumable. So now we can run this on our physical device and reattempt the subscription. All right, so here we are on our physical device, and we can now attempt to buy the unlimited subscription. So if we do the unlimited year here, you can see we are already subscribed to that. So we just hit OK, and let's try the unlimited month. This one we are not yet subscribed to, so we can go ahead and subscribe to that. This time the subscription should work and give us the unlimited month. So our app should now be updated to the unlimited plan, which you can see it is. There's no ads, and we have unlimited decisions now. So that all looks good. We never actually tried the premium one. So this user here, which is showing, was never upgraded to premium. I'm going to change the unlimited to false so that we are not in the unlimited status. And you can see the app did immediately respond to that and update. So when we try the premium here, you'll see we do get this error that we already own this item. That is because earlier I did buy this, and now my account is marked as owning this. So when this happens, and this is kind of expected behavior, you can't actually rebuy a non-consumable product. So you will see that error, and the way the user would get that consumable product again, because you can see right now I don't have premium, But if I want to go in here and get premium, there's actually no way for me to get premium. So we need to add a restore purchases button, which will allow the user to restore their past purchases. In the last video, we saw that we couldn't repurchase the premium in-app purchase, and that's because it's a non-consumable purchase, and Google is not going to allow us to repurchase non-consumable products. In iOS, we can clear our purchase history, which does make testing a little bit easier, and I can show you how to do that real quickly. If you go into your sandbox users here and you click edit, you can select your sandbox user and hit clear purchase history. That is going to allow you to repurchase those non-consumables. In Android, however, it is a little bit different. They do let you cancel subscriptions. So there's two ways you can cancel a subscription. Firstly, you should receive an email that looks like this when you actually make that subscription purchase. And this is from the test one that I was doing in the last video. And if you click on Manage Subscriptions, it's going to bring you to this link where you can see the subscriptions you have. So you can see my unlimited monthly one is still active, and I can go ahead and manage this and click Cancel Subscriptions. And it's asking if you'd rather pause it. I'm going to hit No thanks, decline to answer, and continue, and then cancel the subscription. So now that subscription is canceled, and I should be able to repurchase that in-app purchase. Whereas at the end of the last video, you would have seen if I tried to resubscribe, it was just saying I already was subscribed. Another thing you can look at is in the Google Play console. If you go to order management, you can see the subscriptions here that were purchased, and you can refund the purchases. So for instance, this unlimited monthly, if we click into this, we can refund the order here, and we do want to click on remove entitlement, and then we can click refund. Now, currently, it's looking like there is an issue with the Google Play console that is preventing this specific one from being refunded. So it does seem like the Google Play console is actually just kind of having issues right now. So typically that does work. I have refunded these in the past, and it was not an issue even for these subscriptions. So that is how you can do that. I would recommend, if it's not working, as you just saw, it's not working for me, so just wait a little bit and come back, and it should be synced up and allow you to refund. But now let me show you how to add that restore purchases button in, which is going to allow us to get that premium purchase back. So we'll start on the store view here, and this will obviously work for iOS and Android, but I will show you on this Android device. And within the store here, again, this is not going to show any updates. We will have a button that will be at the bottom of all of our in-app purchases that just says restore purchases. This is going to be something that's required by both Apple and Google to get this on either of their stores. Firstly, let's find where our widgets are in the store view, and we'll create a new one, and it's going to just be called Build Restore Button. And this is going to return a row with the children element of a text button. The child element here is just going to be text, and then it's going to read restore purchases. Then we can add a little bit of style, and all we're going to do is add some text button style. And lastly, we can add the on pressed, and this is simply going to make a call to our in-app purchase instance, which we already have created as a variable in the store view. And then we're just going to call restore purchases on it, which is part of the in-app purchase package. That's relatively simple, and we can end this with a semicolon. If we save this, nothing's going to happen because we actually aren't including this in the build. So up at the top, below our list here, which is our list of elements, right below this expanded, we can go ahead and add the build restore button and then save and rerun. You'll see right at the bottom, the restore purchase button is now there. And let's go ahead and just center this by adding to this row a main axis alignment. And we'll do main axis alignment of center. And then we can also add the main axis size and set that to main axis size of max. So if we save that, you'll see the restore purchase button is now down at the bottom. Unfortunately, we can't really test this in our simulator here because we don't have any purchases, so we will have to run this on our physical device here. So let's run that on our Pixel. All right, so to confirm this is working, we are currently on the free account. You can see our user ID is the XJOV, and XJOV unlimited is false here. Also, premium is not even included. But if we go to the store here, try and buy premium, again, we get that error that just says we already own this item. So that's fine. But if we now try and restore this purchase, you'll see we did get that premium equals true again. And now if we go back, we are on that premium account type. So this is great. It's going to allow the user to restore any of their non-consumable purchases. So if they have purchased it in the past, it will be applied if they want to change devices and re-download it, as long as they're logged in with their same Google account. One other quick thing to notice, since we did cancel that unlimited subscription, if we go in and try and do the unlimited monthly, you can see we can buy that again, as well as the unlimited yearly. So before we were getting that error that we already owned it, but since we canceled the subscription, we now can repurchase it. So that's definitely useful to know while testing these out. All right, so generally we are all set up with our in-app purchases now, and we're able to purchase our consumables and non-consumables on iOS and Android. There is one last small thing we are going to do in this section, and that is actually show a loading animation. So you may have noticed when you click into the store here, it's just blank for a while, and then all of a sudden those pop up. When you're actually trying to use the device and you see that and you click into the store, you kind of feel like things are just broken. So we do want to add a little loading animation there. And this can be done pretty simply. We're going to add a new variable here in our store view, and it will just be a bool value, and it's going to be called loading. And initially this is going to be set to true. And now we can use this value to actually show a spinner if we are in that loading state, which initially when the page is viewed, it will be true. So we do need to actually set that to false at some point. And we'll set that to false once we have products. So down here where we actually set the state to there are no upgrades available at this time, we do want to also set the state of loading to false, because really we're not loading anything anymore. We already know that we're not going to get anything. And additionally, when we do get products and we set them here, we are going to set loading equal to false. And then finally, we can actually show a loading animation in our app. There's this expanded widget, which is our main expanded widget of the list view. But right above that, we can do a check and say if loading is available. So if loading is true, then we're going to create another expanded widget, and this one's child is going to equal a centered widget, and then that centered widget's child is just going to have a circle progress indicator. And once we have this all set up, we can kind of have it all in one line by removing those commas. If you save it now, you'll see it just kind of spins up there, even though we don't really want it to, because loading should actually get set to false. But the problem here is that this init store info is really only going to be called once, but our new definition up here is actually called. So if we go back and then go back into the store, that is when it would have happened. But we actually need to rerun the app to make that loading happen, because now these are kind of already loaded in here, and it's not actually going to take as much time as it would when we first load up the app. While that's running, there are actually two other areas that we need to update, and the first one is actually going to be this restore button. So currently that's always going to be showing. If we want to hide that when the page is being loaded, which I believe we should, we're going to need to add a little bit of logic there. So if we find the restore purchase button, we can simply add an if statement here, and we can say if loading is true, then we're going to return a container. If not, then basically all of this stuff will be returned. This is another situation where you can add the else, but In this case, it actually seems like it'll be messier because this is so much longer. The last time I did add it, because it was kind of a one-line thing, but either way, that's kind of personal preference. And that should cover all of it. So now that that reloaded, we can click into the store and all the purchases are quickly there. So this is not a good example and we're not able to actually see the loading animation. We can actually simulate the animation, and this is kind of a nice tool to know about. When we're in here in this future init store info, this is just happening quickly. And this is great. Like obviously we want this to happen quickly, but in the case right now, we want to actually test this. So we can add basically a sleep to this. So we're going to await a future here. And it's going to be a future.delayed. And then within the delayed, we can just put a duration. And in that duration, we can put any amount of time, but I'll just do 2 seconds. So if we save this now and go back and go to the store, you can see we get that now 2-second loading, and then everything loads up. Notice the restore purchase button is also hidden when we enter here, and then it shows when we would expect it to. Now this right here, there is a connection to the store, was kind of placeholder while we were working on this earlier, but now that we have that loading animation, it's no longer necessary to have it. So I'm just going to remove the set state that actually sets that notice. And if we go back now and go back in, the store looks good. So definitely remember to remove these delayed durations because it's pretty much just going to be a pain and slow everything in your app down, but they are useful for sure while testing. In the next section, we're going to write a backend service to actually validate the purchases, because currently right now, the way we have this set up, there are kind of security vulnerabilities here where a user can go ahead and spoof our system and make it think that they bought the in-app purchase when they actually didn't. So in the next section, we're going to be setting up a way to actually validate these purchases and that they did come from the App Store or the Google Play Store and that they're actually valid and have been paid for. So at this point, we have our in-app purchases set up, but we aren't validating that the purchase was successful with the App Store or the Google Play Store. So what this means is a user could potentially trick our app into thinking that it bought the in-app purchase even though it didn't. It's not that likely that this happens, but if a user does expose that vulnerability in your app and then share it with a bunch of other users, it could be a very big problem. This is especially an issue with subscriptions because currently there's no way to expire these subscriptions right now. So you can imagine in the current state of the app, if a user buys the 1-month unlimited subscription, there's actually nothing set up right now that's going to remove that unlimited feature once the user's 1 month is up. So for example, if you were to deploy the app right now and a user bought the 1-month subscription, they might be paying every month, but they also might not be paying every month. And either way, they would always have that unlimited feature. This is definitely not something we want, especially if you're doing subscriptions. But this is still a valuable thing to set up even if you aren't going to be doing subscriptions, because it is still going to validate that the purchase was completed on the App Store or the Play Store and that the money was received by those stores, meaning that the money will be transferred over to you. So the way this is going to work is we're going to set up a custom backend service where we can validate our in-app purchases, and we're going to be writing this with TypeScript and then using Firebase functions to deploy these. So we're still going to be using that Firebase ecosystem. We will be using TypeScript for this, so we will be creating a whole new backend project that is separate from our Flutter app. If you have never used TypeScript before, don't worry. I'm going to show you exactly how to set up everything in this backend service. And even if you've never built any type of backend server or any type of backend service, all of this is going to be explained and you're going to be able to validate your in-app purchases by the end of this section. So let's get started setting up this validator. All right, so we'll begin by creating a new project directory, and we are going to call this the decider backend. So we can change to that directory. And now we're going to install the Firebase tools if you haven't done this already. So we're going to be doing this with npm. So you can check that you have npm, which you should. I'm on version 8 right now, so we can run npm install -g Firebase tools. So while that's loading up, we can actually go ahead and set up in our Firebase console here the use of Firebase functions. So with this, we are going to actually be using Firebase functions. And overall, we're going to be creating 4 different ones. But for now, we need to actually initialize the Firebase functions here. So you can see that we need to upgrade our project's billing plan. And Firebase functions are not allowed on the Spark plan, which you can see I'm on right now. We need to upgrade that to the Blaze plan, I believe it's called. So yeah, Blaze is the pay-as-you-go because functions can actually incur charges, but you do have a pretty nice size free version on the Blaze plan. So typically you won't even be charged anything, at least not while you're developing. So that's all you need to do for that. But now you can see we're on the Blaze plan, so we're going to get started with the functions here. And you can see the first command it wants us to run is actually the one we just ran. So back over here, we can check out how that went. And generally, it looks like all of this worked all right. So the next thing we can do here is actually log into Firebase from our command line. So we'll just type Firebase login. And I was going to ask you if you want to allow Firebase to collect usage error reporting for information. I'm going to go ahead and say no to that, but you can choose yes if you like. And that's going to open up a window here for you to log in. So I will log into my Firebase account and allow. And the login was successful there. So if we go back here, we'll be logged in. And now we can actually hit continue here, and we'll see the next step that we're going to be adding, which is just Firebase init. Now, we only really need Firestore, so we're going to be running Firebase init Firestore. And now there's a bit of a walkthrough that we can go through to set up our project. Firstly, it's asking us if we want to use an existing project, create a new project, or don't set up a project at all. We're actually going to be using an existing project because we already have that Firebase project right here set up. So it is referring to this Firebase project in Cloud Firestore. And you'll see your projects listed here. So we're going to be choosing this first one, which is Decider YT. So now our project is going to be linked. And now it's asking what file to use for the security rules. We can just hit enter here and it will use the defaults, which is the firestore.rules. And same thing for the indexes. We can just hit enter to use the default. And now our app is initialized. So this got us set up with Firebase Firestore, but we also are going to need to initialize Firebase functions. So similarly, it'll be Firebase init functions. And there will be another walkthrough that we can go through here. Firstly, it's going to ask us the language we want to use, either JavaScript or TypeScript. For this tutorial, I'm going to be using TypeScript. And now it's going to ask us if we want to use the ESLint. For this, we'll say yes. And finally, it's going to ask us if we want to install the dependencies. We're also going to say yes to this. There is actually a warning here that we do need to address. So Firebase Functions does not actually support Node version 17, which is currently what I'm on. So if you check your version of Node, you can see mine is 17. The Firebase Functions supports up to version 14 currently. So this is basically saying that we have the wrong version defined here, but we can update that in a second. Firstly, let's open up our project now in our editor. So I'm going to be using VS Code for this, so we can open that with code dot, or you can just open it in any editor you like. So once we have that opened up, we can go into the functions folder and find the package.json, and this is where the engines here is using node 14, so you're going to want to make sure that that is set to 14, which I believe actually if you followed this tutorial it should. You potentially will just have some issues if you try and run this locally because you want to make sure you have node version 14. Now, you won't really have that many issues unless you're trying to run this locally, which at some point we probably will do. We can use Node Version Manager to actually get a version of Node on 14. So all you would have to do, if you don't have NVM installed, you can look up how to install that, but it's pretty simple. And you can just say nvm use 14. And you can see I don't have that installed, so we'll just need to run nvm install 14, and this will get us Node version 14. All right, and that'll take a bit to run, but once it's done, we can go ahead and run nvm use 14. And now if we check our node version, you can see we are on 14. So nvm is useful to switch around your node versions as needed. This really is only going to come into play when we want to be testing this locally, which is going to happen very much later. So back in the code here, there are a few small configuration things we want to change. So firstly, if we go to the tsconfig.json, which is our TypeScript config, there's two lines we want to add here. Firstly, we want to resolve JSON module to true. And we also want to set ES module interop to also be true. And then in our linter over here in ESLint, since we added this linter, we're actually going to be prevented from building and running anything that doesn't pass the linting standard before we actually try and deploy it. So there are a few rules we want to add here that will just make this a little bit easier as we go. And I'll just drop those in because it's not really worth explaining. If you want to see what all these do, you can look them up or comment down below if you can't find what it is, but basically you're going to want to add these 3 lines. But that should be pretty much it for our configuration. And next we can start actually building out our app. So if you're using VS Code as I am, this is a good extension to add in, which is the ESLint. And this will just give us some warnings about when we are failing the linter. You don't necessarily need this if you have the linter installed anyway. When you try and deploy Firebase functions, it'll complain there if there are any errors, and you'll have to fix them. So it's just kind of a nicer way to see it earlier. But you can see now with that installed, we do get these errors here that it can't read the file. And really all we need to do is update one line in our ESLint RC. And if we go under the parser options here, we're going to be adding this line, which is the tsconfig root directory, and then just set that equal to the directory name. This will allow it to find that file. And you can see now there are no linter errors there. Over the next few videos, we're going to be setting up the purchase handler. So we're going to begin by creating a new file, and this will be in the src here. Notice that we are in the functions folder. So we're in the functions src, and we'll create a new file here, and this will be called the products.ts. So it's just a TypeScript file for the products, and here we're going to create an interface for our product data. And this is just going to take 2 parameters, one being the product ID and the second being the type. The product ID will be a string, and the type is going to be either a subscription or a non-subscription. Now we will be using this product data when we're verifying the purchase. How it's going to work is we'll have our verify purchase function that takes a product data type object here. So we'll have a object that has a product ID, and these product IDs are going to be the IDs of our in-app purchases, and then it will either be typed as subscription or non-subscription. So this is good for this file. We want to set up a new file now for our purchase handler. And the first thing we could do here is actually import that new product data because we will be using that. In here, we're going to create one new class, and this will be the purchase handler. And we want this purchase handler to work for iOS and Android. So we're going to create this as an abstract class. And what an abstract class means is we'll have some methods within the class that need to be defined by the subclass. So really, we would never call purchase handler directly because it's an abstract class. We're always going to have a subclass of the purchase handler. In this case, we'll have an iOS purchase handler and an Android purchase handler, and those classes will define the functions in here. So let's create the 2 abstract methods in here, and I think it'll start to make a little bit more sense. So we'll define these with abstract, and then we're going to have 2, one for handling a non-subscription and one for handling a subscription. So for handling the subscription, this is going to take 3 parameters, and it's going to be the user ID. So this will be the Firebase user ID, and so that will be a string. Then it will take the product data, so it's going to take one of these product datas. And we could just call that product data, but lowercase, and it will be of type product data. And lastly, it will take a token. So this token is going to come from either the App Store or the Google Play Store, and it will be a string type. And from here, this is going to be returning a promise, and the promise will be a true or false. So we can define that promise here as a Boolean. So you can see we are getting a linter error that the max line is too long. So we can break this down into a couple lines. So we're going to have our parameters here that our handle subscription is going to take. And then this is just defining what we expect that return type to be. And this one's just complaining that we have that line there. So this looks good. So to explain this abstract class a little bit more, this handle subscription here is essentially just defining what we expect this handle subscription method to look like. So our purchase handler, being an abstract class, has this abstract method that's called handle subscription. And we expect handle subscription to have these three parameters with these three types. And then we expect it to also return a promise as a Boolean. But this purchase handler itself is not going to define handle subscription. As I said, we're going to be defining that in the other subclasses. Now, handling the non-subscription is going to be very similar. In fact, it's going to be exactly the same in terms of the parameters that are given to it and the response type that is given back. But we will have different logic within the actual method, and we will be writing different code within those subclasses. So we do want to keep these to be two separate things. So this is good. Now we have this abstract class set up, but we also want to create now a method that can be used by both or any of the subclasses of this abstract class. And this will be the verify purchase method. So we can start with async here, and this is just going to be called verify purchase. And this is actually going to take these exact same three parameters here. And this is also going to return the Boolean type. But for this one, we actually will define a method block. So in these ones, we weren't defining any method block. We were kind of just defining them. But this one, we will actually have a method defined here. Firstly, we're going to be checking our product data's type. So if our product data type, and we really only have two options of what that product data type can be. If you remember, it's either going to be subscription or non-subscription. So we'll check if it is the subscription. And if that's the case, we're going to return the call to the subscription handler, which we define down here. So we can call this .handle subscription, and then we simply just need to pass in these parameters that we already have. So we're going to have the user ID, and we're going to have the product data. And lastly, we'll have that token. And we have a couple linter errors here. This is expecting an extra indent, so we just need to indent that. And this is just complaining because we aren't covering every case of this. So we'll put an else if here, and now we'll check that other purchase type, which is going to be the non-subscription. And if it is the non-subscription, we're going to similarly call the non-subscription handler. So that looks good. And if neither of those are the product data type, then we are just going to return false. So since both of these are expected to return a true or false value, we actually can just return that directly here. And that will satisfy this, because now, regardless of which part of the logic this gets hit, it is always going to be a true or false value. Overall, what this is going to allow us to do is call our purchase handler and call verify purchase on it and pass in these parameters here. And then regardless if it's a subscription or non-subscription, we'll be able to handle that with one of these two classes, which will be defined individually for each of the different App Store types. In this video, we'll extend from our purchase handler and create the App Store purchase handler. So create a new file here in this src, and we'll call this the App Store .purchase handler.ts. So we can import the purchase handler that we already created, and now we can create this class and have it extend from the purchase handler. So since this purchase handler is that abstract class, this App Store purchase handler now is going to be expected to define those two abstract methods, which are handle subscription and handle non-subscription. So we could kind of copy these over and it'll make this setup a little bit easier. Instead of these being abstract, they can be async because they will actually be methods now. And the parameters here will be the same. You'll notice the product data is not included, so we can add that in. And we can now make the body for this method here, and we'll just have to return a true or false value. So right now, let's just have this return true. We will update this to actually validate the purchases, but for now that will be okay. We can remove this space up here. And we'll get some errors now that none of these parameters are used. We can just leave this for now because we will be using them in a second. Let's do the same thing for our handle non-subscription. All right, so this is good and the shell of this is now set up. So what we actually want these methods to do is validate our in-app purchase. So we're going to have the token from the App Store. So we want to take that token and then decide if the purchase is actually a valid purchase. And we can use this npm package, which is the node Apple receipt verifier. And this is going to easily allow us to pass in that token value and then get information about that purchase that was actually made. So this will kind of handle for us the logic of connecting to the App Store, getting that purchase information from the token, and then we'll have that information that we can decipher and decide, was this purchase valid or not? So we're going to need to add this package. You can see right here the instructions for it. We can just copy this, and then in our terminal, making sure we're in the project that we're currently using, we could run that install there. And now we should have the package. So we can go back into our App Store purchase handler here, and we're going to add this line, which is going to include that package for us as the Apple receipt verifier. And now within this class, when we create a new instance of it, we can have a constructor that sets up that receipt verifier. So we'll create that constructor here. And first we will call super. And then we can call the Apple receipt verifier here and call config on it and then pass in the needed configuration. So if you look in the documentation, there are a few things that you can add in the configuration. We're going to be adding verbose is true. And then we're going to need to get the secret. And this is going to be the secret from our App Store. We will come back to this one. Next, we'll set up extended as true. And then we can set the environment. And this takes an array. You can either pass sandbox or production. Right now, we will be using sandbox. But when you do deploy this, you are going to want to make sure that that is production. If you want it to work in both, you can just have both listed here. But it does make sense in your production app to only have production. And then if you're testing, you can have just sandbox. Lastly, we can exclude the old transactions by using exclude old transactions and set that equal to true. And we can add a semicolon there. So we need to get this secret value here, and this we can get from the App Store Connect. So if we go to the App Store Connect and we're in our project here, and if we go to the in-app purchases and click on manage, you'll see a button down here that's the app specific shared secret. So if you click into that, you can generate a shared secret. So we can copy this. Now we could just paste the secret right here and that would work all right, but a better way to do this is actually to create another file with these constant variables and just import that into here. So let's create a new file and we'll call this the constants.typescript. And this will be a very simple file. We're just going to be exporting these constants. So for this one, we have the constant of our App Store shared secret. And we'll set that equal to the value we just copied over. Then we can save that and we will need that new line there. And then we can save that. And in here, we can now import that. And then we can go ahead and just use it right down here. So this is good. We now have our Apple receipt verifier configured. And the next thing we could do is set up a function that we can call within here and use that to actually verify the purchase. So we can define this right down here, and this will be a private async function, and we can just call it handle validation. So this will be the more generic handling of validation. And this is going to take just the user ID and the token. It will still be returning the promise of a Boolean. That is good. I think this would be fine to just be on one line, so I'm going to disable the max line length for that from our linter. And what we want to do in here is actually validate this token. So we could do that by calling validate on our Apple receipt verifier, which is configured right up here. So this would be an await call. We would call our Apple receipt verifier and call validate. And then this will pass in a receipt, which is actually just going to be that token. Now, this isn't going to directly return a true or false value to us. It's actually going to return us a purchased products type, and that will be in the type of a list. So we can define that up here actually as a variable called products. And this will be the products that were purchased in this receipt. And then similarly, we will be using our Apple receipt verifier, and this has a type on it, which is the purchased products. And that will be an array. And now we can actually use this type and set this equal to the results of our validation here. And since this is an await and potentially will have errors, we can actually wrap this in a try-catch block. So we'll start with the try here, and we're going to be trying to set products equal to the validation results there. But because this is actually making a call to Apple, there's potential that there's going to be some errors. So we can catch the errors, which will be a variable E for errors. And we can do a little bit of checking right within here, because if there are any errors in getting the products that were purchased, then we're not going to be able to handle the validation, and this will always just be returning false. So there's two main errors that we're going to handle here. The first one is going to be if the receipt is empty, so this would just mean there's no products returned, and that is one of the error types that would get caught here. So we can just say if the error is an instance of, and we'll be using this Apple receipt verifier, and if it's an instance of the empty error, then that means that the receipt is empty. We can just log that the receipt was valid, but it was empty. And in this case, we can actually return true, because it was a valid receipt, but it is empty. So the validation will come back and say that it is valid, but really nothing will happen because there is no products to award this user or validate this user for. This case is pretty rare. This isn't going to happen that often. The other case will be if the store is offline. So if we have an instance of the Apple receipt verifier and the service unavailable error is coming through. This one, similarly, we can just log out that the App Store is currently unavailable. And if this is the case, we do not want to mark this as valid because we were not able to validate it, so we will return false here. And finally, if it's any other type of error, we're just going to return false. So this covers everything now when we try and verify our receipt and we get an error, but we do need to handle when we get the actual products here. And we'll cover that in the next video. So you will notice there is an error up here with this package, and it appears I actually installed this in the wrong directory. So we can go back in here and copy this again, and this time we want to change to the functions directory, and then from in here we want to run the npm install node Apple receipt verifier. That looks better, but we still have an error here, and all we need to do is declare the module for this. So if you look, it kind of describes that here, but we can declare the module right here, and it will be the exact same name as this. And later we will be actually adding some custom interfaces to this, but that is correct for now. Lastly, we can also just run this save dev for this new module. So if we go back to our terminal and just run the install on save dev, you can see now that we ran that, the errors are all gone. If you go to the package.json, you'll see in our dev dependencies here, we do have that now node Apple receipt verifier, which is what we want. Later, we will be updating this to add a few additional interfaces to it, but for now, this is all good. So when we do get purchased products here as our products variable, from our receipt. So these would be the products that the receipt that we passed in did purchase. When we want to validate those, we won't necessarily know the type. So we'll know the product ID and it will match the ID that we have in App Store Connect. We're going to set up a bit of a helper in our products here. And in here, we're basically going to create a way that we can convert that purchased product information into a product data object. So it'll just be a simple lookup. We're going to export a new constant and we'll call this the product data map. So it will be mapping to a product data. And this is going to just take a product ID and that will be a string. Again, these product IDs are our in-app purchase IDs. Then it will be returning product data. So pretty simply what we want to be able to do is pass in the product ID and then be returned basically the two options up here. If we go back into the App Store Connect, we can see what our product IDs are right here. I'll set up the first one and then just fill out the rest. So it'll be like this, and then we just need to define what that product ID is. So product ID is going to be the same thing. Again, this is going to be what's passed in as this string. So it's going to find this block here, and then it's going to be returning the product ID, and then it also needs to return the type. So the type here is going to either be subscription or non-subscription, and for our decisions YT5, it is a non-subscription. So that is what we want there. We're going to need to do the same setup for our other 6 in-app purchases. So let me do that real quick. All right, and now these are all set up. So you can see our consumables are all marked as non-subscription, as well as our premium, and then our subscriptions are marked as subscription. So we can now use this product data map back in our App Store purchase handler. We will need to include this. So we're already including product data. So we can just also include the product data map. And now within here, when we're validating our products, there potentially could be multiple. So we will need to do this in a loop. So we can do a loop through the products that we have in our receipt, and we'll just call the item product. And we'll just name the item that we're iterating on product. And we're going to be getting that from all the products that we have. So we can get that product data from the product data map, which we did just include up here. And actually now that I'm seeing this, this is incorrect. We want this to be a lowercase product data map. And back in here, we actually are just exporting this constant. So that will also be lowercase. We aren't creating an interface here. We're just creating this constant of this information. So we're going to be using this directly now in the App Store purchase handler. So we can use that product data map. We just need to pass in the product ID now. So we have this product here, and it does have the property of product ID, which will be that in-app store purchase ID. So now we have access to the product data, which will allow us to determine if the purchase was a subscription or a non-subscription. Let's make sure that the product data is defined. So we can do a quick if statement here, and we can say if the product data is not defined by using the exclamation point there, then we're going to continue. And we want to use continue here and not return because we are in a loop. So it'll just basically skip over this one and go to the next one if there is a next one. But now we can use our product data and determine the type. So since we're going to be looking at the type, we can use a switch statement here on that product data's type. So we'll just be checking out the product data type here. And there are 2 situations of the type. Again, we have the subscription and non-subscription. So we need a case now for each of those. So we could do the subscription first. And then we can create our case for the non-subscription. All right, so the structure of this is set up. Once we get through this loop, though, we will want to return true. And that is because we will know at this point that we have a valid purchase, because if we even get products defined, the purchase is going to be valid. So this is going to handle if it isn't valid, essentially, and then if it is valid, we'll be returning true down here. But the logic that's going to happen in here is the most important part, because this is where we're going to actually save the information to our Firestore database that the purchase was actually made. So we are going to want to create those calls to Firebase in another file. So we're going to do that in the next video. So when we handle these subscriptions, we do want to update Firestore, and we're going to create a new file to handle all these Firebase calls. And we're going to actually just call this Firebase calls. So this file here will be both making calls to Firestore to add our new purchase information. So a lot of the data that's returned from purchased products here is going to be updated and saved into Firebase. And then it's also going to be updating our user model in certain situations. It will be our generic place to make all our Firebase calls. We can go ahead and import Firestore here. This should already be available because of the way we set up our application. Now we can actually just create this class. So we're going to be using export class here. And the first thing we're going to do here is create a constructor, and this is going to get us an instance of Firestore. The first function we want to create in here is one to create or update a purchase. So we're going to be creating a new purchases collection here, and this is where we're just going to save all of our purchases to. We can set up that function, but we need to actually define what a purchase is. So this will be a sync because it will be a call to Firebase. And we're just going to call this create or update purchase. And it will take some purchase data. And we're going to create a new purchase object type. And that's what we will pass into this. So this, once it's complete, is just going to return nothing. So since it's asynchronous, it has to be a promise. And since we aren't going to be returning anything, we can just use void. And we need to create this purchase data, and the purchase data is really just going to be the data that we want in our document. So similar to how we have our user data here with all these parameters, we need to do the same for our purchase. So up at the top here, we can create our purchase. So the thing with our purchase here is there will be different parameters if it's a non-subscription purchase or a subscription purchase. However, a good bit of the fields will be the same, but there will be a couple that are different. So the way we're going to create this purchase type is actually by creating an interface with the base parameters of a purchase. And then we're also going to have those additional specific ones for the non-subscription versus the subscription. So I think it'll make more sense once you see it if you're not fully following right now. First, we're going to export a interface here, and this will be the base purchase. So this is going to include all the information that both the non-subscription and the subscription share. So firstly, it's going to have an in-app purchase source. This source is essentially just going to be Google Play or the App Store, but we can actually create this as its own type. We can do this up above the purchase here. And we'll have a new type here, which is the in-app purchase source. And this will equal one of two things. It'll be Google Play or the App Store. This is useful because we can go ahead and use this type later, but for right now, we'll just place that in there. The next thing that both of them are going to share is the order ID, and that will just be a string. They'll also both have a product ID, which is also a string, and ID here, we don't want those both capital. Both of them will also have a user ID, and this will be our Firebase user ID, so that's a string as well. And lastly, they're both going to also have a purchase date, and this is going to be a timestamp, so we can use Firestore timestamp for this. All right, that is good. We have our base purchase. And now we can have our two different types of purchases, which is the non-subscription and the subscription, and they can inherit from the base purchase, and then they can have additional parameters. So we'll do our subscription first, and we want this to extend the base purchase. And then additionally, it'll have two more parameters, which are going to be the type. And since this is a subscription, the type is just going to be subscription. And then the subscriptions are going to have an expiry date, and that will also be a timestamp. So this will be the date when the subscription expires, and subscriptions will also have a status. The subscription status can also be defined as its own type, and we'll export that up here. And there's three statuses that a subscription can have. It's either going to be pending, active, or expired. So we can use that subscription status for our subscription status type we can go ahead and copy this and do a very similar thing for our non-subscription purchase. So our non-subscription purchase is also going to extend the base purchase. Its type here is going to now be non-subscription. It isn't going to have an expiry date at all, and its status here is going to be another new type that we can create, and it'll be the non-subscription status. Non-subscriptions also have 3 statuses, but they're slightly different. Pending will be the same, but there is no active non-subscription status. Instead, we'll just call it complete. A non-subscription can also be canceled. All right, so this is pretty close now. So you can see we have 2 different purchase types. It's either the subscription purchase or the non-subscription purchase. Both of them have all of these parameters. And then these parameters within the blocks are specific just to these types. So for our purchase now, which is going to be the generic type for either of them, we can simply use the 2 and say that our purchase is either going to be a subscription purchase or it is going to be a non-subscription purchase. So all of this setup is valuable so that when we call create or update purchase, we can pass in one of 2 types. We can pass in either the subscription purchase or the non-subscription purchase, and either one of those objects will work for this. So now we can finish building this out. So firstly, we can define the collection that we're going to be saving to, and that will be a constant, and we can call this purchases, which is going to equal the Firestore instance, and then we're going to call collection on it. And then we're going to define the collection of purchases, because this is where we want all of our purchase data to be stored. And in Firestore, it's going to, once we save the first one, it's going to create a new collection right out here called purchases. Next thing, we can define the document ID. So kind of how our users use their user ID here for the document. In the purchases, we're going to be using the in-app purchase source. So we're going to have either Google Play or App Store, and then we're going to have the purchase order ID. So this is pretty simple. We can just create another constant here. So we call this the purchase ID, which is going to end up being the document ID. We're just going to join those 2 variables that I just described. So we're going to have the purchase data here, which is going to just be one of those purchase types. And now we can call any of these parameters. So we're going to use the in-app purchase source, and then we're going to just put an underscore, and then we're going to put the order ID. So it'll just be the purchase data of the order ID. And regardless of the purchase type, both of them do have those because they're both in the base purchase. Now we can actually go ahead and create that document. So this will be another variable. And this one we can just call the actual purchase. And it'll simply be this reference to the collection, and then we're going to be creating a new document, and this is the name of that document. The purchase ID there is going to be our document name. Now all we have to do is save the data that's passed into here into this document. So this is pretty simple, but this will be our await call that we're going to be making to Firebase, and we're going to take this purchase document reference that we have now, and we're going to set the data, and we're just simply going to set it to the purchase data here, which is already going to be formatted as a key value pair because of the way that our purchases here are already set up as key value pairs. If we save this, we can now begin to use this call back in our App Store purchase handler. So when we have a subscription, we can make that call, and this will have to be awaited. And we'll be calling this with a this.firebase calls. And Firebase calls will have to be imported here. And now we can call this create or update purchases. And this is going to now take that object. So since this is a subscription, we are going to need to fill out all the information in the base as well as what is in the subscription. So I'm just going to copy this over and paste it in here, because these are the parameters we will need to pass in. And it will also require these as well for the subscription. So now we can fill out all of these. So the in-app purchase source is going to be the App Store. because we are in our App Store purchase handler. The order ID is going to be this product here, and we can call the original transaction ID on it. Now, the original transaction ID is something that is on our product, but our node Apple receipt verifier purchased product, which is the type of our product here, does not actually have this defined in its type, which is a bit strange, but it's a quick fix up here. We can override the purchased product interface by calling interface here and purchased products, and then simply adding that original transaction ID as a string here. So that should now be okay. The next thing is our product ID, and this is also on the product here. So this one is simpler to call with just product ID, and this will already exist. Next is the user ID, which is actually going to be passed in all the way from the handle validation. You can see this gets passed in basically from the beginning, so we can just basically reuse the user ID value there. These do need to be commas. Next, we have the purchase date, and this we want as the Firestore timestamp, so we can keep that. And we can go from mils because our product is actually going to have this in milliseconds. So we'll take the product and call the purchase date, which is going to be in milliseconds, and this will just convert it to that timestamp. The type here can be our product data type. So if you remember when we set up our product data, it's either going to be subscription or non-subscription. We do know that this is a subscription, so you could just leave it hard-coded like that, or you can just use the product data type. Either one will pretty much work fine. And the expiry date is going to be a very similar setup to what we did up here with the purchase date. You'll notice Firestore is erroring out, and we'll fix that in a second. For the expiry date, it'll just be the product's expiration date. And if that doesn't exist, we can just use a value of 0. This line is now too long, but we are going to ignore that. Next, we have the status, which for the subscription, we want to either set to expired or active. So when we want to set it to expired is if the expiration date is less than the current time. We can just do the product's expiration date. And this potentially could not exist. So if it's null, we'll make it 0. And then we're going to be checking if that is less than the current time, which we can just use date.now for. And if that's true, then we're going to set this to expired. And if it's not, then we'll set this to active. All right, so that sets up our subscription. We do have a couple issues here. First up, Firebase calls is not working, and that's simply because we're not calling this correctly. So up in our constructor, we want to define the Firebase calls. And notice we're using the lowercase here for defining it, and we'll define it as a instance of that Firebase calls. So now we want to use this Firebase calls instead of the capitalized one. And you'll see there are several other errors here. The problem actually is right up here in our switch statement. We're looking at the product data, product ID, and then checking the case of subscription or non-subscription. However, product ID is actually going to be our in-app purchase ID, not the actual type. So this needs to be changed to be the type. And now we can check the type subscription. And the last issue is the from mils here. And if you read the error there, it's actually that I just spelled it wrong. It's millis. So if we update that, all of this should be good. So we're just about done. We just need to handle the non-subscription, which is going to be very similar. We can paste all of this in here, but we do need to modify quite a bit now. If we go back into here, you'll see we have a type and a status, which we did already have there. So it is the same stuff. It just is different values. The in-app purchase source is still going to be App Store. Order ID is going to be the same as well, and product ID and user ID. Purchase date will be the same too. The expiry date is not going to exist. So we can remove that line. And the only thing that really needs to change is this status here. And we're going to change this to complete, because if this gets hit, it does mean that our non-subscription purchase was successful and complete. The last step we need to do is actually call this handle validation. But don't worry, this is very simple. We just need to call it up here in our handle subscription. So instead of returning true, we'll return this dot handle validation. And this takes the two parameters, user ID and token. So we're going to pass in that user ID and that token. Then we can actually just copy this line and do the exact same thing down here. So now we're set up so that if we call our App Store purchase handler, we can call either handle subscription or handle non-subscription on it, and it will run through this validation here, validate our purchase, and then update our database with the actual information from that purchase. Alright, so the last few videos we've been doing a lot of setup, and we're now at the point where we can actually define our verify purchase Firebase function and get it fully set up for the App Store. So we're going to want to go to our index file here, and this is where you're going to define all of your actual functions, and these are the ones that are going to get deployed to Firebase functions. If you remember when we set this up initially, we set up that hello world function, and you can see that that is here right now. By the end of this video, we will have a verify purchase function here in its place. So we can go ahead and just delete all of this stuff here. And we'll start by creating that verify purchase function. So we're going to export this as a constant. And this will just be a call to the functions. So now within here is where we actually can make the calls to verify our purchase. So this will be asynchronous. And we'll take a few parameters here into this function, but we want to create this as its own type. So let's go ahead and create an interface up above this. And this will just be the verify purchase parameters. And there's going to be 3 parameters that we're going to require when calling verify purchase. The first one is going to be the source. And we already created a type for this source back in our Firebase calls. So this is the source we're really going to want to use here, is the in-app purchase source there. So we can copy that over and paste it in here. We are now going to need to include that from the Firebase calls. And the other 2 parameters we're going to take are the verification data, and that'll be a string, and then the product ID, and that will also be a string. So now we can use this verify purchase parameters and pass it as the data parameter into this function. And we'll also take the context here. This verify purchase, we want to return a Boolean. So this is actually going to get called from our app. And in the app, we just want to see if, given this purchase data, is the purchase valid? And if it is, return true, and then grant the user that actual purchase. So this will be a promise. So ultimately, we are going to call verify purchase, and that verify purchase is going to be from the purchase handler. So we want to call verify purchase, but we need our purchase handler to be the iOS purchase handler when this is called from iOS, and it needs to be the Google purchase handler, which we haven't created yet, but when we do create that and a Google app is calling this, we need it to be called from there. So we're going to kind of set this up now so that later when we do set up the Google one, it'll be easy to drop in. We want to set up a constant here, which lists our purchase handlers. So the key of this is going to be using the source here, which again is just one of 2 values, Google or Apple. So we'll set this to be the source, and we'll say it has to be of this type, so one of those 2 values. And the value of this will be a actual purchase handler. All right, so now we can create the key value pairs for our purchase handlers. Again, we're going to be using those in-app purchase sources. So if we go to the Firebase calls, we can see what the 2 values are there. So we need basically to create a key value pair for each of these. So when it's Google Play, we'll use an instance of our Google Play purchase handler, but that we haven't created yet. So we're just going to keep that commented out. But when it is the App Store, we'll have a new instance here of our App Store purchase handler, which we do have created. And when we look at this, there is the Firebase calls that this requires. So we need to pass in the Firebase calls to this constructor. And that will be good. Now, Firebase calls is not defined here, so we do need to define that. So right above, we'll create a new constant and we'll call this the Firebase calls. And this is just going to equal the Firebase calls. And with this, we're going to need to pass in a value of Firestore. So we can do that by including the admin from Firebase admin. And then we can call an instance of Firestore on that admin. Because we'll be using this admin, there are a few other things we can set up. So firstly, we want to call the admin initialize app. And then we want to set up our functions, which we're already using right here. We want to set this up to actually define our cloud region. So we'll set the functions equal to the functions here. Now we're going to change to be the actual functions object. And then we're going to set the region here. And this region we are also going to define in our constants. So we'll create a new constant called the cloud region. And then in my constants here, I will create that cloud region. And I'll be setting mine to US Central 1. And then we will need to import that cloud region from our constants. So we're initializing the app, we're setting our cloud region. We have our Firebase calls, and then we use that in our purchase handler. And let's see, there's a few issues here. I did forget an equal sign here, so definitely need to set that. And it looks like we want to just remove that space there. And this is going to need to end with a semicolon. And lastly, we do need to include our App Store purchase handler so that we have access to that. And that should be good. Now it's just basically complaining that this is never used. So we can actually go ahead and use it now. So down here in our verify purchase function, we ultimately want to call our purchase handlers validate purchase. So our purchase handler is currently going to be stored in our purchase handlers here. And this is going to know to use the App Store purchase handler, which is a type of a purchase handler. So here we can just return our purchase handler, which we'll find by getting the purchase handler of our data source. So our data right here is just a verify purchase parameter, and the source of it is going to be either that Google Play or App Store. So we can call this data here and then call source. And now this is a purchase handler. So we can call that verify purchase on it. And if we look at our purchase handler, the verify purchase takes these three parameters, which are the user ID, product data, and the token, and this will return the Boolean value, which we ultimately want to return from here as well, back to our app. So let's pass those three parameters. The user ID is going to be on the context. The product data we will need to define. So above this return here, we can define the product data. And we can get the product data from our product data map. If you remember, we have this product data map, and all we need to feed it is a product ID. So we can use this product data map, and we need to pass this now, the product ID. So we can also get that from the data here because we are setting this product ID on the data. So we'll get that. And of course, we didn't include this file, so we do need to go ahead and do that. We can clean this up here and add the product data map. So now we have this product data, and that will be our second parameter because, again, in our purchase handler, the second one is a product data, and the third one is just a token. And we'll get that token from our data element again, and that will be the verification data. All right, and I fixed up the indentation there. And now we just have one issue with our auth here. And we are going to handle that above. So we do need to do a little bit of validation here on the information that's passed in and make sure that we actually want to make the call to our verify purchase. So there's really just three situations that we're going to be checking. The first one is we're going to check for that user. And for this, we can just check if the context of auth exists. So really we're interested if it doesn't exist, we want to handle that. So if there is no authentication, we can do a console.log And we're actually going to use the warning here. So we can do a console.warn. And we'll say that this verify purchase was called with no authentication. This will be useful while debugging. We are going to want to throw an error here. So we want our app to be aware of this error. So we can create a new HTTPS error. And this takes two parameters. The first one we will pass as unauthenticated. And the second one is just the message. So it'll be the request was unauthenticated. So you'll see that this here did fix our issue down here with our auth. Now we can check that this product data exists. So we'll be handling if the product data does not exist, which means that there is an in-app purchase that our validator will not be able to handle. So similarly, we'll do a console.warn here, but we can update that message to say that this was called for an unknown product and then actually just print that product ID, which will be useful with debugging. And we will need to return here as well. And we just want to return false because there's nothing left to validate here. And we don't want to return true because we don't want to mark a purchase as valid even though we weren't able to run any type of validation on it. The last thing that we want to check is if this purchase handler data source is unknown. So for instance, right now we just have the App Store. So imagine that someone tries to validate a purchase with Google right now. We would want that to actually throw an error because we can't actually validate with Google. And then further, imagine someone was trying to validate with a third store type. We would want that to throw an error as well because we'd only be set up to validate with Apple and Google. So this is another easy one. We just want to be checking if the purchase handler data source does not exist. And if that's the case, we are going to do a very similar thing. We're going to say that the source is unknown, and then we can actually print that source as well, and we'll return false. So I'll throw a few comments in here. All right, so this is good now. So you can see this is throwing an error that our type Google Play is not available. So for right now, just so that we can deploy this, we're going to actually just set this to the App Store purchase handler. This is definitely going to need to be changed later, but it'll be nice to get this live and test it on the App Store first, and then we can come back and do the Google Play one. So that looks good. We just need to fix this last error there. You can't have any linter errors or else the deploy will fail. But this is all looking good now. So we want to deploy our cloud function and it will replace this hello world one. So in our terminal here under the functions tab, we can just run Firebase deploy. And you can see here it's going to prompt us that a function used to exist, which was the hello world, and there's no longer any code for it that we're trying to deploy. So it is going to confirm that we want to remove that. And this is pretty nice because imagine that the hello world function was actually a valuable function. We wouldn't want to necessarily destroy that accidentally. But in this case, we do want to remove it. So we can go ahead and click yes there. All right, and our deploy was complete. So if we go back to our Firebase console and reload, you'll see we do now have our verify purchase function here. This is great. Our verify purchase is now set up to be verifying purchases from the App Store. So in the next video, we're going to call this from our Flutter app and make sure that everything is working correctly there. So now we have our verify purchase Firebase function set up, and we can actually begin to call that from our app itself. So back in our project in Android Studio, we're first going to include the package for Firebase functions. So if we open up the terminal and add Flutter pub add cloud functions, we'll get the cloud functions package here, and we'll just be sure to also run pub get. And now we can open up our in-app purchase service. And right within here, we have our listen to purchase. And this is what is called when any user purchases a in-app purchase. So right down here, you can see we look at the status of purchased or restored, and then we simply pass it off to the handle successful purchase function. And down here is actually where the user will get what they purchased. So right before this is called, we actually want to verify that the purchase was a valid purchase using our new backend purchase verifier. So since this is all part of the same Firebase project, we'll already be set up to use the cloud functions that we created, so we can actually just make a call to that cloud function. We're going to do this in a new function here, but we'll get its result. So the result from it will be a Boolean value, and we'll just call this valid. So if it's true, it means that the purchase was valid. And we'll set this equal to a new call that we're going to make to the Firebase function. So this will be an await call, and we'll call this new function verify purchase. And we're going to need to pass it the purchase details. So verify purchase here is going to be a function that we create in our in-app purchase service. So down below the handle successful purchase, we can create a new function, and this is going to return a true or false value, but it will be a future bool. And now we can define this as verify purchase, and it's going to take a purchase details, which will be of type purchase details, and this will be an async function. So we can add a quick print statement here that says that we're verifying the purchase. And now we can get an instance of our Firebase function. So we'll call this instance the verifier. And the verifier is going to be a Firebase functions instance. And then on that instance, we're going to call that Firebase function that we created. So we can do that with HTTPS callable, and then pass in the name of the function. So the name of the function is verify purchase. And we will need to include that cloud functions package. And it looks like I do have a typo here. This is Firebase functions. So now with this verifier, and again, this is just an instance to that function that we created. If you remember, the function though that we created does take some parameters. So if we go back into that code, you can see here's our verify purchase function that we just wrote. And it takes this data attribute, which is actually a verify purchase params type, and that type has these 3 parameters. So let's copy these 3 parameters over. And in here now, back in Android Studio, we're going to get the result of that function. So we're going to call the function and save the results as this variable results. And this is where we'll have to await the call. So we're going to be calling the verifier. And this is where we need to pass in those parameters. So we can paste those all in here. And now we'll need to actually format them. So each of these are going to be strings. And for the source, we can use our purchase details and then get the verification data. And the verification data does have a source on it, so we'll be able to use that. For the verification data itself, we're also going to be using the purchase details, and we'll also be using the verification data. And then for this, we'll be using the server verification data. And this will need to be a comma as well as this, and this one as well. And lastly, for the product ID, that is also going to be on the product details, and it's just called the product ID. So that's good. Now we'll have this result, which should be a true or false value based on what our verifier function is going to return to us. So let's also just print that out. And now these results, we can return the results, and we really actually just want the results data. So the results is going to have a little bit more than just the data, but we only want the data, and that data will be a true or false value, but we do need to typecast this as a bool so that it matches with everything that we expect here. So this is really all we need to do in our app. Now we're going to be calling this verify purchase, and this will pass off all our information to our verify purchase Firebase function, which will go through all the logic that we already built out and get us a true or false value, depending on whether or not the purchase that we're passing into it is valid or not from our actual app store. But up here, we aren't really doing anything with that. We're just setting this value to a bool called valid. So what we really want to do though is check if this valid parameter is true. So if valid, then we will run the handle successful purchase, and if not, then we won't. with this here, you could choose to do something else in your app, maybe show a modal that says your purchase cannot be validated, you weren't charged, something like that. But for now, we're just going to leave it at that. So as long as it's valid, you will get the purchase handled. So we can save this and run it on our physical device. All right, so here we are on the physical device. And there is one thing we want to do before we go ahead and run this function. Over here in our verify purchase, we can actually click on the logs here and have these up, and we would expect to see a log entered here when we actually create this purchase. Now you'll notice currently my user is on the unlimited plan already, and we can find our user here, which is the W2 user, and we can delete the unlimited and delete the premium as well. So now it's just a normal user that has 13 decisions. Now we can go ahead and make the in-app purchase. We're actually just going to go ahead and do one for the 5 decisions. And we can go ahead and click purchase here. We'll need to enter that password that we have for our sandbox account. And this is good. So once we click this, once the pop-up comes up and we click this OK, what we're going to expect to happen here is our listen to purchase update will get hit and then call our verify purchase here, which is going to pass off to our Firebase function. And really, ultimately, what we expect is a new table here to be created with purchases and then have that purchase information in there. And all of this should happen pretty quickly. And then that function will return true and the user will be given the 5 decisions. So notice we have 13 decisions now, so we should also see that go up to 18. So we'll go ahead and click OK now. And you can see we're now up to the 18 decisions. We do not see the purchase collection over here though. So let's go ahead and check out the logs. We added those print statements for verifying the purchase. So that part did get called. And then we should also expect that call verify purchase with the following results. So everything actually looks correct over here. I believe we just might need to refresh the browser here. And yes, you'll see the purchases is now here. And you can see it does have our app store and the ID of our test purchase. And then we have all this information here. Most importantly, we have the user ID. And then we also have that product ID. So that is a good example of the non-subscription purchase type. We can also go ahead and make a purchase here for the unlimited month, and this will test that our subscription purchase type is working. And you'll see that time it was pretty quick, and the purchase is here, and you can see that the type is subscription. And notice now that the expiry date is going to be December 11th at 10:08 p.m. The current time is 10:03 p.m. for me. So this is what we would expect because our test sandbox data is actually only going to do a 5-minute subscription. So all that information is correct. This is really important because we are going to be setting something up where we have a function that runs every so often that goes and looks at all these purchases and checks for any that are expired but still active. And then it goes and marks them expired and goes and updates that user to mark them as no longer having this unlimited purchase. So at this point, our verified purchase is working exactly how we want it to for iOS. However, we do need to now set it up for Android. So we will be creating that new purchase handler, but there is an extra step with Android that we have to configure in the Google Play console. So over in the Google Play console, we're going to scroll down to the setup down here and find the API access. And then you're going to scroll down a little bit and look for the service accounts, and then you're going to create a new service account. So this kind of gives you the instructions for it. You're going to need to do this in the Google Cloud platform. So we're going to open that up in a new tab. And once you're in here, make sure you are on the right project. I currently am. So you're going to click create service account, and now we'll have to fill in this information. So for this, we'll just call it the Decider YT backend. You can optionally add a description here and then go ahead and hit create and continue. Then we are going to select a role here. We're going to give it the role of editor. and then go ahead and continue. And then here we can just hit done. And now we have our new service account here. So we can go back into our Google Play console, and you can see it already says the service accounts were refreshed. So we're going to look for the one that we just created, which is the Decider YT backend, and we're going to go ahead and grant access. Now under the financial data, we're going to check both of these, and everything else should also be checked. The only one we'll leave unchecked is this admin, and we can click invite user. You'll see now it does have our new service account here and a long Google generated service account, which actually has the ID of our app. So we can send this invite. And now that the account is set up, we need to generate some credentials. So if we go back into the service account here and click on these three dots here, we can find the manage keys and click that. And now we can add a key and create a new key. And we want this to be a JSON key, and then go ahead and create that. And that is going to download a JSON file, which we're going to use in a second. We can now move that key into our project. So back over here, within our function src, we're going to create a new folder. And this is going to be called assets. And we can drop the key right in there. But we do want to rename this key, and we'll call it the service account. And that looks good. If you are using GitHub, you can add this to your git ignore, because this key shouldn't really be saved in GitHub. So you can add that in here by copying the relative path and removing the functions part of it. So you can see that gets grayed out, which is what we want. So it won't be actually saved in GitHub. I'm not going to blur out any of this. It'll just be easier to delete it after explaining all this. But the last thing we're going to do here is go to our constants and add one more constant for the Android package ID. And this is going to be the ID within our app. There's a few places you can get this. If we go back into the Google Play console and find our app, it's actually going to be right here. So we can just copy it from there. It's also in the code, and there's a few other places you could find it, but we're going to add that in here now and save that. So this is good. This service account is actually going to be used when we try and connect to the Google Play Store to validate these purchases. So we can now create our purchase handler, and it will be similar how we created our App Store purchase handler. So we'll just create a new file here, and we'll call it the Google Play purchase handler. And the first thing we can do here is create that class. And this will extend the purchase handler, which will have to be imported. And if you remember, we will need to add those two methods. So our purchase handler, again, has these two classes for handle subscription and handle non-subscription. And similar to how our App Store purchase handler has them, let's just copy them from the App Store purchase handler and we'll modify. So for now, let's just return true for both of them. And we will later fill all of this out. But in this video, let's get our purchase handler constructor set up. So the first thing we need to define is the Android publisher, and this is what's going to be used to actually verify the in-app purchases. So we can define that here. And this will just be an Android publisher API, Android publisher. So we are going to need to import a few new packages with npm. So if we go into our package.json, we can see where our dependencies are here, and we are going to need to add Google Auth library and Google APIs. And if we save that and then run npm install while in the directory, that should add those packages for us. And if we go back into here, we can now import the Android Publishers API using this line. So we want to get it from the Android Publisher version 3. And this is all ultimately coming from the Google APIs. We're also going to need to include Google Auth, which we'll be using in a second. So we can add that in as well. So now that we have this Android publisher, we can create our constructor for the Google Play purchase handler. And very similarly to how we have our App Store constructor, we are going to add the Firebase calls in here. And this Firebase calls, again, is going to give us access to updating our Firestore database. But this will also require us to include the Firebase calls and Firestore. So we can just actually copy these over. And the first thing we'll call in here now is super. And then we're going to get the instance of our Android publisher here. And we're going to set it to a new Android publisher API, Android publisher. You can kind of copy that line from there. And then we're going to have to pass a few parameters into this. So what this is going to require is an auth value. And for this, we will use the Google auth, which we just earlier included. And the Google auth will take a map here of key value pairs. The first will actually be all the values from our service account here. So we want to pass essentially all of these in. And then we're also going to be passing additionally a scope in. So for this, we need to import that file into here. So we can import our file, and we're going to just call this credentials. And it'll be from that file in assets, and then it's our service account.json. For our Google auth, we're going to pass it the credentials, and then we're also going to define the scopes. And for this, the only scope we need is going to be the Android publisher. So it is going to be, the scope will be this URL, which is googleapis.com/auth/Android publisher. We'll add a comma there and another comma here. So this is good. At this point, we have our Google Purchase Handler constructor set up, and we're going to be able to use the Android publisher to actually validate our purchases. In the next video, we'll go ahead and build out the handle subscription and handle non-subscription. All right, so we have our Google Play purchase handler set up here, but we need to still build out the handle subscription and handle non-subscription methods. So right now they're just returning true. In the iOS version of this, we created a third function, and then we're able to kind of use it for both of these. That is not going to work as well for the Google one, because as you'll see later, these will kind of stray much more than the iOS version of this does. So because of that, we're actually just going to write the code within them here, because it's not going to be as much shared code. So the first thing we'll do is actually verify the purchase, and we're going to begin with a try block here. So the verifying of the purchase might not work, and if it doesn't, that's fine. We'll just catch the error and return false. So we can log a message here for debugging purposes, and we'll just say we couldn't verify the purchase. And then we'll just return false. So in the try block here, what we actually want to be trying to do is first verify the purchase. So we're going to be making a call to the Android publisher here, and this is going to give us a response. So let's save this as a response. And the call we'll be making is going to have to be an await call, and it will be to the Android publisher, and we're going to be calling the purchases and then the subscriptions, because we are in the handle subscriptions block here. And then we're going to call get on this. And this will take a few parameters. So essentially we're going to be getting a subscription purchase, and we're going to be passing it the package name. And in this case, the package name is the name of our app. So we already did set this up in our constants, and it's going to be the Android package name here. So this is basically telling the Android publisher which app we're using. This we will have to import, and we can do that with this line here for the Android package ID from constants. After giving it the package name, we also need to give it the subscription ID. Subscription ID is going to just be the product's ID. So if we get our product data, which again, the product data is just going to have the product ID and the type, the subscription ID here is going to be the product data's product ID. So this will just be the ID of our in-app purchase. So we're giving it the app, we're giving it the type of in-app purchase, and then lastly, we need to give it the token. So that token will be passed in to the function here, and we'll just be able to use it there and in that with the semicolon. So we'll get this response of the subscription purchased from the Android publisher, but we do want to first check that the response actually has some data. So we can check that it has at least an order ID. And if it doesn't, then we're going to just return false. If the response.data.order ID is not available, then we want to return false. And for logging purposes, we can log out that we can't handle the purchase without an order ID. And this order ID here, we do need to potentially modify if the subscription is being renewed. So the way the order ID is going to look, and I could show you this from one of the test emails, the order ID is going to be the same as this order number here. So you can see it has this number, and then at the end here, there is this ... and another number. The 2 there means that this is the second time that this same subscription has been renewed. So this has been renewed for a second time. But with what we're doing, we actually want this only to be the first value here. So if this subscription is renewed, we don't want to include this part at the end here. So we can modify the order ID if it does have that ending and just pull out the initial part. And we can do this with a regular expression. So let me just write this and then I'll explain the code a little bit. All right, so we first define our order ID as the order ID from our response. And then this line here is basically looking for a pattern here with this regular expression if the ... number is at the end of the string. To illustrate this a little bit easier, if you go to regex101.com and paste that in here, and then if you copy one of these order numbers like this and paste it in here, you'll see that the matched part is that first part. If you remove the ending, there is no match. So if it doesn't have the 2 dots and then a number, there is not going to be a match in this regular expression. But if it does have that and the number can be anything, then it will match on just this first part. What that means is if we do find that regular expression, then we want to set the order equal to just the first element, because when this is called, it will create an array with the matches. So in this case, this would be an array with the value here. If this isn't fully making sense, if you just write it out, you can also log out what's going on and see the original and then the new one. And really this is only going to be changed if it is one of those ... or ... 2. So I'm going to remove that print line there. This is very important to do because of the way we use the order ID when creating our document. So if you look back in the Firebase calls, we do use the order ID right here for the document name. So it is important that that matches, especially on the updating of a subscription, because you can imagine someone creates a subscription and then it's about to expire, but they renew it. We're going to want that same document to be updated with the renewal and make its expiry date later. And this will become even more important later when we start to expire these purchases from our database. But anyway, back in the Google Play purchase handler, the last thing we need to do is actually just create or update that purchase. So we were just looking at that in the Firebase call, so we just need to call this now. And if you remember, we already did set this up in a way where for the subscription, we can pass in a subscription purchase. So we can define that subscription purchase here as the purchase data. And this will be a subscription purchase. And we haven't included the subscription purchase yet, so we can add that in with our Firebase calls. And if we go back into our Firebase calls, we can actually just copy all these parameters that we're going to need. And since it's the subscription purchase, we also need these 3. And now we can start to update. So the in-app purchase source for this is Google Play. The order ID we just defined. And these are actually going to be commas, not semicolons. The product ID is going to be on our product data, which is passed in. And we can just call product ID on that. The user ID here is the user ID. This is just passed in originally as well. The purchase date is going to be the Firestore timestamp from milliseconds, and then for this we're going to have an integer that we can parse that is the start time milliseconds, and that will look like this. Then the type is going to be subscription. The expiry date is going to be very similar to the purchase date. The only difference here is instead of start, we're going to use expiry time. And lastly, the status. So our response data does have a status. And if we look at the status of that, which is actually the payment state, if you hover over this in Visual Studio, you can see that the payment state has a few possible values, and they are always a number. So it's either going to be payment pending, payment received, free trial, or pending deferred, essentially. But our status here needs to be one of the subscription statuses that we set up. So we do have these subscription statuses, and really there's only 3 of them that we are interested in. So we're going to have to transform these numbers into one of those 3 statuses. So firstly, let's include this. And what we can do is create an array here that has the index of the status that we want for the index of the state that is going to be passed. And essentially, if the state is blank, then we will use an additional status. So this only has up to 3, and we can create a 4th one if this payment state is blank. Because if it's expired, it's actually going to be blank. It's not present for canceled or expired subscriptions. So what we need to do now is actually add in the statuses for the matching indexes. So at index 0, payment is pending. So the status for that should be pending. And where I'm getting this pending here is back from here. These are the 3 options we have. So it's pending, active, or expired. And when the payment state is 1, it means payment was received. So this would be an active status. When it is 2, it's free trial. So that's also going to be an active. When it is 3, it means pending, deferred, upgrade, or downgrade. So we're going to use pending again. And then there is no value for. It'll just be blank. So if it's not present, then it would be turned into a value 4. And if that's the case, it means it's expired. And we just need an as here, and that will typecast this value as one of the subscription statuses. I believe we just forgot the comma there, but this should be working. We do need a semicolon there, but this setup is good. We add the semicolon there. And now we can actually make the call to our create or update purchase. So this is going to need to be awaited. And we're going to be calling the Firebase calls. And then we can call create or update purchase. And this simply takes the purchase data. So we'll just pass in that purchase data that we just defined. And that is it. We can log out a note that this was successful, but the most important thing we do here is return true. Because at this point, our purchase has been verified and validated. There is an error here with a missing comma, so we'll need to add that in. And also another missing comma here. We also have an error here that product data isn't defined, so we do need to include that. And we can add that product data from the products file. There's no more errors. We do have a few warnings, but that's to be expected at this point. Next, we can do the handling of the non-subscription. This is going to be very similar, although a little bit shorter. We're going to do the almost exact same thing here and get that response. The only difference is instead of calling subscriptions here, we're going to be calling products. And then we're going to be changing the parameters a little bit. The package name is the same, but instead of subscription ID, we're going to be passing product ID. And the rest of that should be all right. We want to do the same thing here with the try catch block. So let's wrap this in the try block here and catch the error. The error is going to be very similar, so we'll catch the error similarly and print the same 2 lines. The next thing we'll do is actually check that that order ID exists, and we'll do that almost exactly the same as we're doing it in the subscription. For the non-subscription, we don't need to do anything with that converting of the order ID. It'll always be the same because there's never going to be those added characters at the end for a non-subscription. So at this point, we can create our purchase data. And this is going to be the type non-subscription purchase. And this is going to have all those base values, which are the first 5 parameters here. The order ID here is not defined though, since we're not changing it. So we will change this to just use the response data order ID. Product ID will be the same. The user ID will also be the same. And the purchase date will be slightly changed in that it won't use the start time. Instead, it uses the purchase time. But everything after that is the same. The last thing here is just the status. And we will be doing something similar. So we'll be getting that response data purchase state. And for this one, we can see that the purchase state of the order possible values are 0 for purchased, 1 for canceled, and 2 for pending. So this should always give us a value. If it doesn't though, we can default it to purchased. And then we'll typecast this as the non-subscription status. So we do need to convert these. So if we look in our non-subscription statuses, we have pending, complete, and canceled. So when the value is 0, that means it was purchased. So we want this 0 index to be complete. And the value at index 1 is going to be canceled. So we will make this canceled. And we use canceled, yes. The third value is for pending. So we'll use the pending value here. All right, that is good. And the last thing we have to do is just pass this to our creator update purchase, which will happen in the exact same way that we're doing it in the subscription one. And then we'll return true. So if we save this, it should be good now, but there are a few errors. So let's see what we have. If you hover over this, it basically tells us exactly what the issue is. And it's that we are not including the type. We have the type of subscription above, but down here, we will have the type of non-subscription. So that's a good example of why TypeScript is better than JavaScript. Without TypeScript, we wouldn't have that quick check there, and then also kind of show us exactly what was missing. So anyway, that looks good now, and we no longer have any linter errors on any of this code here. So really at this point, our Google Play purchase handler is set up. There's just one last thing we need to do, and then we'll be able to redeploy this to test on our actual device. So if we go into the index file, if you remember, we made the Google Play just use the App Store purchase handler as a placeholder. We're going to want to change that to use the actual Google Play purchase handler. And we will need to import that up at the top as well. We already did all of the heavy lifting for this, so our verify purchase will now just use the Google Play purchase handler if Google Play is the source that's passed in. And if you look down here where we're actually defining that, you can see where we use the purchase handlers, and we're going to be just getting the purchase handler of that data source, which if it was Google Play, then it would just use the Google Play purchase handler. And obviously everything else would work as we would expect. So this is good. I know it was kind of a lot to get through, and hopefully this all is making sense. So the last thing we're going to do in this video is just redeploy our Firebase functions. And that looks good. You can see everything deployed as we would expect. In the next video, we'll do a test on our Android physical device. In the last video, we deployed our verification function for Android, and now we can test that that is working correctly. So I have this running here on my physical device. We already set up all the code that's needed for verifying the purchase. So you can see we have this verify purchase here, and we set this up for iOS, but it should work exactly the the same, so there's no code changes that actually need to be made to our Flutter code base. So what we will be looking for is a new purchase to show up here, and that verification to be marked true so the user actually will get their in-app purchase as well. So we'll begin by just doing a decision increase. So currently we have 3 decisions. If we go to the store, we can buy the 5 decisions here. And it looks like this did not actually work. We do not have we weren't granted the decisions. So let's check out the logs here. So in our logs here, you can see that the current user has insufficient permissions to perform the requested operations. So this can actually happen when you first set up these keys. It could take a little bit of time for that invite and that user to actually be valid. So if you are seeing this error, the best thing to do is actually just wait a few hours, potentially up to a day, and then just try it again. I do believe our setup is correct, so I'm just going to wait a bit and then I'll come back and try it again. All right, so several days have now passed, and I'm going to go ahead and test this in-app purchase now again on my physical device for Android. So as you can see here, the device is running and there are 3 decisions. So if we go into the store here and buy the 5 decisions and go ahead and complete that purchase, we see a bunch of logs down here. If we go back, we see now that the decisions have increased to 8. And if we go back into the Firebase console here, we can see that we have that Google Play purchase now. And you can see this is several days later from when I first originally tried testing this, which I believe was on the 11th maybe. I don't actually think it takes that much time. It's been over a week for me, definitely, but I think normally about 24 hours, and you should definitely have it working if it wasn't already. But this is definitely something that's frustrating if you don't realize it when you're trying to build this out, because you might be thinking you coded something wrong or you did something wrong, but actually it's just that Google takes a little bit of time to catch up. So this is great. Our non-subscription is working on Android, but we can also go ahead and test out our subscription here. So if we do our unlimited month and subscribe to that, we should first off see that we are now on an unlimited account, so that works good. The purchase was verified, and then if we go over into here, you'll see we have this unlimited month that was purchased, and you can see that our status is active. So currently both iOS and Android are validating purchases exactly how we want them to, and we're essentially done with that part. But there are a few more steps that we need to set up in order to have our subscriptions expire correctly. And we'll cover those in the next few videos. So currently we're able to verify our purchases with the app stores, but we aren't really able to fully manage our subscriptions yet. So you can imagine right now if a user does subscribe to our unlimited monthly, all of that will get verified and they'll get the 1 month of unlimited, but we're doing nothing after that. So currently if we were to deploy the app in its current state, the user would just have to subscribe once and then they could cancel it and they would still always be on that unlimited. And there's a few things we need to set up, but the first thing we're going to be doing is actually listening to the App Store's events. So if you go into App Store Connect, you can see if you select your app and then click App Information under General here, you could find the section where you can set up the App Store server notifications. Google will handle this a little bit differently, and we're going to cover that later. But just focusing on Apple, you can see that you can add a production server URL and a sandbox server URL. Once you actually add a URL here, what will happen is Apple will send information to that URL, and the information will be about the subscription. So for instance, if the user cancels their subscription, this URL will be notified. Also, if the subscription is renewed, information will be sent about that. So there are various different events that can be sent. The most important ones are about when the subscription expires or when the subscription is renewed. And those are the ones we're going to be focusing on now. But we need to set up our backend server here to have a URL to send to. And then we can actually configure our App Store Connect and start testing all of that. So you can already see right here that these Firebase functions do have a public URL. So this function, for instance, is accessible at this URL. So following that same kind of pattern, we're going to create a new Firebase function and use the URL of that Firebase function to update in our app store connect. So back over in our VS Code, if we find our index file, which is where we're defining all of our Firebase functions, we currently are only exporting the verify purchase, and we're going to export a new one now. And this is going to be called the handle app store server event. And this is going to equal a new function, which we're actually just going to define in our App Store purchase handler. So currently our App Store purchase handler has the handle subscription, handle non-subscription, and then all of that is kind of within this logic. We're going to create a new named function here called that handle server event. And this is going to equal a new Firebase function, which will be asynchronous, and it will take that request and response. So in its simplest form right here, we're going to have this just return a 200 status, which just means that everything worked correctly. And we can also just go ahead and log out the data of the request. And our functions will need to be import. So if we go up to the top, we can import all from functions, and then we can also just define the functions up at the very top above the class itself. This is the same way we have defined the functions in the actual index itself, if you remember. So essentially this line here is what we want. And we will need to also pull in that cloud region from our constants. And actually, since we already have the constants, we can do this all on one line there. And this looks pretty good. Data is actually the wrong key here. It's body is what we want. So the request will have a body and the request will have a status and a few other things. But this should be good for now. I suppose we could also just log out the request. This will get built out more, obviously, but we just need this for now to actually get that URL set up. So back in the index file, we're going to be exporting this new handle app store server event. And actually, we do want that to be a lowercase h. And really all we want to do is now reference the new handle server event that we created in the App Store purchase handler. So we can access the App Store purchase handler from our purchase handlers that are defined right here. And we'll just find the one for the App Store. So this will be the App Store purchase handler, and then we can just call handle server event on it. We do need to actually typecast this as the App Store purchase handler. And then we can add a semicolon at the end there. This should be working. We're getting an error, I think, because of the linter max line length. But if we save all this, this looks how we're going to want it. And we can now redeploy our Firebase function so that we get that URL. All right, and our deploy is complete. So if we go back into our Firebase console here and reload the page, we'll see now we have this handle app store server event. And what we're most interested in right now is this URL. So we'll copy this URL and we'll go into our App Store server notifications and click set up URL for the sandbox URL, and then go ahead and paste the URL in there. We are going to be using the version 2 notifications and then hit save. Depending on how you end up setting this up, you might have a Firebase function for your sandbox and your production. If that's the case, you can have these separately. If they are the same when you are deploying, you would just use the same URL there then. But this is good and saved. Now we can actually test this by getting some data by adding a new subscription from our physical device. Firstly, I'm going to go back to my test sandbox users and just clear out any of the purchase history that may exist. And now I can run my app on my physical device. All right, so on the physical device here, when we actually buy the subscription, we're going to be looking to see if the handle app store server event is triggered. Now, we don't necessarily expect this to be triggered on the first purchase, but we are going to be most interested in looking that it is triggered when the subscription renews. One thing that we do want to make sure is in our App Store Connect, when we go to that test user account, you can choose the subscription renewal rate. And this is just the amount of time that will elapse between the subscription for these test users. So I like to set it to the lowest one when testing like this because you can just get quicker feedback. So basically this means that even though I'm going to be doing a 1-month subscription, it will renew in 3 minutes. So we can go ahead and buy that in-app purchase now, so the unlimited monthly. And you can see now we are on that unlimited plan. If we check the log specifically for our App Store server event, we can see that nothing was actually logged when we bought this in-app purchase. And that's okay. We are most interested, as I said, in looking that something is logged once the subscription is renewed. So we're going to need to wait about 3 minutes now. All right, and it looks like we didn't actually even need to wait the full 3 minutes. The store was just slightly delayed. So you can see right here, it is printing out that console log of the request, and that is just an object. And then also the request body is another object. So we're not getting the best printing here, but it is definitely hitting that new function that we created. And this event here would have been for the actual original purchase event. So I am going to let a little bit of time pass, and you can see that this is going to get logged a second time, basically 3 minutes after this one was originally logged. All right, yes, and you can see there is another one logged here with that request and the request body. If you look closely at the times here, the 3 minutes is actually after the original purchase, which was at 10:46. So this is 3 minutes after that. The first one just had about a minute delay in its original logging, but this is exactly what we would expect, and all of this setup is good. In the next video, we're going to set up a way to run these functions locally so we can test them easier. All right, so we're able to view these logs and kind of test using the logs here, but there's actually a much simpler way we can test this kind of functionality, and that's by running our Firebase function locally, which will allow us to actually send requests to the function locally and see what's logged out right within our terminal and not have to rely on the actual Firebase function log. That's what we're going to be setting up in this video. The first thing we're going to do though is figure out what this request body actually is so that we can use that when we are testing locally. We are going to need data to send to our local Firebase function that looks the same and is formatted structurally the same as App Store Connect is sending. So if we actually go over into some of the Apple documentation, and I'll link this below, you can see what this response body is going to look like. But just reading through this, you're not going to be able to come up with actual test data that you can use in your local Firebase function. So that's why it's important that we actually can get the body printed out here. And we almost have that set up, except the way I printed this is incorrect. So you can see we're just printing the request in the request body here. But what we need to do is call JSON stringify and then pass it the request and request body. This will actually convert those objects to strings and then allow us to actually view it in the logs. So this is what that is going to look like. So you can just save this and then redeploy the Firebase function. If you are able to make this change essentially before 30 minutes pass, you should be able to see the logs update without having to actually create a new subscription. And that is because your test subscription will renew 10 times before it expires. So basically you have 30 minutes because every 3 minutes the subscription will renew. If you aren't watching these back to back or that 30 minutes has already elapsed, you can just go ahead and do another test version of your in-app purchase subscription, and then you should see the body is actually printing out the full body and not just the object. But while all that is running, we can actually set up this Firebase function to run locally. And the first thing we need to make sure is that we have our Firebase tools set up. So we can run npm install Firebase tools, and I believe I already have this set up, but running it again will not hurt anything, so I'll just go ahead and run it again. And basically that's all you need to only run the functions. We are going to run Firebase emulator start only functions. and this will run the Firebase functions locally. I'll definitely link down below to more information on running Firebase functions locally. So you can see it gives us this nice URL here for our local Firebase function. So if we go to that URL in the browser, you're going to see now we have this logs here. And this is going to mirror what is in the logs of our Firebase functions logs on production, which are what we see right here. If you go to the overview tab here, you can see all the other Firebase services that you could potentially run locally. The only one currently that is on is the Firebase functions emulator. So that is really all we need. So that's good. Now, what this means is we're able to use this URL here for our function instead of the actual production URL. So this is basically the local version of that Firebase function URL. What we really want to be able to do is send the same type of data that Apple is sending to our production Firebase URL or even our sandbox Firebase URL. And we want to be able to send these App Store server events locally whenever we want so that we can get them testing and run through the logs. We don't want to have to wait every 3 minutes for the subscription to renew. We want to be able to send one every minute. Or really, we just want to be able to send one whenever and not have to worry about going into our app, creating that subscription again, and doing all that test stuff that we already did. And to accomplish this, there are a few ways you can do it, but the easiest one, and the one that I like the best, is using Postman. So we're going to copy this URL here, and then we can open up Postman. And what Postman allows you to do is just send any type of post request or even a get request, really any type of request. This is a very powerful tool, but all we're going to be using it for is sending a post request to our test URL here. The cool part of this is it allows you to add all this extra post information. So we need to fill out the post body because that is what Apple is going to be sending to our actual Handle App Store server event. It's going to have a body associated with it, which is going to have quite a bit of data. So that data is actually what we're trying to figure out based on what is being printed here. So if we can find what the body of that data looks like, then we can basically just put that into this test request that we're about to make. If you look through some of these logs here, we're actually getting some errors. It's actually because we're calling JSON stringify on the whole request itself on this line. And this is actually just causing errors. The body is JSON. The request itself has multiple components to it, and that can't easily be converted to JSON. So just remove that line completely, or just don't do the stringify. But without the stringify, it's kind of useless. We'll just remove that and then redeploy this. All right, and after fixing that, you can see we do actually get the request body, and it is now showing us what that request body is. If we were to click into this, it's quite long actually, but we can copy the whole thing, and we want to copy that and paste it into the body of our Postman request that we're about to make. So the format of this is going to be raw, and we'll change that to JSON. And then if you paste that in, you can see it's this very long, just signed payload is the request body. You want to make sure you remove the request body text at the beginning and just actually include what the value of that request body is. Also, be sure to look at the end and make sure to remove any extra characters there. But this request body is an example of what Apple is going to send us when some subscription event is triggered in our app. So what we can do now is actually just send this post request, and we can look down here and we'll see that nothing really happened. But if we go into now our console that is running our local Firebase function, you can see this printed out, the request body as well. And it has that signed payload, exactly that request body. And this is actually exactly what we expect, because what's happening right now is we're sending a request to this local instance of our Handle App Store server event, and we're passing it this information as the body. So when that function gets hit, it's going to essentially pass that off to our Handle server event, which is right here. And then that's just going to print this out. To demonstrate the value of having this locally set up, we can try and log another message here. And this will be just called new message. So without the local functions, we'd essentially have to just redeploy this whole function. And then in theory, we could still use this setup, but send it to our actual function. So that would be a little bit quicker, but still the deploy takes a little bit of time. You might be thinking now we could just hit send and it would work, but unfortunately that isn't quite going to be enough because the local functions code here has not been rebuilt. So what we need to do is stop the local function, and once we stop that, we need to actually make sure we're in the functions directory now. Then we can run an npm run build, and this is going to recompile the code with that change that we just made. And then from here we can rerun the emulator. And now if we go back and hit the send here, we would expect to see that new message logged as well as the old one. And you can see it does say the new message there. So this is good. And we can speed this up even further by changing our configuration to automatically recompile. So if we go into the package.json here, you can find where our scripts for builds are. And instead of having it just TSC, we can add a -w, which will recompile or essentially rebuild this on any file changes. So there's two things we need to do now. Firstly, we will rerun the npm run build, and you'll see now when this is running, it's a little bit different. It just says that it started and it's now in watch mode. So basically this is running, and if we uncomment this now and save it, you're going to see over here that file changes are detected and it's going to start doing the compiling now. If you do that, it will run in the background and then you can start the emulator again. Now we'll no longer need to stop the emulator, so we can go back here, and if we were to, for instance, uncomment the request body, maybe we'll add 3 exclamation points now, and we'll hit send. When we go into the logs, we'll see it is the 3 exclamation points. If we go ahead and uncomment this now, and go hit send again, and we come in here, you'll see now it is running essentially in real time. So the 3 exclamation points and the request body were both run. This is definitely the best setup when you need to do some testing in terms of a lot of logging. So you'll just have this build running and listening, and then you'll also have the local Firebase functions running. And in the next video, we're going to be discussing this actual signed payload, and we're going to be doing a lot of logging out to see actually what this is and how we can actually use this to extract useful data. So this is all good, and now we are set up to be running all this locally, and it's going to make our development time so much faster. We currently have our functions set up for handle server event. Obviously this is not doing anything except printing out the body of the request, and we're able to now make these test requests, which you can see one logged out here. If we just clear this, you can see we can make this test request to our local Firebase function that we just set up. And we have this signed payload, which is going to be what Apple is going to send us. But this signed payload as it is nothing useful. So if we hit send here, and this data here in the signed payload, if you go back to the documentation, this signed payload is in the form of a JSON web signature or a JWS format. And essentially what this is just encrypted data. So if you look, it is a base 64 URL encoded, and basically what we need to do is decode this to get the actual data that is inside of it. So if you're interested in why Apple sends the information like this, you can read through this documentation a little bit more and look a bit more into JWS format. But overall, it is kind of just a way to standardize and encrypt to some degree the data that's coming in. So they just have to always send this block of text, which is always essentially going to be the same size, and the data within it can change, but it's not easily read without decoding it. Anyway, let's go ahead and decode this so that we can actually get the useful data that's inside of it. And we're going to be doing this with a new package, and the package is JWT Decode, and we're going to install this in our package.json file. So if we find the main dependencies here, we can just add a new one, and it's going to be the JWT Decode. And I'll be using the version 3.1.2. And then we can run npm install. However, we do need to make sure we're in the functions directory, and then we can run npm install. And you can see it will add that one package. We can clear out of that, and now we want to go back into the code here. So we can use that new package to decode this request body Firstly, let's just go ahead and remove these logs here. And the first thing we're going to do is actually define what the signed payload is. So we're going to create a new constant here, and this will be the decoded body. And this will have a type of the signed payload, which is going to be part of the Apple receipt verifier. This is going to equal now the decoded version of that body signed payload. So for this, we can use this new package, and there is a function JWT decode. And this is going to take an encoded JWT format, which currently exists in our signed payload within the body. So if we remember back when we're printing this out, we have the body here, and this is all the body, but the body is actually a key value pair, and the key is the signed payload, and then the value of that key is actually the JWT value that we are looking for. So to get that, we can just do the request.body.signed payload. And this signed payload here needs to match up with the exact case of this signed payload here, because that's actually what we're going to be accessing. So make sure it's the lowercase and then the uppercase p. That is good. We can now print out this so we can see what it looks like. And we will add that JSON stringify around it. A couple errors here to clean up. Firstly, we will need to import this package. And that line will look like this. Next, we can remove that space there. And lastly, the signed payload is not actually a type that has been created yet. So the Apple receipt verifier actually does not have a signed payload type associated with it. But we can create an interface that will create that signed payload. But for now, we can just not have the type there and print this out and see what that looks like. Then we can create the actual type for this signed payload. If we save this and then go back into our cloud functions here, I'm just going to clear this and rerun it. And then we can send another test. And now we can see what is printed out. We get the signed payload. And now this signed payload is different data. So you can see it is a key value pair. And it has several different values in it. So we have notification type, did renew, notification UID, and has the UID. Then it has data, and that's another whole key value pair. And really you can see within here again, there's another JWS token. So that is the signed transaction info. And this information is also going to need to be decoded. To create this type now, we can create a new interface up here, which is kind of what we already did with our Apple receipt verifier, and we created the purchased products interface, and we're going to create another interface now for the signed payload. And there's basically two elements that we're interested in from this signed payload. The first one is going to be the notification type, so you can see that one is right here. And this is going to tell us what kind of alert we're getting from the App Store. So this one is a did renew type, and other types include like expiring or canceled, and those would all be part of this notification type. So we're interested in this notification type, and then we're also interested in all of this data here. We don't really care too much right now about the notification UID, but if you did want to use that for anything, you could include that in this interface here as well. I will just be using the notification type, and that will be a string. And then I'll also be using that data. And this is another key value pair, so the key is going to be a string. And the value is also a string. So that's good. We have this signed payload type. The next thing we can do is actually go ahead and get the signed transaction info and decode this JWT block as well. This is where actually the most useful data is. The rest of this is not as useful. So to do this is kind of a similar thing. We're just going to create another constant. And this time we'll call it the signed info. And this one will have a new custom type as well that we'll create, but for now we can just leave this blank and we'll see what the structure looks like first. But this would be another JWT decode, and we're going to decode the actual decoded body here, and then we're going to get that data element on it, and then within that data element we are going to get that signed transaction info. So we're basically going to take this key value pair, dig into the data here, and then within that data we're going to dig into that signed transaction info. so we actually end up just getting this block here. And this will be good. So now let's print the signed info instead of the signed payload. And if we just clear this and send another event, you can see this is a lot shorter, but we have our signed info and it has the transaction ID and the original transaction ID. These could be different because we have a subscription that the original transaction ID would have been that original subscription. And then the transaction ID would be this current renewal of the subscription. There's a few other things in here that are definitely useful. We have the actual product ID here, and we have the purchase date, original purchase date, expiry date. Within this here, there's really 3 parameters that we're most interested in, and that's going to be the product ID, the expiry date, which is kind of getting cut onto 2 lines here, and then also the original transaction ID. So we're going to create that new custom type with just those 3 elements in it. And it will be an extension of the Apple receipt verifier. So we'll do a similar thing, extending the Apple receipt verifier, and then we'll just call this the signed transaction info. So we will need to create this interface now. And as I said, there's just the 3 elements that we're interested in. So it's going to be product ID, expires date, and the original transaction ID. And all 3 of these will be a string. So this is a good start, but we have some data now from the decoded body that we're going to be using directly, and then we also have some data from the signed info that we're going to be using directly. So just for the sake of organizing, we're going to create a new key value pair of just all the information that we are going to use and have it stored as one key value pair. So we'll call this the event data. First one is going to be the notification type. And that is going to be exactly, let's actually comment this out and run this for both of these so we can see both of them at the same time. I'll clear that and send another event. So we can see in our signed payload, we are going to just pull the notification type. So we'll uncomment this now. So notification type is going to be from the decoded body. And then we'll pull that notification type. Next, we're going to set the product ID. And this product ID is going to be part of our signed info. Then we'll set the expires date. And that also is just going to be part of the signed info. And lastly, we'll do the original transaction ID, which is also part of that signed info. So this event data isn't 100% necessary to set up. You could just directly use these values here, but it does end up being a little bit cleaner to code out later. And if you did need to change any of this stuff around, it's kind of easier to have it in one place to change here. So basically these 4 parameters are all we're going to need to look at to go and find a subscription and then update it accordingly. So I'm going to comment out these 2 logs here. And really all we're interested in doing in this handle server event is really expiring or reactivating our subscriptions. So there's going to be kind of 2 parts to this. Firstly, we're going to use the product ID to find the product data and then determine if it's a subscription or not. If this event was from a non-subscription purchase, we don't really need to do anything here because our validator is going to handle that already, and there's nothing that needs to actually happen from this handle server event if this is a non-subscription purchase. Firstly, we're going to get the product data, and we're going to be able to get the product data from the product ID. And if you remember, our product data is just an interface here that has the product ID and the type. So if we go back, we can find the product data actually using this product data map, and we'll just set this to a new variable. And we're going to need to pass this in the product ID. So we can get that from our event data now. Now that we have our product data defined, we're first going to do a quick check to make sure that this product ID does exist, meaning that this event data product ID is one that we have configured within our product data. Because you can imagine if we did add an in-app purchase, but we didn't configure this lookup would just return nothing. So we do want to handle that here. And we can do this with a quick if statement and just check if the product data is blank. So if there is no product data, then we're going to just log out an error and return a 403 status. And instead of sending the 200 status, we're going to send a 403 status, which is a more appropriate status for this because this would be considered a forbidden call, where 200 is a successful call. But after this, we will just return out of this function completely. So that check is good. Now we know our product data is valid, but we want to check if it is a type of subscription, because if it's not a subscription, there's also really nothing we need to do. So if the product data type is equal to the subscription. All right, so we've already covered quite a bit in this video. We are decoding this information now from Apple, and we're able to actually find the purchase data and determine if it's a subscription. In the next video, we're actually going to handle these subscriptions and update the user's information based on the information that Apple is sending us. All right, so currently we are decoding our Apple data. Let's go ahead and print out this event data just so it'll be a little bit easier to see what we want to do. All right, we'll comment this part out down here and we will clear this and then go ahead and send another event. So we can see what our event data is right here. We have the notification type, we have that product ID, we have the expires date, and the original transaction ID. So this is all the information that we need to make this update. Really what is most important here is that we are updating this expiry date for our subscription, which we can find with this transaction ID. So you can see here that this test transaction ID is the one ending in 6609. So if we go back into our Firebase console, we can find that App Store purchase here. And all of that this contains right now is that original purchase data. So you can see that the original purchase date was the 27th at 10:45. And the original expiry date was the same day, 3 minutes later. So all of that is expected. However, this event here, the timestamp on the expiry date now is going to be later than this original expiry date. But our system is not kept in sync with that, and our system still thinks that the expiry date is that original expiry date, even though the user renewed their subscription. Without keeping this in sync, we can't currently mark this as expired based on this expiry date because this expiry date is no longer accurate. So really what all of this is going to be doing is making sure that our expiry date for the user is accurate. And then as long as this expiry date is kept accurate, it will allow us to run a function every hour or every day and just check if any of these active subscriptions have expired. And if they have, then we can mark them expired. So that part will happen later, but currently we will be getting this expiry date to be in sync. So we already started writing this if statement here, and we are interested in only the subscription products. This will be a subscription product. You can already tell because it's the unlimited YT monthly. So this block here will be hit, and all we really want to do here is update this purchase. So we need to find this purchase and then update it. And we're going to do this in our Firebase calls. So our Firebase calls, we only currently have one call for create or update a purchase. And this is what we're using when we're validating to originally create this document right here. But we're not going to be creating a document. We're only going to be updating the document because it will already exist from when that original subscription occurred. So we'll create a new asynchronous function here, and it will just be called update purchase. And this is just going to return a void, but it has to be in a promise because this is asynchronous. So there will be a few parameters that this takes, mainly the purchase data. And that purchase data is going to be the source and the order ID. We're going to need the source and order ID both to find the document. So the source is going to be basically the beginning of the document name, and the order ID is the second part of the document. We are going to set this up now so it will work with Apple and Google. So we will need the in-app purchase source, which is just the IAP source. And the second element in the purchase data is going to be the order ID. And that will just be a string. This purchase data is kind of a custom object that we're creating right now. It's going to have these two elements, and then you can see up here how our purchase data was just a purchase, and we will be still including areas of the purchase, but we aren't going to require a full purchase to be passed in. So we can just call the purchase here, and we will use this and, which is going to essentially concatenate the purchase parameters with these other two custom parameters that we just added. And we can say that this purchase is just a partial, which means that we're going to be requiring at least some information from this purchase, or we will allow some information from that purchase. So we can break this down to a second line. And now we're just going to do kind of what we did up here. We're going to find this purchase ID, and it will be exactly the same as it was defined up here. We also can define this purchases collection. And then in a very similar way, we're going to get that purchase document. So basically these first three lines are exactly the same. And this last line will be a little bit different. Instead of setting the purchase data, we're just going to be updating it. So this will be that await call, and then we're going to await the purchase, and we'll call update on it, and then we can pass this the purchase data. So this is good. We can call update purchase here, but what this isn't going to do is actually update our user. So imagine now in this example that, for instance, this user was expired, but then they renewed their subscription, and now this got updated to a later date, and the status also got updated. But they were already marked expired, and the user's unlimited was already removed from their actual user object. I believe this user would have been this user, so imagine that unlimited was already marked false. We want to make sure that if we're updating this purchase to be active, that we're also updating the user object to have that in-app purchase, and also we want to make sure the opposite is happening too. So you could imagine that if this update was actually expiring the user and marking them expired, we would want to remove that access from the user as well. Both of those cases can happen in one function where we just check what the status of that document is and then update the user accordingly. Let's create that function right down here, and we'll just call this update user with purchase. This will take one parameter, which is going to be the document reference, which we will just call the purchase reference. And the type of this is going to be a Firestore document reference. And this is not going to return anything, but since it's asynchronous, it will be a promise. So firstly, we're going to get this document. So we have the purchase reference, so we can actually just get the document based on that reference. And we'll set this to a new variable called purchase doc. And we can just get this purchase reference. So purchase doc is essentially going to be this document here in this example. And now we want to just make sure we have a user ID on here, because if there's no user ID, there's really nothing we can do. But all of these should have a user ID, and then we're going to use that user ID to go find that user document and update them. So firstly, we'll just check if the purchase document has a user ID, and the easiest way to do that is just to check if it's not undefined. So we can check the type of that field on the document. So we're going to be looking at this purchase document, and then we're going to get its data. And then we're going to be checking for that user ID parameter, which is this right here. And if that is not equal to undefined, then that means it does exist and we have a user that we can go look up. So now we can define that user here. And this will be the user reference. And it's going to simply equal this.firestore.collection, and we're going to be looking in that user's collection. And then we're going to look for the document which has the ID of the user ID, which basically is the same logic right there. So we're going to be looking for that user ID that is in our purchase reference document. And this is going to give us the actual user document. So this user ref here is going to be this user, is basically going to be this document here. So there's nothing that we actually need to do if the purchase reference here is not related to a subscription. So back what we were looking at, you can see this one is a subscription, but this one, for instance, is, and this one's also a subscription. This one, for instance, is not a subscription. So if the document that we were referencing here and we looked up the user was related to this document, there's nothing we need to do for the user because the validator is already going to handle giving the user their purchase. There's nothing we need to do in this update user with purchase because this is only ever going to be called when we're updating subscriptions. All of that to say, we can just skip the non-subscription purchase types. So the easiest way to do this, and we can do it in one line, is to just check if it's not one of these subscription purchase types. So the ones that we have, if we go back to our products here, we have the unlimited YT monthly, and we also have the unlimited YT yearly. So if it's not one of these two types, then we're going to return. So to check if it's one of these two, we basically put them in an array here, and then we can say if it includes, and then we're going to be passing it the purchase document data of the product ID. So all this is saying is the product ID one of these two? And if it's not, which is what this is going, this exclamation point is right here. So if it's not one of these two, then what we want to do is return. There are a few ways you could write this. This is almost like a backwards way if you think about it, because you're basically saying if it's not one of these, then return. So really the only time you're going to get down here is if it is one of these two. So if it is one of these two, it means we're dealing with a subscription, and we want to check if the status is active. And if that's true, we want to update unlimited to being true. And if it's not active, then we want to update unlimited to being false. So we're going to check if the purchase data status, so we can pull the purchase data like that and then call status on it. So, because the status will be this right here, but on a subscription, it's either going to be active or expired. So we can check if the status here is equal to active. And if that's the case, then we want to get this user reference, and we want to update the unlimited parameter to be true. And then if not, we can do an else if here, and we're going to be basically checking this same thing, but we're going to be checking if this status is expired. And if that's the case, we're going to still update this user reference for unlimited, but we're going to set it equal to false. Now, this logic could change depending on how you're setting up your in-app purchases and your subscriptions, but the concept here is that you want to make sure your user object is still in sync with your purchase. So if this purchase is being updated, essentially renewed, and it's still active, or it might be changed from expired to active, you want to make sure that if any of these statuses change, that the user is also changed, because just changing this here is not going to change the user. And that means that this could be accurate, but if the user is not accurate, they're not going to experience the features in the app of the in-app purchase that they just purchased. So this is a very important part, and we just need to tab that in extra there. We're going to call this update user with purchase now from our update purchase. And we'll just be passing this in the purchase, because this will actually be a purchase reference. And we're also going to call this when we create or update the purchase, kind of for the same reason. It won't be needed when we're creating, but when we do the update portion of it, we would want to basically do this double check and make sure that if the status was changed to active, just to make sure that unlimited is true. And if it was changed to expired, make sure unlimited is false. So this is an easy way to do that, and you can add that in there. And that's it. Now we can just call this update purchase now back from our App Store purchase handler. So we're going to do this in a try catch block, and we can do the error handling first. So if for whatever reason this doesn't work, we can just say that we were not able to update the purchase. And we'll also log out the event data just so that we can see a little bit better what is going on here. But now we actually need to make this call. So we're going to be calling that Firebase calls update purchase. So this will be an await call. We can call this .firebase calls because we did already set this up earlier when we were handling our validation. So we're calling Firebase calls, and then we want to just call update purchase. And now we need to pass in the parameters. So update purchase is going to take the in-app purchase source, which in the App Store purchase handler is always going to be the App Store. Next, we'll have the order ID, which is actually going to be that original transaction ID. Because if you remember when we were looking in the logs here, that original transaction ID is just the original order ID. And it's very important that we use the original transaction ID and not the current transaction ID, because we won't be able to find in our database the original transaction if we're using the current transaction. So anyway, we'll use event data.original transaction ID. Next, we can pass in any parameters that we want to update from our purchase itself. So if we go back here, we can look, and really we can pass in any of these. The ones we're going to be passing in are status and expiry date. So let's do expiry date first. And for this, we do have the expiry date set up here, but it is in milliseconds. So we will need to do that conversion, which is a timestamp from milliseconds. And then we will need to parse the integer. And we'll give it that radius, which will just be 10. The last thing is going to be the status. And the status for this can be one of two things. It's either going to be expired or active. We're not really interested in the pending status here because if the event was sent, it means something either expired or something was either canceled. And we can figure out if this is expired or active all based on that expiry date. And the expiry date is this exact date right up here. But we can just check if that expiry date is before now or after now. So we're going to be looking at the date of right now. And then we're going to see if that is greater than or equal to the expiry date. And we can just pull this parse int here. And if the current date is greater than the expiry date, then that means that this is expired. So we're going to move this down to the next line. But we will set this to expired. And if not, then we'll set this to active. And we'll add a semicolon here. And we don't need that extra space there. Now, timestamp just needs to be imported. So if we go back up, we can import timestamp from the Firestore timestamp. So yes, currently this looks good. So there are a few ways you can test this, and I'm going to show you one, but I would suggest you do both. One way is to redeploy this Firebase function and then go create a new subscription and then watch that this gets updated every 3 minutes. I basically already showed you how to do that in past videos, so you can go ahead and do that. But locally also, since we are using this original transaction ID that matches up with one of these transaction IDs here, if we do rerun this locally, we would expect this date to update. Now it is going to update to whatever that expiry time was when this event occurred. And all of this is kind of test data from the past. So it's kind of going to be a one-time thing that we can update it. But we will try that right now. So you can see right now the expiry date is the 27th at 10:48. So if we go ahead and rerun this locally, we're going to expect that that got updated to a later date. And you can see it did. It got updated to December 27th at 11:15. So this is now expiring later. And all of this setup is good. And that means that this is going to be kept in sync with our App Store events. And again, this is very, very important because if you have a subscription, you definitely need to be managing the subscription so that your users are getting what they purchased, and then also their access is being removed when they stop paying you. So we just set up everything for Apple and we're able to listen to those store events. We're going to set up a very similar thing for Google Play, although it works slightly differently than how Apple works. The concept is the same, that we're going to be getting notifications from Google and they're going to be telling us when a user updated their subscription or their subscription expired, but they're going to do it in a slightly different way in that they use a pub sub topic. Really all that means is we can subscribe to some topic that we define within Google Console. And basically we're telling Google, we want you to alert us whenever any of these events related to purchases are made. So we're going to start by going over to console.google.com and we're going to find the pub sub topics. And I'll have this direct link below, but we're going to create a new topic here. And you can kind of see what this is going to be doing. So a topic forwards messages from publishers to subscribers. So in this case, we will be a subscriber and Google will be the publisher. So we can call this whatever we like. And I'll call this Decider YT purchases because all of this information will be related to the in-app purchases. From here, we can just hit create topic. And once that's created, it will bring us to this page, and we do have a few things that we still need to do. Firstly, we can go back in our code and add this as a constant that we can use later. So back in our code, find that constants file, and we're going to export a new constant. And this is going to be called the Google Play pub sub topic. And we want that to equal that exact name that we just gave it in the Google console. So that's good, and we will use that later. Now back in the Google console, we do need to add some permissions to this. So you can see over here we have the permissions, and if you look at the permissions, some of them will be inherited from your overall Google account, but we are going to need to add a new one. And the one we are going to need to add is this Google Play developer notifications, and it's going to be at system.gservicesaccount.com. I'll link this down below as well. And then for the role of this, we need to set it to the pub sub role. And make sure you do the pub sub publisher, because this is going to be publishing. So we can hit save there. Now that we have this set up, we actually need to tell our app to use this publisher. So we're going to need to open up the Google Play console now and go into our app, and then scroll down to monetization setup. And you can see right here we have the real-time developer notifications, and this is going to allow us to receive those event notifications from Google. And all we need to do is just paste in the pub sub topic here, which if we go back in here, we can find that topic name and just copy this. And then that is going to be what we paste right in here. And then we can go ahead and hit save changes on that. We will come back and use this test notification, but we don't really have anything set up yet to listen to this pub sub topic. So that's what we can begin setting up now. And we're going to do this back in the code here. So just like we did with the iOS in the index file, we're going to create a new function for the Google Play Store. And this is going to be called handle Play Store server event. And instead of using the App Store purchase handler, we're going to be using the Google Play purchase handler. And we will create a new handle server event in the Google Play purchase handler. So we can just save this and then go back to the Google Play purchase handler. And all the way at the bottom, let's create a new purchase handler here. And this will just be called the handle server event. And this is just going to be a Firebase function. So the type of Firebase function that we're going to do here is a pub sub. So this is going to be a little bit different than any of the other Firebase functions we've created. And the pub sub will take a topic, and that topic is going to be from that constant that we just defined. So we can copy that over here. We will need to import that in with our other constants. And then with this, we're going to be calling onPublish. This will be an asynchronous call, which will take a message. And for now, we can just log out the message. And we do need to include the functions here. So kind of how we did in iOS, we will need to include functions and then define it. So if you scroll up there, you can see where we defined functions with our cloud region. We're going to kind of do exactly the same thing here. And we will also need to include the functions. And then we're also going to need to include the cloud region from our constants. But that should be good. Functions are included now. This needs to be double tabbed in. But this all looks good. So what we can do is actually just deploy this function now. And then we'll be able to test the pub sub is working. So we'll just go ahead and deploy this. And while that's running, I will kind of explain a little bit of what's going to be going on here. So we're going to have this new function here, which is essentially going to be listening to this pub sub topic, and it's going to be listening for the onPublish trigger. So basically what this means is it's going to be getting the message or the data that is sent to this topic. And this over here in our app topic is what's actually going to be publishing to this same exact pub sub stream. Pretty much what's going to be happening is the app here is going to be publishing stuff to this pub sub topic, and then over here in this function, in this backend cloud function, it's going to be listening to that same pub sub topic and basically getting the message. These aren't directly communicating, so it's not like Apple where we're directly sending to our Firebase function, but what is happening is that pub sub topic that we set up here is kind of the middleman that everything is going to go through. So the app is going to publish to that topic here, and then that topic is also going to be listened over here in our Firebase function. Ultimately, the outcome is the same as what we set up with Apple, but the configuration is just slightly different. So one thing to note here, because we changed the way our build is, using that W to watch for any changes, we're no longer able to accurately deploy. So we're going to need to change that back so that we can deploy this, and we can just do that in our package JSON and remove the W here. The W again is useful when testing Firebase functions locally. So we're going to clear that and then run Firebase deploy again. All right, and that's completed. So you can see we now have 3 Firebase functions. And if you go back into the console, you can also see the new Firebase function for the handle play store server event. So now we can go back into here and send a test notification. So we go back into the Firebase console here, we should be able to see that in the logs. So if we click on the view logs for that specific handle play store server event, once that loads up, we would expect to see our test information logged out here. And you can see there's actually nothing logged there. If we go back into our setup here, you may have already caught this error, but this is not my project ID. So the problem is I created this in the wrong project. So if you've been following along, you're probably fine because you probably created this in the correct project, but I did not. So I'm going to go ahead and recreate this in the correct project and then just update this URL here. Everything would be the same. It's just this is not the correct project and I need to be using my actual Decider YT project. So I'm going to go ahead and switch that out now. All right, so I recreated everything exactly the same. The only difference is I'm now on the correct project. So you can see this topic name has changed to the correct project ID there, and the topic name is exactly the same, and I gave it that exact same permission that I showed before. So we will go back in here and just update this and then save it. All right, so that's now correct. There is also one other issue. You might notice here in these functions, the trigger here is a request for all of these, and that's actually incorrect for our handle play store service. We would expect this to be a pub sub. If we go back into our code here, you may have already spotted the issue, but we are using the wrong purchase handler here. So we need this to be the Google Play. The purchase handler should be the Google Play purchase handler as a Google Play purchase handler. Instead, we were using the App Store purchase handler. That's why I was not actually using this server event, and we're getting that linter error there. So if we save this now, we will need to redeploy. So you can see now when you try and redeploy this, you actually can't change it from an HTTPS function to a background triggered function. So we will need to delete this function and then redeploy. You can delete it right here in the console and just go ahead and delete that. And now we can go ahead and redeploy. All right, and when that finishes deploying, if you go back into the Firebase console and refresh, you can see now that this is deployed as a pub sub topic publisher, and that is exactly what we would expect. So after those updates, if we go back in here and send a test notification, we now would expect to see that logged out over here. So if we view the logs of this, you can see here that there was a log and it starts with the Play Store server event. It will log out that message with the object, which is all that we have currently in the function itself. So the function was definitely hit. So that is good. This is now configured to be getting updates from the Google Play Store. So the next step will be to update this function to handle those purchase events. All right, so currently we have our handle server event set up for the Google Play purchase handler. We are able to listen to those store events with this pub sub. The rest of this setup is going to include actually modifying our handle non-subscription and handle subscription functions to actually work for the pub sub topic. So what that's going to mean is we'll be able to pass in the product data and the token to either the handle non-subscription or handle subscription, and then just let the logic that we already wrote here update that. Now, one thing that we will need to adjust for is this user ID, because there will be no user ID when the pub sub is updating this, whereas when we call this directly from our validation, we do have a user ID. So that's something we're going to have to refactor. But first we can kind of build out all the code here that calls those two functions, and then we can modify those two functions. So we're going to start by just removing this log message. And the first thing we're going to need to do is actually create a few types that will end up becoming our Google Play billing event. And then we're going to define that Google Play billing event using the message data that is passed in. This is kind of boilerplate code that I'm not going to type all out, and I will link this below as well, but I could explain this real quickly. So we're basically going to have 4 new types. We're going to have the Google Play one-time product notification, and then the Google Play subscription notification, and then we also have this type for Google Play test notification, and then all of those are going to be kind of used in this one larger Google Play billing event, which is what we're ultimately going to use throughout the rest of this handle server event. We do have this Google Play billing event now, and we want to set that with the message data. So this is going to be wrapped in a try catch block. And what we're going to try here is to set this event. And we're going to set it equal to this line here, which is going to parse out the message data here. So the message does have a data attribute on it, and we're going to be taking that message data, and we're going to be using this buffer and then encoding it in a base 64, but then ultimately parsing all of that back into a string that is of the ASCII type. It's not 100% necessary to understand this completely, but do understand what this is doing is taking this message data and making it into one of these Google Play billing events, which is going to have all of these types up here. So a lot of these keys are going to match up directly with the keys inside of the data object already. So that should be good. We will catch any errors here, and we're going to simply just log out that we could not parse the Google Play billing information, and then we'll just return from this function. So at this point, we will have our event. What we will want to do here is skip any test notifications, although right now we are going to be using test notifications, so we're not going to skip them, but we will write this out now, and then we'll comment it out so we can uncomment it later. So that test notifications parameter, which we do have set up, will be what we're going to look at, and if that is present, then that means that this notification is a test, and we can simply return from the function here. Again, I am going to comment this out because we do want these test notifications to actually go through currently, because we are going to be testing with those test notifications. Next, we're going to set 3 variables, and we're going to be getting these 3 variables, which are the purchase token, the subscription ID, and the SKU. And we're going to be getting them from the subscription notification or the one-time product notification. And since those are already going to be part of the Google Play billing event, that means they are already available in our event here. So what we can do is create a new constant here, and we're going to be pulling out values essentially from this object here. We're really going to be pulling out values from these associated objects down here. So what we're going to be pulling out are the purchase token, and it is important that these names match up exactly. So we'll pull the purchase token, and then we're also going to pull the subscription ID. And then lastly, we're going to be pulling the SKU. So you'll notice that the subscription ID is on the subscription notification and the SKU is on the one-time product notification. So it would never be the case that you will get both a subscription ID and a SKU, but that's okay. This will still work as we want. We're going to be extracting these from these 2 custom types, and these 2 types are available through the event at these 2 keys. So we can combine the values of these 2 keys together with the triple dot notation. Next, we can get the product data, and we'll be able to get the product data by either using the subscription ID or the SKU. Both of those will be the product ID. So we'll set the product data using our product data map, and we're going to be either taking the subscription ID. However, if that does not exist, then we will be taking the SKU. And just like we checked in the iOS version, if this product data returns nothing, we are going to just return from this. So if the product data is blank, then we're going to return. Now we can get our notification type, and that is either going to be subscription or non-subscription. So we'll set this as a new constant, and we'll call it the notification type. And this will equal subscription if the subscription ID is present. So subscription ID is present, then this will be a subscription. If the subscription ID is not present, but the SKU is present, then this will be a non-subscription. And in the rare case that neither of those are present, then this will just be null. It's very unlikely and almost impossible that we don't have either a subscription ID or a SKU, so it's very rare that this would ever be null. However, if that is the case, we do want to just return. To check for this, we basically can just check if that product data type, which should be either a subscription or a non-subscription, equals this notification type. And this is kind of just a last quick check to make sure that we are getting the same type that we would expect. So we can look at the product data's type, and we're really interested if it's not equal to whatever we're having defined here as the notification type. And if that's the case, then we would return, because really this should be the same. The last thing we're going to do here is just call our handlers that we already have set up, so either handle non-subscription or handle subscription, and we're going to call those based on this notification type. We can use either an if-else statement or we can use a switch statement, and we're going to be switching on the notification type. So there's two cases that this can have. First case is going to be that subscription. And if we do have a subscription, we're going to await the call to the handle subscription. And here's where we will have to make modifications to handle subscription. The first parameter that this takes is going to be the user ID, which is going to be null right now, because when this is called from the handle server event, we will not have a user ID. The second parameter that this takes is going to be the product data, and then finally it will be the token. So the product data we do already have defined here. We can just pass that in. And then lastly, the token we also have defined, and that's going to be that purchase token that we pulled out up here. So we can put that in as well. And if this gets hit, we will break out of this case statement. Very similarly, we'll create the other case, which is for the non-subscription. And actually this is incorrect. This one above is for the subscription because we're handling the subscription. And then this one for the non-subscription, we will be handling very similarly. I'll just copy this, and instead of handling subscription, it will be handling non-subscription, although the parameters that we pass will be the same. So this is good, but we do need to update our handle subscription and handle non-subscription to work without a user ID. So we can do this for the handle subscription first. What we need to do is make this user ID either a string or null, so that makes this optional. So now null can be passed into here, but then we need to look at where we're using this user ID within the handle subscription. So if you go down, you can see the user ID right here is being passed as null on line 52, but that is not going to work because our subscription purchase is expecting that to actually exist. So what we're going to do is by default remove this user ID, and then we will add it back in if there is a user ID. So you can see that errors this out, and that's because this subscription purchase type is expecting that user ID, but we can get around this by omitting the user ID from this type. So if we use the omit keyword here, we're basically able to say we want to take this subscription purchase type, but omit this one parameter, and that parameter will be defined here, and that's again going to be that user ID. So now essentially this purchase data type is a subscription purchase, but minus the user ID, and all of that is good. But before we make this call to Firebase, we're going to actually check if the user ID is present. And if the user ID is present, then we will add it back in. So we can check now if the user ID exists. And if it does, we're going to add that back into our purchase data. So we will be taking this line right here, but instead of just passing purchase data, we're going to pass purchase data plus the user ID. We can break this down to the next line, but it is pretty simple. We have to wrap this in the curly braces because it will be creating a new key value pair. And we're going to be taking all the values within purchase data, and then we're going to be joining the user ID. And we will want to actually cast this as a purchase, which I don't believe we included. So up at the top here where we're including from our Firebase calls, we can also include the purchase. And if you look at the Firebase calls, we have that generic purchase, which is either a subscription purchase or a non-subscription purchase. So we'll cast this as a purchase, and then we're also going to have to cast our purchase data as a purchase. And that's because it's no longer exactly a subscription purchase because we are omitting that user ID. And we're going to keep this line, but we're going to wrap it in an else statement here because we would only use this line if we don't have a user ID. And this is now too long, so we can move it down to another line as well. But this is good. So just to reiterate what this is doing here, by default now our purchase data does not include a user ID. So then when we come down here, we have all of this default stuff set. We're going to check if we do have a user ID. If we do, we're going to add it into that purchase data when we're calling the update. But if not, we're just going to call the update without the user ID. We're basically going to do the same thing for our handle non-subscription now. We're going to allow null, and then we're going to omit the user ID. Remove the user ID here. We can copy this whole block of the check here. And where we're making this Firebase call, which is being called the same there, and our purchase data is the same there, we are going to add in that user ID again. So we can just remove that line because this part will be the same. So because of the way we call this, when we do not have a user ID, we're still using create or update purchase. And if we look at our Firebase calls, create or update purchase is going to use set instead of update. And the problem with that is set is going to completely overwrite the whole document. So if no user ID is passed in, or if it's passed in as null, it's going to be removed. Whereas if we used update, only the parameters that are passed in will get changed or updated, and any that aren't passed in, like the user ID in this case, will just exist and stay the same. So all we need to do is use update purchase instead of create or update purchase in our Google Play purchase handler when the ID does not exist. So instead of using create or update purchase here, we're just going to use update purchase, and we need to update this in both sections. And that should be good. And after making that change, make sure to redeploy the Firebase functions. And now we can go ahead and fully test this. So on the physical device here, we can go ahead and buy the unlimited monthly, and then we'll click subscribe. Once we purchase that, a new purchase should show up here, which you can see just showed up. So our app is now currently on the unlimited subscription here, and we can just go ahead and close out of this now. So a few things to notice here. One is the purchase date is at 4:51 and the expiry date is at 4:58. So this is a 5-minute subscription with this test account. But there is about a 2-minute buffer on the expiry date here. What we're going to be looking for is actually when 4:56 hits, this should update. And if you look at the email that it sends you, it will tell you that it is going to automatically renew at 4:56. So we can wait now for 4:56 to happen. All right, and it's now 4:56, so you can see this was updated, the expiry date was updated, and the subscription is still active, which is what we would expect. So all of this is working as we want, and the user is still marked as having that unlimited. Now, if we were to go ahead and cancel our subscription, which you could do in a few ways. One, you could wait for all of these renewals to happen. I believe there will be 10, and then the subscription will expire, or you can just expire it yourself, and you can do that by just canceling it. So if you go to manage and then cancel subscription, we can hit no thanks to pausing it, and then we can decline to answer and hit continue, and then go ahead and cancel the subscription. So the subscription is now canceled. We now have until 5:01 p.m. If you remember before, this was probably about 5:03. Basically, the expiry date is now completely accurate. Before it had that 2-minute buffer, but now that is gone. But either way, that doesn't really make a huge difference. We do have our subscription that should expire now at 5:01. So at 5:01, we should get another notification from Google Play, and that notification will be actually expiring this. So this status should turn to expired, and then our user, which is this SKQ user down here, if we find that user here, the unlimited should go to false, which means that in our app, the unlimited will go to false. All right, and now it is past 5:01, so you can see our status was marked as expired here. And if we check on our user, unlimited is now marked as false. So this is exactly what we want to happen. And in the app right now, the user is back on the non-unlimited version. So that's exactly what we want. It is very important, though, that you make this change here, because if you keep the create or update purchase when you don't have a user ID, it is going to clear out that user's ID from this document here. That is going to cover updating our server events with Google Play. In the next video, we're going to talk about just expiring subscriptions as kind of a fallback when the expiry date has changed, but the status is still active. Even though we have our server events set up and working correctly for both iOS and Android, we want to set up a kind of a fallback expiring of subscriptions. And all this is going to be doing is looking at the status here and then comparing it to the expiry date. And what we'll be interested in is when the status is active, but the expiry date is in the past. You can imagine right now if this was marked as active, then it's active, but currently this expiry date has passed because it is past this time. So the goal of this next and final Firebase backend function that we're going to create is to go and find these type of purchases, expire them, and then also update the user to expire that user as well. So we're going to export this one, and it will be a constant again, and we're going to call this Expire Subscriptions. And this function is going to be similar to the Google Play server event one in that it will be a pub sub, but it will be a scheduled function. So we're going to schedule this to run on an interval. So we can define this with functions pub sub and then schedule. For the schedule here, we can actually use a cron tab like value. So if you go to crontab.guru, and I will link this down below, you can see if you just put 5 stars, it will run this every minute. So for now, we can just run this every minute for testing. But after testing, I'm going to use this syntax, which will run it every hour at the 17-minute mark. So the 17 is pretty arbitrary. You can literally choose any number. So you can run it every 10th minute past the hour. So it's around like 5, 10, 6, 10, 7, 10, etc. So that's fine. We can use that. And I'll just comment this here to update later. We will need to set the time zone here so that we are able to run it exactly when we think we're running it. So I'll set it to the Eastern New York time zone, and then we're going to call that on run. And then when this runs, we want to call a new Firebase function, which we'll define in our Firebase calls. And we're going to call this Expire Subscriptions. So we have not defined this yet, so we can copy this and then open up our Firebase calls and create a new asynchronous function. And we'll just call it that Expire Subscriptions. And this will just return nothing, but it will be, again, a promise void. So just like the ones above, we can copy that over. And now we can fill out this function. So we're going to find the documents where the expiry date is expired, and then also where the status is active. So if this status was expired, there's nothing we would need to do here, so we wouldn't be interested in it for this call. So let's go ahead and write the query for those documents. And we'll just set it to a new variable called documents. And we'll have to await this call, and we're going to be making that call to Firestore. And we're going to look at the collection of purchases. And then we're going to add a couple where clauses on it. So we're going to be looking where the expiry date is less than or equal to the current time. And we can use timestamp.now for the current time. And we will have to import timestamp from Firestore timestamp. But as I said, we don't just want to find the ones that are expired. We want to find the ones that are expired and that have a status that's equal to active. And then we're just going to simply get these documents. It's possible that we won't find any documents with this because there might not be any that are actually expired and still marked active. So let's check that we have some that we need to actually mark expired. So if the document size is not existent, then that means we don't have any documents, so we can just return. But if we get down here, then that means we do have documents. And we can update all these documents in a batch write. So we can make one call to Firebase to update all of the documents. And we can do this batch write because we're going to be updating all the document status to expired. So since they're all going to be updating the exact same field, which is that status field, we can do this in one big batch, and this will save us on some Firebase calls. So we're going to create a new constant here called our write batch, and this is just going to equal a Firestore batch. And now we can go ahead and get the documents, call docs on it, and then for each, and then we'll have access to that individual document. And here we're going to be checking if the document is related to a subscription. And if it is, we need to update the user document as well so that the unlimited status is marked as false. So we've done this logic before, but we're going to be checking if it is a subscription, which is essentially what we do right here. This was kind of doing the opposite and checking if it wasn't a subscription. So let's paste this in Modify. So we're going to be looking at our two subscription types. And if that includes this is actually just going to be the document data instead of the purchase document. And we will be calling product ID on that. So if this is a subscription, then we can get the user reference by creating a new variable here for the user reference. And this is going to be a Firestore collection of users, and then get the document for the user ID. And now that we have this user reference, we can just update the unlimited parameter to false. So this loop here will go and find each user document related to the purchase document and update that user to have unlimited false. But we still haven't done our batch right to actually update the purchases to be expired. So for that, we will be using the right batch, and we're going to be updating that. And this will update the document, which we can find by the document reference. And then we need to pass in what we want to update, which will be the status. And we want to set that to expired. So this is essentially going to keep updating this write batch, but it's not actually going to write it or save it. So outside of this loop in the document, we can go ahead and actually write that. So we'll wait the call to write batch, and then we're going to just simply call commit on it, and this is going to save all of that. So that will be it. If we go back and look at this, everything should be okay. We seem to have this tabbed in by one too many, but this looks good. Our function will run once a minute. So if we deploy this, what's going to happen is this one right here, we changed so that it is expired, but it is active. So once we deploy this, and it will run, this should just be marked as non-active as well as the related user. So if I were to go to this related user and also mark them as having a true value here, then essentially at this point, it's as if this subscription is expired, but it wasn't marked expired and neither was the user. So to test all of this, we'll just deploy this function, let it run once, and then we'll see if that does expire. All right, and now our function has deployed. So if we go back to Firebase console and wait about a minute, it should run that function, and then this should be updated to expired. If we look over at our function in the functions here, we should see we have a fourth one, which is going to trigger every minute, and we can just check the logs for this. And it looks like we do have an issue here. The problem is with the query that we built here. In the Firebase calls, we have two where clauses, and whenever you have that, you need to create an index. So luckily in the logs, it does kind of point us to where we need to go. So if we copy this link right here and paste it in a new tab, it will pop up immediately with the index that we need to create, and we can just go ahead and hit create index there. You can see the status of the index right here, and it will take a little bit of time. But once this is done building, we can check it again, and it should all be working. All right, so our index is now enabled, and if we go back into the logs here and run the live logs, we can see that this is no longer erroring, and we do get that status of OK. So if we go back and check into our example that we were looking at, this is now marked expired, and the last thing we need to check is that this user was also removed from having that unlimited, which yes, they were. So this is a good fallback just in case anything is missed in the updating of the expiry date and status. When we're getting the server events from Apple or Google, and really it's just kind of a last final cover case that is going to expire anything that is actually expired but still marked active. And it's pretty quick to set this one up, so definitely worth doing as well. All right, that is going to be it for this section. We now have our backend fully configured, and we have our 4 Firebase functions, which can be seen under the functions here. Again, I would change this frequency because I don't think it's necessary to run it every minute. I think once every hour is enough, and that even might be a lot. You could potentially get away with running it once a day, depending on how tightly you want to be expiring people's subscriptions. But do note that the Expire Subscriptions is not really the main way that subscriptions are going to get expired. It's these handling of the server events that are going to be mainly used to expire subscriptions. Yeah, setting up this backend is definitely not the easiest part, but now that we have it complete, we can basically move on to deploying our app. There are just a few small things we still need to do, but essentially we are just about done. So before we're able to actually deploy anything, we do need to add a privacy policy and terms and conditions to our app. And because we have in-app purchases, we do need to have that within the app itself. So you can see where we have our restore purchases button. We're going to add 2 more links, one for the terms and conditions and one for the privacy policy. In my experience, if you don't have links directly in the app, Apple will deny these when you try and submit it to the App Store. Google Play may be a little bit more flexible, but I think both of them just generally require it and should have it. And both of them also have areas where you can upload it within the consoles themselves, and I'll show you how to do both of those. Firstly, though, we need to generate a privacy policy and terms of service, and I always like to use IAP for this. It makes it very easy to generate these. I already have one for the Decider app, so I could kind of just walk through this a little bit, but it's pretty simple to set these up. You essentially just fill in your information and then choose the services that you have in your app. So you can see there's basically this builder here for the privacy policy, and you can add a service. And I just went through and already added the services that I'm using in this app. I do have AdMob, I have the Apple App Store, Google Play Store, all of this stuff is included in the app, and you can just add any new service by clicking add service and basically searching. They have a huge list of almost everything you could imagine. You can also create custom ones if they are missing anything. But this makes it very easy. And then if we go back to the dashboard and we view this, I do have Decider on the Ultra plan, and that allows you to do the terms and conditions as well as the privacy policy. The terms and conditions are going to be required when you have the in-app purchases. Build this, you would edit it in a similar way, but there's different information here that you're going to be filling in, but it does walk you through all of this, and I think it's pretty simple. So if you do have any questions about this, feel free to comment down below this video. Generally, I don't look too deeply into this stuff. I just let IAP kind of handle and manage these for me, which is nice. There is a cost to this, and it is not free. The Ultra plan is definitely a bit more expensive than just the privacy policy. So definitely something to consider if you want to use this, or you could look at other options. But for me, this is just the easiest way to do it, and something I could trust to know that this is all just handled and taken care of. It's a little bit over $100 to get the Ultra, and I do have a link below where you can get 10% off. So if you are considering using this, that could save you a little bit of money there. But whether or not you actually use IAP, you need to get a privacy policy link. So you can see here I have 2 links, one for the privacy policy and one for the terms and conditions. So if you go to this link, it's just a public link that has the privacy policy. So these links are what we're going to actually be linking to in the app. So we're going to do this in the store view, and we're going to want these links to be clickable and opened in a new window. So kind of similar to how we have our build restore buttons, we're going to create a new widget and build the terms and conditions buttons. So actually, let's just go ahead and copy this entire thing and rename it, because it is going to be very similar. So we're going to call this build terms buttons. And now we can go up to where our build restore buttons are and just paste this right below it. So that is as we would expect, but let's modify this now to actually be the 2 buttons that we want. So firstly, we have this text button, and we are going to change the title here to be the privacy policy. The style here can stay the same, and then the on pressed here, we want to just put that link. So we have that link here for our privacy policy, and I'll copy that. And if we just paste the link as a string, it's actually not going to work. So if you were to click on the privacy policy, nothing happens because this is actually not going to do anything for the link. So enable to launch this URL, we are going to add a new package, and it is called URL Launcher. So we'll add this package to our pubspec.yaml, and we will run pub-get. This will give us the URL launcher package. And what this is going to allow us to do is actually launch URLs from our app. So let's create a function that we can pass this URL into, and it will launch that URL for us. So this is going to be a pretty simple function, and we'll call it launch URL. And it will take a URL parameter. If your app is going to have multiple URLs outside of just this one page, I would recommend moving this to its own widget. But my app is pretty simple, so I'm just going to stick it in this store view here. This will be an asynchronous function, and then we will await a call to launch the URL. But we want to make sure that the URL can launch first, and that is part of the package. It has a can launch, and you can pass it in a URL as a string. And if it is able to launch the URL, then we simply want it to actually launch that URL. This is going to be another await call to launch, and we will use that URL parameter again. If it wasn't able to launch, so it would be on the other side of this one-line if statement, then we can just throw an error and say that we could not launch the URL. So this is good. We can now wrap this call in the launch URL. And if we rerun this and then go into the store and click on the privacy policy link, you'll notice it still does not work. If we look in the runner logs here, there's a missing plugin exception. And this is because the app does not have the permissions to launch a URL currently. So we do need to add that in. So for iOS, we can update our info.plist, which is going to be in the runner file over here. And we need to add in what's in the documentation here for the iOS. And what this is going to do is allow our app to open HTTPS and HTTP links. So we will add this block here right at the bottom of our info.plist, but make sure it's inside that final dict. And we can save this, and then we're going to need to run a Flutter clean. And now we can rebuild the app. And once that reloads, if we go into the store and click on the privacy policy link, you'll see it does open that link up. So that's exactly what we want there. Let's add this last link and then we'll test this on Android. So we have our privacy policy, but we also want our terms and conditions. And this link is going to be, for me, the link right there. So I'll paste that in here as well. And then go ahead and save this. And now if I click the terms and conditions, you can see there are the terms and conditions and the privacy policy both linked there. There is one final last step that we need to configure on Android. So let's go ahead and open an Android simulator now. And while that's running, we can update what is in the documentation here. So we need to just add this first line in the queries here for the view of an HTTPS scheme. And this is going to be in our Android manifest.xml. So if we go up here into the Android folder and then apps, src under profile, we want the profile Android manifest. And below this, we're going to need to create a new block for queries. And then we can paste what we have right here. And now we can run this on our emulator and go and test those links in the store view. And if we click the privacy policy, since this is basically a new emulator, this will pop up. We can accept that and click no thanks. And then you can see we are on that privacy policy, which is good. And the terms and conditions also works. In this video, we'll update both the App Store Connect and the Google Play Store with our privacy policy. So first, the App Store Connect. If we go into our project and then choose App Privacy, you'll see we have no privacy URL. So if we edit the privacy policy here, we can paste in our privacy policy that we have created. And the user privacy choice URL, I am going to leave blank. And I won't actually be supporting that at all in this app. So I'll just hit save here. So now we have the privacy policy, but we also will have to go through this for Apple. So we can click get started here. And this is kind of related to the privacy policy, but it's more about just what data you're going to be collecting in your app. So you can go through this and fill it out. And generally any app, you are going to be collecting data. So you will hit next there, and then it's going to kind of ask you what kind of data you're collecting. So what information from the user will you be collecting? And really none of the user's data is being collected in my app, but I do have a little bit of usage data that is probably going to be collected, like crash data and some performance data. I'll also be collecting some usage data, so I'll select those. Purchases will also be tracked, so we will collect those. We also will be using a user ID, not device ID though. But generally this is going to be specific to your app, so definitely go through and make sure you are setting up what you need to for your app. Then within here, you're basically going to have to say how each of the types of data that you're collecting are being used. So I'll give you the example with the user ID here. The user ID is just for app functionality right now. You can see the example is authenticating the user. That's exactly what we're using this for. So we'll click next there. And then it's going to ask us if these IDs are actually connected to the user's identity. And in my app, that is going to be a no because it's just an anonymous user ID. So there's actually no way we know who that user is. But again, this is going to depend on your specific app, how you're going to answer these questions. And there is no actual tracking, so we can hit next here. This is just kind of more information, so you definitely should read through all of that. And lastly, it's going to ask if you use the user ID for tracking purposes, and this is really about ad tracking. So currently I do not use the user ID for that, so I'm just going to go ahead and hit save. Overall, the data is not linked to you. That's what this will become. You will need to complete this for all the other data types. I'm not going to walk through that, but that's generally it. And as long as you have the privacy policy here, you should be good. This is going to be a required step before you can publish your app on the App Store, so you will need to make sure you complete this in full. Once you do complete the app privacy in App Store Connect, and for the sake of this example, I have it not collecting any data right now. You will want to mark this as published. So you will publish this to your app, and you can see that it was published. So definitely make sure you click that publish button once you have filled out this page completely. Now we can look at the Google Play console and update our privacy policy here. So when we have our app selected, we're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom on the left and go to the app content. And you can see we still have a few things in the to-do, one of them being that privacy policy. So we can go ahead and click start there. This one's pretty simple. We just need to copy that privacy policy link and paste it in there. And that is it for the privacy policy. The data safety here we can also do real quickly. And this is kind of a similar thing. It's going to be talking about how our app collects data. So definitely read through all of this. And it's just going to be really asking you questions of what data you're collecting and how you're collecting it and what you're doing with it. So basically the same thing that we had to do over here with Apple. So I'm not really going to walk through this step by step because it is going to be so different for everyone's individual app. But this is also a required piece before you can actually get this properly deployed on the Google Play Store. But once you go through both of those, you'll be pretty much set up with your privacy policy and your terms and conditions. And in terms of that privacy user data information, your app will be ready to launch. So the next video, we'll talk about actually submitting your app to the app stores. So we have everything ready now to deploy the apps to the App Store and the Play Store. The app on the Play Store is pretty much ready to go. All we'll need to do is just create a new release with all of the code changes that we've made, and then we can just move that to production. There's really no extra steps that we will need to do that we haven't already done to get the in-app purchases working. So there's not really much to go over there. You can just upload another app build and then actually deploy it when ready. The App Store, however, there will be one other small step to do when submitting this with the in-app purchases. So first you'll have to fill out all this information and then upload a build. So I did update the screenshots here and the description. We can go to the manage in the in-app purchases, and this is where we have to add one last part. Each of these in-app purchases, there is a section, if you click into it, that has the review information. And really what they're looking for is a screenshot of where the in-app purchase can be purchased, and then some information about what the in-app purchase does and why you're offering this to the user. So this is basically what I will put for all of them. So this is the 5 decisions. So this in-app purchase adds 5 decisions to the user's account. It can be purchased from the first card in this list captured in the image. And then for that image, I'm just going to show the store view. And you can just use your simulator for this, or you can run it on your physical device. But I'm going to capture a screenshot of that. And then I'm going to upload that screenshot right on into this review section here. I will be using that same screenshot for all of my in-app purchases since they're all part of this store. But I will modify the text here to have the slight difference in each of the different purchases. So 50 and 500 decisions, and then for the premium, I'll describe that the premium is more about getting an ad-free experience, and that the unlimited monthly and yearly are both about having an unlimited amount of decisions with no ads. So depending on what in-app purchases you're actually going to have in your store, you'll just need to fill out this information, and potentially the screenshots are not all exactly the same. You might offer these in different areas of your app, and that's fine too. Really, I think what they're interested in is just being able to see where these are offered and what they actually are. So if you save this, you'll notice that the status changed from waiting for metadata to ready to submit. So that's a good sign. We will need to do this for all of the in-app purchases we have. And really, you just want to get these all in that ready to submit status, because when you do submit your app, all of your in-app purchases that are linked to your app will also be submit for review. So this is kind of that final step there. So I'll just go ahead and fill all of these out. So you just want to make sure that all of the in-app purchases are in that ready to submit stage. And then the last thing you need to do is go back to the prepare for submission tab up here. And you are going to need to upload a build for your app, which you can do through Xcode. So I could show you that real quick. This is kind of just basically how you would typically deploy an app. So if you're in Xcode and you have your app open and you choose the any iOS device and then go product archive, this will essentially create a build of it that you can upload to Xcode. If you've never deployed an app before, this is how you would do that. And I'll link to some more guides of how to just generally deploy apps. Once the archive is done running, this page will pop up where you'll see the app in its compiled version, and then you can just distribute the app. This is going to actually upload it to the App Store Connect if you choose the upload option there. And this process can definitely take a little bit of time. It will load, upload to App Store Connect, and then it does go through some processing on that side as well. You'll get some emails that alert you when this is available. This is basically how you would deploy your app or how you could get it to work with TestFlight. But ultimately, you will just upload the builds right there. So once that build finally uploads, you'll be able to select it from the options here. But most importantly, what you will need to do specifically for the in-app purchases is select the in-app purchases as well. And you can see these are now available because they were all marked as pending approval. So we are going to select all 6 of them and then click done. So all the in-app purchases will be here. And for the app review information, you'll need to fill this out as well. But once you upload that build and select it, that's really all you need to do. And then you can just submit this for review. And then it will go off to Apple and be reviewed. In my experience, it never takes more than 24 hours to get a full app reviewed. And they'll either come back with some feedback that says certain parts of your app need to be updated, or maybe you're missing some metadata. But overall, if you follow all these steps and your app is a legitimate app, it should have no issues being reviewed. Once you do get your app fully launched, you can head on over to the Discord server and post a link to it in the self-promo channel. And there we can all check out each other's apps, give some reviews, and begin to build our user bases out. There is one final change we need to make to our backend code before actually deploying our app. And this is pretty simple, but I do want to make sure you're aware of this. When you go into the App Store purchase handler, if you remember when we set this up, we set it up with the sandbox and the production. When you're finished testing, you can just have it set to the production environment. But do note that if you do start testing again, the sandbox test purchases will not work anymore with our backend validator. So do note that, but you would want to change this to just production for your actual production deployed version. And you can save that. Then you'll just want to make sure to deploy this with a Firebase deploy. Once that deploy is complete, you'll see the handle App Store server event URL is right here. It'll also be the same URL that you can get just right within here. But we need to update that URL in our App Store Connect. So if we go to the app information in our app and scroll down a little bit, you can see we already set it for the sandbox URL. And we can also now set that for the production URL and hit save. Depending on how you're going to be developing, you might want to have 2 separate URLs, one for sandbox and one for production. I'm going to go ahead and just clear this one for now, so we don't even have a sandbox one set up, and it's just production. And once you make sure that's saved, there's really nothing further to do for the backend configuration. Once your app has been deployed, if you did include any ads in it, there is one last step that you need to do in Google AdMob. And what you'll do is go into your app in Google AdMob and go to the app settings. And then within here, you're going to want to add the App Store. So click add there. And then you're going to search for your app. And this is actually going to search the App Store. So you can see my app is right here. This has already been added, but One thing to note is that it does take quite a bit of time for this to show up in Google AdMob. I believe it took about a week for me. So you will just need to continue coming back and checking until you find it so that you can add and link it there. Without this being linked, your app is not going to get ads served in it. So this will be required after you deploy. The same concept will be true for the Google Play version of the app. And you'll do the same thing in app settings. You can just add the App Store to there as well. Great, so we covered the various ways that you can monetize a Flutter app. If you've gone through the complete course, you should have a complete app on both iOS and Android that is ready to be tested by actual users. And to deploy that, there's only a few last steps. You just need to add some screenshots, descriptions, and then the app is pretty much ready to go. If you have any questions at all, definitely comment on any of the videos, comment down below, or email me directly. Also, you can connect with me on Twitter at Dave Flisky, or join the Discord server where you can talk with the entire community. I hope you've enjoyed the course and I hope you've learned a lot and it made monetizing your app a lot simpler. If you've gone through this whole course and monetized your app and deployed it, share the link with me on Twitter and I'll definitely retweet and I'll try and help get as many people to download that app for you as I can. But yeah, I would love any feedback you have on this course. I hope it was useful to you, but let me know if there's anything that's missing and I will do my best to add that. All right, ciao for now.